One nation set apart. Battle axe Finahaz. Akmalak. Torah.
Come on! Come on! What y'all really want? What y'all really want?
I'm back. Flashback. Season 3. All praises to the Most High. Look, they told me that I've been missing in action. Now I'm back with a vengeance, attacking these rapping ass niggas. I've been trapped in ascension. I'm active with healing, don't move unless it's packed with attention. Showed you how to heal the hood and bring it back to your niggas. Give them game on how to meditate and heal all they trauma, how to separate all illusions and unwind all they karma. This is simulation, wake up to the matrix. I'm trying to awaken the sheep. I'm kinda sorta one of the conscious that can be on the block and still speak to the ox. I preach to the flock that's still scraping dog out the pot. Put the pistol down and start using my words as a Glock. My mind a weapon for the system, verbal clips like I'm Pop. Look, speaking for the dealers and the killers, pray I'm used as a vessel to help free them from the system. In the trenches, spreading millions in a circle of gorillas. Come as yachts to the sinners. Through my walk, I show repentance. Never straight away, I just elevated the gift. Told y'all to take the wheel like a rack and pee and I shift. You got my path when I drive, cause I tend to drift. No more straddling fences, if it's war, they busting out lifts. Carrying this baggage, I'm learning that life's a trip. On the stairway to heaven, every step built up my strength. Charity in your arms, every dollar I give a tenth to the broken. With no focus, we get a light to the sick. Spiritually, I'm rich, I know that the devil pissed. I don't dance around the demons, I rebuke them cause I'm lit. Hold ye a little faith, here's a gem that can lead the way. Never turn your back on the master that molded you from the clay. I heard him say I switch, I can never spit in the face of the creator. This incubator resuscitated grace. My path is my own, if you with me, we going strong. Every syllable that I speak bring water to the dry bones. I step back from the people that shunned me when I was gone. They was talking like I ain't hear them, they tried to smile like shalom. I'm really with the business, I'm thankful for how we've grown. Christ consciousness is the key to unlock the path of unknown. I know where I stand in the spirit, been in my zone. Stay seeking yachts to the death, all these mysteries to decode. I've been in my bag, I'm back and I'm snatching thrones. Had y'all time, now it's mine, give it up, cause I got his home, nigga. Welcome back. Flashback. Season 3. Long live X. And hard nard. Free the guys.
Start off giving blessings, honor, glory, and power be to him that sits upon the throne and to the Lamb, man. America's judgment, the omega heat of Christ. All right. All praises to the Most High, man. Hallelujah, man. There is a historic, exceptional heat wave that is shattering records all the way across the nation. In particularly, catching the worst end of it though is the West, because for the most part, ever since the judgment has taken place in 2020 with that Wuhan coronavirus, the West Coast has been exempt from all the other catastrophes that has been brought upon this nation from the Most High God. And mainly I'm mentioning and talking about is these weather anomalies. All these floods and these crazy Arctic freezes and things of those sorts. All them things the West Coast has been exempt from. But now we catching that heat. All right. We catching that heat of the Most High power. Now we're going to get and share this screen real quick. We're going to see that all these things, this record heat that we're going through, is judgment of the Most High that comes of the Most High Father, man. It says in Revelations 1 and 8, he says, I am the Alpha and the Omega. Well, if you look right here to the right, you look at every picture on the screen. Do you see something that's standing out? Yeah, you see it. You see the Omega symbol right here. Bang, the Omega. Here again. Boom, the Omega. And they call it the Omega block because of this in particular bubble that's just sitting right there is causing a weather jam or this jet stream flow blockage, which is, for one, creating that that Omega symbol that Christ says in Revelations 1 and 8, I am the Alpha and the Omega. How far did that statement carry? How far did we can take that statement? When we see it happening with the powers of heaven, you know that is attributed, and the only one that can control that is the Most High God. Don't let nobody teach you no bullshit doctrines about the so-called white man being able to control the weather, and then when he does it, he's going to sit there and use it on himself. That's some idiotic, stupid conspiracy theories. When you see the weather going on, there ain't no such thing as no global warming. Not in the sense of what they're trying to explain it as. That's all attributed to the Most High God. It says in the scripts that you ascribe all ye the power to God. So you see this Omega block, all right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to go into the news recently, in the recent news, all right? Peep this. Right here in the news. That's what I'm trying to go right there. Bear with me for my slow computer. Wow. Okay, it just now erased my last one, but I'll get to that. So we're gonna see this one. Look at this. In the news clipping. Dang, this thing's tripping. All right. It says the Pacific Northwest is sweltering under record-breaking heat wave. Portland reached 116 degrees Fahrenheit this week. Seattle 80 degrees. Reached 89 degrees. The searing heat has buckled roads, melted power cables, and led to a spike in deaths. It's especially concerning in a region like in the Pacific Northwest, where few buildings have air conditioners. You see this right here, and you can see in this picture clipping that they have with this article that they're standing next to thermometer where it's That's not. That's not the. That's coming from the Most High. And they say, why do you say that? Because the script says that, man. But we're gonna get to that. Hold on. He says, follow of high temperatures across the northern hemisphere. Early heat that trigger heat into these red eyes align with their expectation for climate change and warn that more scorchers, there's more to heat waves is than high temperatures. Before behind them are complex changes. A deadly public that can exacerbate in cause to collapse. Other problems of global warming. Even more worrying is that in the context of the hot century ahead, 2021 may go down in history as a relatively cool year. What? Even is that text of the hot century ahead, 2021 may go down in history as a relatively cool year. In other words, this is only the tip of the iceberg. These people are talking to each other and communicating to each other throughout these articles, letting each other know, like, hey, the end has come. We are in the last days of our kingdom. They know this. They looking at these things and they're projecting doom to each other. Let me get this. I'm gonna pull this up because I don't know how I lost a CBS article, but I gotta get that. So I'm gonna get that CBS article and get this. So hold on. Yeah, let me go ahead and get some jams going on, man. Let me go ahead and get some of these beats going for the background. I can't sit here in silence. But yeah, when I pull up this CBS article, we're going to cover. We're going to see actually they're going to cover themselves exactly what's going on about this heat dome and this omega. I don't know why my computer's running just heck of slow. But yeah, it's going to cover a lot of important information that's going to be ascribing all this to the most high power, man. Let's get something. Come on, man. There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All praise to the Most High Power, Bahashan Yah Shah Hamashiach, man. Wada Abba, man, for these last days for us being able to actually get this knowledge. All right, all right, all right. Now I'm up to speed, man. Let's get this cracking, man. Bump all that stiff stuff. All right. Let me just make sure y'all can. Just gotta make sure it's on. All right, cool. All right, now we on. All right, while I'm pulling this up, check this out. Wow, man. It says here, I'll show you. Stuff that's being reported comes down to this omission. You don't see it being really talked. They're not talking around the phrase every day. But if you just keep keeping up with the news and just watching various news channels, because I do it, I go through YouTube watching the news and how they're locally reporting, and you hear this stuff, man. And I'm talking about it starts getting real, like it starts sounding real interesting to say the least, man. What's going on there, Taz?
What up?
It starts getting real interesting to say the least, man. It's cracking lacking.
I got a question, bro. So,
Taz in the
do you are you saying that the heat wave got something to do with the last days? Is that what this about?
What's that?
You can't hear me? You can't hear me, bro?
All right. And I don't know why it cut off. My computer's acting. Yeah, it's mine. But yeah, I can hear you now.
I was asking, are you saying the heat wave has something to do with the end days or the Most High Himself?
Oh, I think it might be yours now. Yeah, I don't know how I got kicked out of my own show, but I guess crap happens. All right, let's give this another try, man. Retarded ass computer, man. And y'all bear with me, man. And Slovakia, man. 'Cause this, I don't know why it's bugging out, but sometimes I have to reboot my computer and start it over after I do a couple of projects, too many projects. So it is what it is. But anyways, let's see if I can get this. All right, man, come on. All right. It says that multiple cities in Washington, Oregon, Northern California, British Columbia have set scorching all-time heat records in recent days, including a high of 108 degrees Fahrenheit in Seattle on Sunday, the city's highest ever recorded temperature. All right. And a high of 117 in Salem, Oregon on the same day because the power lines were melting in the heat. In Portland, the city's streetcar system had to suspend service for the day, man. What? It was melting their power lines. It's record-breaking heat. This is stuff that's happening right now that nobody's talking about. They're not telling this grid of the Pacific Northwest, preventing the weather system from moving on. Instead, the high pressure system, hot air presses down over the region, generating a stifling heat blanket, according to CBS. The wind pattern swirls around the heat block in the shape of a what? Greek letter omega. Revelations 1 and 8. I am the Alpha and the Omega. What? He says, I am the Omega. As shown on the weather maps like this one, this gives systems like this the term Omega blocks. All right? Now let's go into this word, man. Omega. If we can go into this word without my computer completely malfunctioning and bugging out, this word it's a trick. Watch this. Searching, I'm at mythologian.net. He says about the omega symbol, sign, and its meaning. Searching for the omega symbol and what it represents might get you a little bit surprised, as it is used in many different fields from religion to astrology, physics, chemistry, linguistics, computer science, mathematics, and molecular biology. So omega, which Christ says, I am the omega, is in all areas of quote unquote STEMia. There you go, blue. There goes your STEM. Covers in every area of STEM. All right. So he says, and molecular biology, as well as for branding purposes in the present day. But what makes it so special and why it is so popular since the early ages? Without further ado, here is everything you need to know about the omega symbol and its meaning across various fields. All right. The omega symbol and sign, the definition. It says omega, denoted as, in the uppercase, is this. In the lowercase, it looks like a smooth W. All right. It is the last and 24th letter of the Greek alphabet. In modern Greek, the omega letter is transcribed simply as O or U or O, okay? It also represents the value of 800 in the Greek numeric system, which literally means a great value or great O. Okay, whatever. Now this is where we're getting at. This is where it gets good. All right. The first of the omega sign dates back to the late 7th century BC. It was commonly used in Asia Minor region to denote the long half open, or whatever they got, a semicircle letter that represents something. He says other variants of the broken Omicron O with edges facing different directions were used in a few Aegean islands, such as Thasos, Peiros, Milos, as well as the Dorian city of Knidos. The omega symbol was introduced to Greek alphabet in the 8th century BC. With time, it became popular across the globe and is currently used in various fields and contexts. The omega sign. Behind the last letter of the Greek alphabet, the omega symbol is typically used to what? Denote the end of something. What is it again? The omega symbol is typically used to denote the end of something or the last / final or / ultimate limit of it. Let me go in there one more time, man. And as you can see, you see that omega sitting over the United States, sitting over this country with these wicked devils, letting them know. That's a clear indication, a symbol to these Greeks. And because I know people are saying, well, why is he doing that in Greek? Why didn't he do the tithe? Because he's talking to these Greeks. He's talking to these Romans. He's talking to these Edomites. This right here is a clear sign speaking to them in their language. All right? This is the sign that they understand. They're like, oh, Most High's like, okay, let me get my message across to you. Clear as day. You are the Greeks. And I'm talking to the Greeks. I'm talking to Grecians right now. And you guys, you Edomite empires, is going to get the message loud and clear. This is the end. He says in Genesis 15 and 13, he says, know for sure that your seed is going to be a stranger in the land for 400 years, being treated like visiting dirt and crap. Yeah, you're going to be getting away with all the crazy stuff for about 400 of them. He said, but know this. Afterwards, he said, that same nation that you've been doing, that do you dirty, I'm going to judge them. And we see that's happening, man. Time after time. Month after month, event after event. It all lines up biblically, and one nation set apart has been actually highlighted each time. When they did the civil unrest, we highlighted that. When they did the Wuhan, we highlighted that. Before, during, and after. And here he is again, once again, wrapping back around to the judgment of the Most High power being done through heat and fire. Now this Omega has brought all this heat upon this nation. All praises to the Most High. These ain't no coincidences. This ain't something that's just a brother over here is reaching to try to put together, just to try to make something out of really nothing. No. There is an Omega sitting over the planet Earth right now. Big as all can see. Okay? This is an anomaly, they said. They said that this is a once in 1,000 year event. And they just said, and we are just giving it 1,000 years just to say that. In other words, man, we ain't never heard, thought of, expected anything like this. The weather doesn't make omegas. This is the first time ever to be recorded by man about a weather anomaly called an omega. He said it also symbolizes something great or the end of an increment of great development. What? The end of an increment of great development? What increment of the great development would that be? Slavery. What's another increment of that? Dependency. What's another increment of this great development? Huh? Total subjection. Second-class citizens. Consumers. Obedience. That's what's been happening right now with their deception. Deception/obedience. Obedience through deception. Obeying the deception. He said, where this increment could be the universe, the planet, a country, or an individual. Come on now. It could be a what? This is an end. It's to represent the end of an increment. And that increment could be a country. Come on now. Highlight country. All praises to the Most High Power. See, I'm not reaching. This is what it says. You go look up the omega that they're telling us, and honestly and actually talking to each other about, is a clear indication. If any of these people that is actually studied up on this symbol, and you know they all are, every last one of these people that you see in these news crews and in these politician positions and all that, 99% of these people are college graduates, and 70% of those people was involved in some kind of fraternity. If not, they have knowledge. They have a clear knowledge of it. And the fraternity and these symbols are always these beta, alpha, omega, pi, pi. You know what I'm saying? All the Greek letters of the alphabet. That's what they make their sororities and all that stuff with. They base those things off of that. Because these people actually study and accept and adopt a lot of the meanings from that is derived from these symbols in Greek. This is the people that speaks and educates each other and builds cliques based off of Greek philosophy with Greek lettering and Greek symbols behind it. Symbolic Greek symbolism. That's what I'm trying to say. You feel me? Come on now. This stuff ain't really that hard now. When we actually go and look into these things, you'll see that omega symbol that the Most High God has put on these people that's burning their stuff up is a straight message of rebuke to this nation. And for every other Israelite that's hearing this message, you must repent. You must take a hold of the opportunity and learn these rules of the next land that we'll be in. It's that simple. There's rules that you gotta know. You have to learn them. All y'all that's actually getting these type of messages firsthand from Israelites that you actually know, you need to count yourself blessed, because not everybody can talk to us like this. Me and Malak, we go out there, man, and people be trying to, man, they know who we are, man. They really, they recognize who we are. They be afraid to cuss in front of us, apologizing all the time for slipping up how they talk, trying to make excuses to brush up against you, to try to touch your garment. Some of them just flat out just grab it. That's because a lot of people have enough common sense to recognize that They are blessed when they have become into the presence of that. People, all last night, I think everybody we talked to was like, thank you for letting us be able to talk to you. Thank you for blessing us to even speak. And we're just looking at these people like, damn. Only if Nat Turner and all them could see us now. Only if all them brothers that was being whipped and chased down by slave drivers and slave catchers can see us today. They'll look and be like, damn, how the hell? They're like, I ain't never dreamed of these people. Completely just damn near trying to grovel at your feet. That's coming from other nationalities, man. So-called black men, though, you got something wrong inside of you, man. So you gotta recognize that. You gotta address it, tell yourself and remind yourself, like, there's something inside of me that's really down with that bullshit. You know, I must prevail over that's inside of me, because that's not really how I should be. I should be an Israelite. I should be keeping these commandments and telling people that they going down wrong in this, and that our God is actually present with us today. And we got to actually utilize and take advantage of that situation and opportunity that's being handed to you. Ain't nobody going to sit around there and laugh at you and make fun of you because yesterday you was a wicked ass heathen, but today you have repented. Yeah, you're going to lose a couple of haters. They're going to be probably trying to knock you for it. But at the end of the day, man, who cares about them, man? They ain't putting no food on your table. Check this out. It says, omega symbol in religion. Thus, the use of omega was within the context of Christian belief can be seen in the book of Revelation. There, it forms a part of Alpha and Omega. Talking about Revelations 1 and 8, representing the appellation of Yahushua. This phrase, see, even the white man knows. He said this phrase is derived from a quote from a book to represent God as the Alpha and Omega, meaning he is the beginning and the end. The end of what? All things, including countries. The Omega symbol within this context represents eternity and means of God and Yahushua are eternal beings. The Alpha and Omega symbol were often used by the early Christians in juxtaposition, all right, as visual symbols for Christianity. What? So before the cross, these people were pushing the Omega? That sounds interesting. The symbols and the letters appeared on the arm of the cross in their sculptures and paintings. Currently, these symbols, letters, are more predominantly seen on Western Christian sculptures and paintings than in Eastern Orthodox Christian ones, despite the fact that they have Greek origins. They are often represented on the left and right side, and the reason why is that is because the most powerful oppressors of the Israelites, of the conquistadors and whatnot, was the richest ones. So they was able to come over here first, and they were the ones that was actually laid on all the ground for everybody to be shown up here after they didn't actually put everything into the order of what they wanted it to be. That's right. Yeah. Let me check on the back. Let me see. All right, just to make sure. All right. He says, currently, these symbols, letters, are more predominantly seen on Western Christian sculptures and paintings than in Eastern Orthodox. They are often represented on the left and right side of the halo on Christ's head. These symbols indicate that in Christ, the beginning and the end become the same thing / entity. All right. Astrology is an interesting field within the realm of elite ancient knowledge and myth. When you throw the Omega symbol into this mix, you will surely discover some interesting and out of this world explanations. The Omega sign symbol is used in astrology to explain how eclipses occur. The symbol is used to represent the lunar nodes that are the orbital points where the moon crosses the ecliptic, whatever. The ascending and descending nodes, all that talk. Honestly, I don't really care. Let me go down here real quick. Matter of fact, you can go onto this website and read some more on it to yourself. It's called mythologian.net, as you see right here at the top. With that being said, let's get some of these scripts, man. Now you're going to see that this right here. Come on, man. All right. It says right here in 2 Peter 3:10, he said, "But the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, in the which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat." What? Them brothers right there on the right, you see the great noise. And the elements that you see right now, they shall melt. Melt things, or themselves will melt with fervent heat. The earth also and the works that are therein shall be burnt up. That's right. So right there, letting you know that the day of the Lord is when you find what? Fervent that has been oppressing the children of the Most High God for 4 centuries. Come on now. You see right here, new temperatures. On the slide, it says new temperature record set for Saturday, June 26th. Look at this. New records was in Vancouver, in Portland, and Troutdale, Hood River, McMinnville, Salem, Hillsboro, Eugene. And that's just that was just local from Portland, man. This is happening all the way across the board. So at scriptures, 2 Peter 3:11, he says, "Seeing then that all these things shall be dissolved." Seeing these things, you need to be able to recognize what manner of person not you to be in awe. All right? Which is a holy conversation and godliness, man. Because this is your sign. This is the warning from the Most High God that he is here and he's judging the nation and that he is real. Can't nobody make this stuff up now. It's all fun and games. It's something to make cracks at when you don't see any of these things happening and people are just saying, "Oh, this is what I believe." But when we come over here, I want to the part, we say, "No, this is what we can show you." Like, no, hey, listen. Christ already explained and told you that he is the Alpha and the Omega. It's not a coincidence when literally the planet Earth makes a Omega symbol. What else do you need? I don't know. Like for real, for all non-believers that is listening to what I'm saying right now, hit the link and let me know why you are still rebellious and in denial. Because I didn't have none of these things to persuade me to the knowledge of God. You're getting a hookup. Wasn't nobody sitting around here actually showing you scriptures and then lining them up. What's going on right now? Like, hey, check it out. Look at it. Boom. No, you see what's on the news? Like, yeah, that's the scripts. This was spoken upon thousands of years ago. Everybody's been looking to see this happening. Got 2 hot domes now. What? We got 2 hot domes now, starting in July. Now this heat dome went from the east now. That Omega has locked in another dome. I mean, that was on the west. Now I locked in another dome onto the east now, man. He said, look at this, looking for the hasting. So let's just run this back. Seeing then that all these things shall be dissolved, what manner of person ought you to be in all holy conversation and godliness, looking and hasting unto the coming of the day of God, wherein the heavens, being on fire, shall be dissolved, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. Now we're going to go to Revelations 16:11. And this is another scripture that backs it up. Let me get that another precept. Revelation 16:11 says, and the 4th angel poured out his vial upon the sun, and the power was given unto him to scorch men with fire. And men were scorched with great what? Heat. And blasphemy the name of God, which has power over these plagues. And they repented not to give him glory. So with that, when that scripture is saying right now that yes, there's going to be some naysayers right now today, that this still ain't enough. They still seeing these things. They seeing these fires now. Big historic fires. Go look at the fires that happened. I didn't get to put them in the video. I just put the picture of this fire right now. That's the fire that they fighting right now at this moment. Gigantic fires. And they say this is not even fire season. This stuff happened before, this heat dome actually occurred, it started before summer actually got into play. And they said that California got 30 years to be inhabiting people. After 30 years, this place will become inhabitable now. They said California is on its last days. I was trying to get that CBS. I really want to pull up that CBS article. I'm very, very disappointed that when I clicked on it, that stupid ass thing, for some reason, acted like I fucking clicked it off. I didn't click shit off. It just went off. But I'm pissed. Let me back it up. Excuse my language. That really made me mad. He says, and men were scorched with heat and blaspheming the name of God, which has power over these plagues. The plague of the Wuhan, the plague of this heat, and they repented not to give him glory, man. Come on, y'all, man. We got to come up out of this. We got to wake up. Our Christ is here. He sits on the right hand of God. What do you think that means, man? It means that he's the one that actually initiates destruction. When God says go and do, that be Christ that goes and does. When the Most High says destroy and leave none, he says it to one of his angels, that Christ will be that angel that shows up. Come on, man. He's the right hand of the Most High power. So when we seen all these things and we got this us Torah only brothers, Torah only cats, the Old Testament junkies talking smack about Christ, you're not understanding that the Most High power sits at the top, at the chain of command. But at that chain of command, there is other entities that the Most High power has that works for him, that does his will and does his biddings. Not only does Satan and demons go about doing things for the will of God, we know that there's angels also. There's a chain of command up in the heavens. So when you are blaspheming an Israelite man that came about around what, 1 AD? I don't know. I get confused about that part. But when you have a dude come around 1 AD, died around somewhere around 30 AD, somewhere around that sort. Come on, man. Let's and he was an Israelite. and you over here talking all that shit about them, you like, there's no reason to act like that. There's no reason to get your panties in a bunch. This is some shit that is real expected. Like the Israelites was going through the blues. There was another Israelite that was turning to the Most High God, and he, went around clearing up doctrines to motherfuckers that was lying. Them people that was lying decided we're gonna get this nigga killed. Fuck that. We losing money. And that's what we not about to do. That ain't, come on, man. That can happen any day. You sitting around here talking smack about him, then you saying, y'all worship. We don't worship Christ. We worship God. Just that we're only able to actually appropriately get accepted after all the bad stuff and bad position that we in is through the acknowledging of Christ. Says that he's the beginning and the end, man. He is the Alpha and the Omega. Y'all need to get all that sinning, all that naysaying. Man, y'all got to get that. No, for real, man. Y'all got to get that out of your system, man. The Most High Power said that in the last days, He's gonna have that angel open up that fourth vial. Yay. You're gonna have them angels open up that fourth vial. Hit that link, Akbalak. You're gonna have them open up that fourth vial. And what's gonna happen? He pours it out onto the sun. Scorching men with fervent heat. Come on, man. You know what that fervent heat is? We just now covered it. It's the Omega. The Omega means the end of a country. The Most High God has placed the Omega symbol over this land, warning all you wicked, sinful niggas that your time is up. All this stuff that you've been saying has been recorded against you. You must repent. Hey man, what's happening there, Dark Side? Get up in here. Who's that? Who's Dark Side Network?
That's Lex.
Oh yeah, get up in there, Lex. You can hit the link. All y'all niggas can hit the link. This is the meat market. You got anything to say about what we just now dropped out there? Shit, hit that link. You got anything to say in support of what we saying? Go ahead and press that blue line of letters. I want to hear what you got to say against that. Or forever hold your peace and repent. Peace and wisdom coming from Big O. Shalom. Shabbat. Shalom. What's going on with your Big O? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What's going on, Lex? Peace.
What's
Peace, what's going on, man? Power to the dark side, brethren.
What's up with you, man?
Oh, man. Just chilling here, eating some lunch and shit, checking out One Nation Set Apart.
That's right.
Huh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, shout out to Lex Nimrod with the dark side. He's just playing double agent. He's a real Israelite. He knows it.
Yeah, right.
We're gonna keep that one on hush though.
When y'all gonna come home to Mama Africa, man, and stop this identity crisis y'all having, bro?
Well, we know that we got to get back to Africa. We're gonna be out there real soon enough. You guys are having an identity crisis.
You gotta come back in the mind, though, brother.
What am I supposed to do that the Africans is doing? Tell me.
You gotta get back to your ancient worldview, your perspective on
Ancient
life.
world. Correct. Okay. Like what?
Like to your original concept of God, to honoring nature, understanding cosmology, and the way you view the universe, your relationship to the earth, the sun, moon, and stars, your self image, all of that. Ubuntu. You ever heard of Ubuntu?
No,
Ubuntu.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, look up that term, man.
How you spell it?
Sounds like Bantu.
Ubuntu.
That's Bantu, right?
Yeah, without the N.
You mean the people? But I'm gonna
What?
say this. It sounds like you're saying Bantu,
Ubuntu.
and that's supposed to be some information that's supposed to
Look up
lead us to
look
African
up the
knowledge.
Ubuntu.
Go ahead. My bad.
I don't know if it's me. Maybe it's my connection. You sound like you're breaking up a little.
The Ubuntu what?
Ubuntu philosophy, man.
It's a philosophy. You see, okay, but check this out, Nimrod. I understand, and I don't have issues with moral compass and philosophy. What is the issue though is we're going a little further than just moral compass and philosophy based walks in life. We do know that if we were ever going to leave the United States, the best thing to do is to try to become autonomous. Other than that, we won't be working towards our full potential. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, I believe in autonomy. I'm a
Right.
Liberian. Yeah.
Right. So if we're going to be reaching our full potential, it's going to be done through autonomy. Um, we just believe that the laws of the Most High God will be best for that land, whatever that land it is that we're going to actually take possession of and become autonomous in.
Nope, that's wrong. The laws of the Most High God would not work in Africa.
I don't see how they couldn't. There's enough room.
Yeah, that's why I told you Ubuntu, because the laws of what you call the Most High God, that I call the demiurge,
Uh huh.
is contrary to everything around everyone else.
Why?
So you can't go to Africa
No, it's not. Time out.
Hold on,
because
let him.
Can I say something real
Go ahead.
quick? You said it's contrary to everything else. Why does everybody else then, if it's contrary, try to or claim that they follow it, or you know what I mean, claim to be Christians, which is followers of Christ? They try to follow it. It's not against what they're doing. Even Africans.
yeah, I would say Christ and what you call the laws. To me, that would be two different things, and they're kind of mixed up. But what I mean by when you look at the Bible as a nation of people, and this is why I told you to look up Ubuntu. See, they can't get along with other people, and they can't, and they don't have the mind of oneness and acceptance. So wherever, and that's because of where they come from. Those Eurasians, you know, they were always like you never seen like an isolated kid. The kid that just can't get along with everybody else. Just something wrong with them. Never really learned to play with others. That's what the Israelites are like. They're like mannish little kids. They can't play with the other children. So We can't go to Africa with that attitude, because just like your Bible says, they're heathens. They got practices that go against the Most High. They got things that you won't respect, but yeah, you want to come into their land and be a sovereign, autonomous nation, and then claim that God is giving you someone else's land. See, by nature, that's aggressive. See, and that's why I tell y'all, this religion is not black people's religion. This is a Eurasian religion. It's very aggressive. You want to come somewhere, and your mind state is like an invader or someone who's superior, or like, this is mine, and you're gonna have to follow this, and my God is superior. That's not indigenous people's way of thinking. So that's why it's gonna be a problem. With you guys y'all basically act like anybody that follows the Bible just acts like, savage white people, or I don't even say white, but just savage Eurasians that come in other people's land.
Okay, now let me respond to that. Well, this is the main thing, though, where the confusion is getting brought into play, because there is a confusion. It's when you say that we would go there and be aggressors. We wouldn't be aggressors in any way, shape, or form. First and foremost, we can afford their land with our American dollar flipping 10 times over at that spot. I'm talking about right now, why this country still stands. We still have a high dollar exchange. When we go there, we could buy enough land to sustain anybody and as many people as you actually can bring. It's cheap. So with that being said, that would be ours. And in Africa, they don't have the same type of rules and regulations as you see in the United States, where you got to go through codes and government red tape, they call it. You don't have to go through government red tape to do anything in Africa. You can build the house. That's why you got people living in mud huts out there, is because there is no red tape. So by me saying that makes it to where we wouldn't even have to encroach on other people. That's the thing that we got to always remember, that when we want to become autonomous, we got to start autonomous. We can't go somewhere else and then try to become autonomous as we're there. We got to already have that planned out. And that's the initiation. Like you
got to do what God tell you to do. You seem like you following your own, you trying to deal with reality right now. God ain't. Is God telling you all this?
Telling me on what though exactly?
I mean, why'd you want to go in the land of Ham anyway?
Because that was some of that land of Ham was originally ours. It's in particular the part that Canaan took. Canaan stole some of our land in the book of Jubilees.
All right, if it was originally yours, then why wouldn't he just give it to you in the first place?
Because Canaan stole it. He stole it. And
how did he do it?
He went on a walk, and then when he saw an inscription on a stone that was from the pre-Diluvian, he went and wrote down all that information on that inscription of that stone, and he placed it in his garment. And then when right after that, his brothers came by and was like, "Hey man, we need to go further. The Most High, our father allotted us the land going further than this." And he said, Canaan's words were, "I don't need to go any further. This land right here is sufficient." In other words, it's good enough for me. I ain't going nowhere. I don't give a damn about what my pop said. And so years.
And you believe that story, right?
Yeah, I believe it. It's apparent. That's why the Most High God had Abraham go and scale that same land and let him know, like, no, this is the land that I've given you, man. This is yours. That was initiated through Shem.
So what about before Abraham?
That's what I'm saying. It was initiated through Shem. When Shem, Ham, and
Where?
Japheth, it was in the same book of Jubilees, as I'm saying.
Or
Because
Shem was told he was.
when they got off the boat after the flood, and they started actually living on the land for a while. Then after a while, they started multiplying. They decided, like, all right, we're gonna start venturing out, spreading out, but we're living too close to each other. And when they did that, they casted lots. When they
All right, let
casted
me
lots,
ask you a question, brother. Is the
Canaan
Most High in control?
yeah, he's in control when it comes down to
So he
certain things.
couldn't.
There's certain things that he leaves on.
So he couldn't stop Canaan from. I mean, why would he just allow Canaan to take over a land? If Canaan took over a land that was promised to Israel from the beginning, like you say, well, it couldn't have been Israel because there was no Israel, but promised to Abraham or Shem and his descendants,
Right.
then that means the Most High is the one that directed him to do it, correct?
No, the Most High didn't direct him to do that. Like I said, God is not. He's not the causer of sin. He's not the one that's in control of people when they sin. They're just sinners. And then he's perfect enough to place a sinner in a position to where when they sin, it still will fulfill his will. All right? Because one of the things that he wanted the children of Israel to obtain, which is when they came out of Egypt, was not to take things for granted. Because when they came into the wilderness in Numbers 15, a lot of those people died just for that certain reason, which was they took things for granted. They wanted the easy living again. They're like, where's that easy living? Where's the easy meat? Where's all the seasonings and the leeks and the onions? That's because they were conditioned. They were conditioned to handouts, like our people is now. And if you don't work hard for something,
Hey,
you're not going to appreciate it, right?
Right. Do you believe 9/11 was an inside job?
Yeah, I believe that it was.
Do you believe 9/11 was an inside job?
Yo,
Okay.
do you?
Now check this out. Walk with me. Did somebody get blamed for 9/11?
Yeah, the
Yes.
Arabs, Saddam, and them.
After 9/11, did they go invade those people's lands?
Yo,
Yep.
Huh?
yes, they did.
Yes.
All right. So we see, if we look at the narrative, we can see that the United States government wanted to invade Iraq and Afghanistan. They wanted the oil and the poppy fields. We know that.
Right.
But in order to do that, they had to set a narrative surrounded around those people. So they ran a propaganda campaign, said they was terrorists, and they're extreme Islamists with no heart. Saddam Hussein is an evil dictator. He gassed all these people and the people. So they put out this narrative so they can justify what they did. And that's the same thing your Bible did with Canaan, bro. Noah, right from the beginning, and this is why y'all got to be careful of this white people shit y'all reading. If you look at Noah, he damn near cursed. I don't know. I guess there's other books, but just reading the Canon Bible, he cursed the man's grandson before he was even born.
He fell off.
He fell off? Okay. Hey, you fell off, man. Come back on when you can.
Man, who's gonna hit the wall, Blue? Hit the link. That's what you should hit.
He hope we do. He hope we hit the wall. Go ahead, Nimrod. You back? You back?
Nah, yo, did y'all hear me?
Nah, you cut off and then you came back in
Where did I cut off at?
at the beginning.
When I was talking about 9/11?
No, you tell them where you cut off at.
I was telling you basically that America was setting up. We know they wanted to go into that land and take that oil and those poppy fields, but they had to run a narrative to justify it.
Right.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So that's the same thing, and that's why y'all got to be careful with that white man's book, that Eurasian book, because that's the same thing they did with Cain. If you look at the narrative, Noah damn near cursed Canaan before he was even born. I don't know. I mean, I guess there's other books. But if you just read Canaan, he cursing a man before he even said he was born. Right?
No, he was born. He was just
and
young.
He didn't curse the man. He didn't curse the man. And this is how you know. They told you, like, if you go read a Bible dictionary, they'll tell you Ham is the father of the dark nations. The Africans, Libyans, Ethiopians, Cushites, all this stuff.
Yeah.
So Noah in the story curses his own grandson. But what he's really doing is obvious, is cursing him and his seed, period. A lot of people say, well, he didn't curse all. Yes, he did.
He did.
He would curse. Because, no, listen, he said curse the seed. You know what I'm saying? And then when you look at the narrative, basically, all the Hamites were either wicked or destroyed or something. Nimrod was a Cushite. They say he was the wickedest man alive. So he's cursing the Hamitic bloodline. But even if we cut that off and say he only cursed Canaan, we see that
you still there?
This is some people.
Yep. I'm listening.
Hey, y'all, am I cutting out?
What happened?
Nope.
Am I cutting out again?
No. I can hear you clear.
Okay. So we see these Eurasians, they're looking back and they're writing this in a period of time where they're dealing with these politics. So they have to rationalize why they're why they're able to go in and commit genocide or usurp the original people of the land. So because y'all believe that an imaginary being inspired man to write this magical book, you can't see the human politics involved with some people setting a narrative. The Israelis did it even in modern times. They do the same thing with the Palestinians today. They compare them to the Canaanites and they use God to say that they're justified. See, when you put God on something and say this land, God gave me this land, you have to give me a deed where God signed it and said God gave you this land. So that's just utter ridiculousness.
Now check this out. But this is the big difference now. This is the difference, though. It's not those people. They were told by God at that time in real life. That wasn't a law. It's not a law that we have to always go out and seek out the Canaanites and try to kill them and take wherever they're standing now. It was just only at that time for that in particular situation and ordeal. That's it. But the laws themselves, the Constitution and the rules and regulations of the book is nothing to be confused with what happened in the story.
And I got another thing to say about.
I didn't say nothing about no laws.
Hold on, hey Lex. Before the Israelites went through and took over the land of Canaan, didn't Abraham go to Canaan?
I believe so.
Did he go there and kill people, or did he just post up over there?
I think he even bought a burial site. He even bought a burial site Because the truth is, Abraham is an Amorite, but that's a whole nother thing. But I hear you. So
Okay,
he
so
even bought a burial ground in, from the
exactly.
Hittites, right?
So yeah, exactly. So
Abraham was
if
not an Amorite, man.
man,
Ezekiel 16.
No. You gotta stay in Genesis. It tells you Abraham's lineage. He didn't come from a
Yeah, that's
Moab.
what they wrote. That's what they wrote.
No, Ezekiel was only speaking from a perspective in a symbolic way of speaking. He wasn't literally saying that Abraham comes from the seed of the Amorites. That's not the truth.
Really.
yes, that's a fact.
I
But,
don't.
well, but wait. I was trying to continue what I was leading you to. I was
Okay.
trying to lead you somewhere. So if you know that Abraham was already there, and you know that he was buying land there, and he was respected in Canaan, why do you think? I mean, why shouldn't when his descendants come to the land that he bought? Why and why did they had to fight?
He bought the land of Canaan.
He was
He
come
didn't.
on, man. He was buying. You just admitted that he bought land,
Man,
He bought a burial ground, man.
and then okay, he bought a burial land. Correct, I agree. And then where do you bury?
Where's that
why do you
burial
buy?
ground today?
Hold on, why do you buy burial land? To go visit
To
your
be
dead
buried.
ones. No, to go visit your dead ones in the land that you live in. That's why.
Okay, that don't make it your land.
God gave it to him. He was talking to God.
And he was there.
Oh, there we go again. See, that's when it gets tricky right there.
No, it doesn't.
When
I mean, that's why the Israelites went back to their land that they was
God
already
should
in.
have told.
They was already in Canaan. They left Canaan and went to Egypt. They just
Yo,
left
brother
Egypt and went back.
Abraham. First of all, the imaginary hippopotamus ancestor named Abraham was not an Israelite.
No, he was a Hebrew though.
Right.
Well, whatever you want to call him, a Hebrew. There's no.
And he was from the original
They say he
bloodline.
came.
He was from the original bloodline.
They say he came out of Ur of the Chaldees.
Yeah.
So.
But the Mesopotamians were there. Those were Hebrews too.
I want y'all to look up. When you get a chance, do some historical research. Look up what's called the Third Amorite period, and you might find something out. But that's a whole nother historical lesson that you brothers got to get into. But let's stay on subject, right?
I thought the subject was about the end of America. This is totally off track.
Who's this?
This is Brown. This is Brown.
Brown.
Hey, Brown, how you doing, brother?
Pretty good. I'm pretty.
They're trying to say the heathen, and you're mad because of the.
No, I'm mad. I'm just saying that. Obviously, brother, you believe what you believe. The brothers on this channel believe what they believe, and it's like you're not going to change their minds, and obviously they're not.
Well, you don't know that. You don't know that.
I mean, I'm saying though, it's like at this time we trying to focus on building things, not trying to go.
We are building
the basic things, like whether or not.
So, you don't like the conversation. I get it, but I don't know. Is this your show or Battle Axe's?
No, I'm just saying.
Because I don't know. I was talking to Battle Axe. So, Battle Axe, if you don't like the conversation, bro, I mean, you said I could hit the link. So I don't really care. I mean, I'm just having a conversation. The brother doesn't seem to like the conversation.
The brother, no, I ain't tripping on where the conversation went. But the brother, he wants to speak to the topic.
I'm trying to talk about.
Well, all of it is relative. Because it all has to do with the Bible, and if the authenticity of what we're talking about, this end of America stuff and all of that. I mean, and I don't know this guy. I mean, we argue and build all the time, so maybe he don't even know what's going on here. But I'm for me, I think you young. I really want to save you, young brothers, from this Eurasian white man's devil book, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I hit the link when I see y'all coming on because I believe y'all are very sincere. I believe that I hear a lot of so-called Israelites talk, and I believe y'all believe what you're saying. Unlike somewhat like these Yahweh war machine dudes, they're just fakes on the internet, bro. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people is just like a club. You know, a lot of these people is just. I believe y'all are sincere, at least. You know what I'm saying? Right or wrong, I think y'all are just heavily deceived. You know what I'm saying? So, and you're suffering from identity crisis from the slave trade. You become self-hating Africans who took on an identity of somebody
No. You can't
else.
say that. You can't say
And that's what's
some people.
going on, my brother.
That's what's not needed. I mean, if you feel that way about the people on the channel, then you keep that to yourself. You don't have to hog up 2, 3, 4 hours talking about if that's the way you feel about it. If you feel that they feel that way, then you move on and you keep it moving. Like, why would you try to?
So anyway, that's what I'm saying, Battle Axe and Akmalak, man. Y'all gotta come home, brothers and brothers. You know what I mean? Like,
Man,
this book was used. This book was used. This book was used to destroy our people, bro.
Just disruptive.
You know what I'm saying?
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was, man. They went around and colonized people, gave them this body, and you know, it's a war guard. It's a
This is disruptive behavior, man. Disruptive behavior. Like I know
we was colonized and defeated by the Christians, brother, and the Muslims and the Jews.
B Brown is not playing. He's saying let's stick to the topic.
Yeah, let's stick to the topic, bro. Why are you trying to be disruptive? If you feel that way, okay, you are disrupting what we were trying. What was the main topic of the narrative? America going down.
Yeah, I'm here to disrupt, brother.
Ain't helping the situation. That is not helping building at all. If you feel that way,
yes, it is. That is helping building exactly. Because once I free you, brothers, from this devil spell,
okay,
and that's been put on our people, then we can. You're never gonna be able. You've been having the Bible for the last 100 years, and we still.
What are you doing?
We haven't been able to build because we've been in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. That's the thing that's stopping us.
I haven't heard one solution. I'm
about to give you the solution. I'm gonna give you the solution right now, brother.
Give me a solution.
If you read the Bible, it tells you what stops people from building. The Tower of Babel was the ultimate building. So once you get rid of that demon that stops people from building Yahweh, the spell will be broken from your mind, and we'll start rebuilding the Tower of Babel again. See, the Bible gives you the key, because black people have been talking about doing things for a long time, and they say, well, why ain't we doing this? And this person should be. The problem is we're under the spell of Yahweh, who proved that he didn't like building in the book. That's why he confused the people, say he brought confusion to their language so they couldn't build.
So we'll be better off once we start building the Tower of Babel again, if that's my understanding of what you're saying.
Yeah, the Tower of Babel is symbolic of the unity of people coming together, speaking one communication.
I just want to ask you a question. The reason why our people are not striving right now is because we are not out building the Tower of Babel right now. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if you're a child. If you're an adult, I think you heard what I said. Obviously, we're not going to literally go start building a Tower of Babel, just like the Tower of Babel in the Bible was not literal. I said, but you can see there were some people building, and it said they came together as one. And they spoke the same language. And it also said nothing will be impossible to them. So this was unlimited potential being realized. And guess who got mad? The devil. And what does the devil do? Divide. Hold on.
American citizens.
And he came down and said, let us. It said, look what they begin to do. They're all together. They're on one accord. Now they're building this big tower to the heavens. Let us go down there and confound and confuse them. Now, who is the person who confuses and divides, y'all? Tell me that. Would you call that an angel or a demon?
An angel. The Most High, he said we are separate.
So if someone comes among you your family, and y'all are a big happy family, and brings confusion and division in your home, you're saying that that's a angel and not a demon.
It all
Well, check
depends,
it
though.
out.
It all depends, though.
No,
If your family, if your
exactly.
family is hold on, if your family is toxic, if your family got family members who is toxic, somebody comes along
Exactly.
and says you need to get away from these people right now, or they're going to be your downfall. Then
That's
that
not what
person
that's not
means
what I
well
said.
to you. No,
That's
That's
but
not
it.
what I said.
but you asked the question, and I gave you an answer. You said if somebody does that, situations are different. Every situation is not the same.
I
So it
said
could
if
be
you was one big happy
Right.
family and
but they
someone
never
came along
no,
and
they don't
caused
try to war, they
confusion and
don't try to war against
divided
the Most
you,
High. They built that tower to war against the Most High, not to get along and sing kumbaya.
where does
That's
it
not the
say
reason
that?
why they built that tower.
Where does it say they was building a tower to war with the Most High?
What was that in the book of
Book of Jasher. I know that. It's in the book of
Oh,
Jasher. They
you
started
mean
they
you
were
talking about that
And,
book, the
and
Jewish? You do know the book of Jasher is Jewish midrash, right?
you want to you
no,
want to
no, it's not.
Yes,
And
it
that
is,
doesn't
bro.
and that
But
doesn't
anyway, I'm not gonna argue about it. You just got to do your studies, brother,
that doesn't make a
and
difference
you'll
though.
realize that the book of Jasher is midrash.
That doesn't make a
Look up
difference. I got a
midrash
book of Jasher that's
and
not.
look up. But you say those are not the people, my brother. You
I got
can't
a book
turn
of
around
Jasher.
and use the so-called
I got
fake
a
Jews
no, listen.
work.
I'm saying I got a book of Jasher that actually was from Assyria when Shalmaneser took the 10 tribes up there. It was
The
found. It was
book of
found.
Jasher, what
I can
dated
kind
at
of.
what time?
It was from. It was from when Shalmaneser took the 10 tribes up to
Is the
Assyria.
book dated at that time?
Yes.
No, it's not, brother. Stop
Yes,
it.
it
But
is. I'm telling
anyway,
you. Hey,
but
hey.
I got you, brother. Listen, I've been doing this a long time. I know all about the book of Jasher, sir.
No, you
But
don't.
let me ask you this,
I bet you
because
don't.
I don't think you were honest with me, Battle Axe. If you had a one big happy family and y'all accepted some, say, a person that said move in with us, and that person caused division and confusion, you're gonna say that was a good person?
they're not one big happy family though.
I
You
didn't.
want to
Now
overlook
you're
that
gonna
to
tell
think that.
me what they are. According to the book, the people who were building the Tower of Babel, it said they were all on one accord and nothing was impossible for them to do. So if
Exactly.
that's not one big happy family, if everyone is speaking the same language, working toward the same goal, and has no
no, what was their
um
goal though?
limitations,
What was their
hold
goal?
on, they have no limitations on what they can do,
Meaning
then who
wickedness.
wouldn't be, if I told y'all, hey, you have no limitations on what you can do, you wouldn't be happy?
I wouldn't be happy if you had no limitations on what you could do because I know telling
For
what you could
real.
do. We don't know what's
Man,
in your heart. We don't know what's in your heart. So
Con, look at the
no
I
Americans.
limitation
asked you a question,
and no
sir.
limitation means wickedness too. That means any type of wickedness you can think of and you can't think of things that don't even come to your mind.
No, it
And the
doesn't mean
mind
wickedness,
called
sir.
okay.
Let
Where
me
did
No
it say
let me
limitations
say
does
this
not.
too.
that we're doing good things? You tell me that. You tell me where it said that they built that tower and they did wonderful good things and it was good in the sight of the Most High. It doesn't say that because it's not the truth. So you want to
Con.
say that they were one
What
big
does it
family, but they were not one
what
big
does
happy.
it say, sir?
It was a wicked family who were planning wicked things, and the Most High saw that
What
and
does
He
it
destroyed it.
what does it say in the Bible, sir?
Listen. Let me show you. Let me give you an example of Babel. We look at America today. These people got the are doing whatever they want to do, and they all done came into one language, and now they got homosexuals running around rampant. They got the vice president talking about making prostitution legal. They teaching the kids in school in kindergarten, first grade, and stuff like that. Homosexuality? No, man. This place, Babel, needs to be separated. Because when these people come together, all everything in their imagination they do, just like they was doing in Babel.
That's not the same thing, sir. Everybody in
It is
America
the
is
same
not on
thing.
one.
Okay, it's
Sir,
yes, everybody is.
hold on a
Is this
second.
not one?
Hold on a second, sir. Everybody in America, America is divided, sir. Just like
No,
Yahweh
hold
said.
on. Let me ask
You
you
got.
this
Hold on,
question.
sir,
Is there
brother.
no you hold on.
America is
Is there
speaking different
a
languages, different people with different aspirations, just like God liked it. So that's not what the
okay,
Tower of
cool.
Babel represented, sir.
No, hold
America's
on.
the tower.
Does Chinese people in America speak English? Yes or no?
There's some, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
is there Filipinos in America that speak English?
Do they have the same goal, sir?
Just say yes.
Yeah.
Just say yes.
Are they
Yes, they do.
working on one goal?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
So
Yes.
the Chinese and the
Yes.
U.S. government have the same goal.
No, the Chinese in America.
Come here.
The
The
Chinese.
No,
Chinese that come
see, this is
here
what I'm saying. You're playing
comes to be
games.
American, to chase the American dream,
It
and to
said
be
the
in America.
whole world was on one accord
Okay,
and
Chinese
spoke
people are
one
here.
language. America
one
is
land,
not the
though.
whole world, sir.
They were in one land. The whole
So
world was in one land.
All
What do you
right.
think? What do you think the whole world's going to be in one land again? The whole world? We're all going to abandon all the countries and live in side by side?
So, okay, when it said that the Most High came down
Come on, man.
and hold up, what reason did it give in the Bible? I'm just talking about in the Bible, in the book of Genesis, I think it is. Why did God say, or should I say the gods, because it said us, why did they say they wanted to stop it? What was the reason given in the Bible? Can you read it?
Because they were sinning. They were doing the same thing.
No, what did it say in the Bible, bro?
It said that nothing that's from their imagination, they're not going to do. Everything
No,
that they
that's not
imagine.
what it said, bro. You're misquoting and you're being deceptive. Why don't you read it for the?
It's called paraphrasing.
Why don't you just read it for the people instead of being deceptive? Because you're possessed by the angel of Yahweh,
10.
and that's why you're lying.
10. Okay, look, Genesis 10. We start at 8. And Cush begat Nimrod, who began to be mighty in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before.
And hold up, what color are the Cushites?
Black.
Black people.
Oh, okay, go ahead, brother.
He was a mighty hunter before the Most High. Wherefore it is said, as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel. All right? Erech, Akkad, Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Out of that
The
land.
Ethiopian Empire. Go ahead.
Uh-huh. Okay.
The wicked Africans.
Now I'm just going to jump to 11 and 1 because now it's going to go to the lineage.
Okay. Well, not
right,
the
so
lineage. Just get to the point when they started building the tower.
So jump into 11 and 1. He said, then the whole earth was of one language and one
Hold
speech.
up. When it said one language and one speech, what is that talking about?
They were of one language
And one speech.
Yeah, one tongue.
Like
One tongue. No, it's not just language, it's also direction. See, I gotta one language and one speech.
Right.
Not only are they speaking the same language, but they got the same mind.
They have the same right. They have the same objective.
And there you go. Go on.
And they went from the east. They found a plain in the land of Shinar, and there they abode. And they said one to another, "Come, let us make brick and burn it in the fire." So they had brick for.
Hold on. When you making brick and stuff like that, what are you about to start doing? Huh?
Building.
That's what we talking about, right? Building. Go ahead.
That's crazy. Okay.
That's called masonry.
He said, and slime had they instead of mortar. Also, they said, go to, let us build us a city and a tower whose top may reach unto the heavens.
Yeah, that's talking about when it says, hold on 1 second, let me break it down for you. When it says the top may reach the heavens, it's not just talking about a building reaching the height of the heavens. It's talking about, it means that, yo, bro, it's like saying we can do it. There's nothing we can't do. We're going to go as high. We're going to elevate as high as possible. But go ahead, brother. Keep
Right. They
reading.
was going. No, they say that they're gonna actually rise to the highest position of power.
Okay,
All
go
right.
ahead. You added that. Go ahead.
That's
Yeah,
what
the
it means.
highest position of power. That's a good thing, though. But go ahead.
Interpretation
That's
down, and he gave his interpretation down.
Yeah, go
Like,
ahead, brother. Well, actually, we said the same thing. I agree. Go ahead.
he said, whose top may reach unto heaven, that we may get us a name, lest we be scattered upon the whole earth.
So we're not divided. We're gonna build this tower. We're gonna build this
Let me ask you a question.
consciousness. Hold
Let me ask
on,
you a
brother.
question.
Let me just
Let me
let
ask
me
you a
just
question, though.
comment. Let me just comment though. We're
All
gonna
right, go
build
ahead.
this consciousness. We're gonna be on one accord. Obviously, they knew there was a force that was trying to divide humanity. So we're gonna build a tower. A tower is not just is symbolic of more than just a tower. Like I can say, hey,
What are you doing?
brothers, when people use that, a tower is used as symbolic all the time. Like somebody might say, we got a strong tower in China, meaning we got a place, a foundational place.
nobody
So
says that.
they're
Yeah, that,
saying we're
I know.
not
We
going
know
to
that.
be we're not going to be divided, right? So they
Okay,
know
now
there's
let me
something
ask you a
trying.
question now.
Hold
Hold
on.
on,
So they
before you
know
keep
there's
going.
something trying to divide them. So let's keep reading, bro.
Hold on, no, before you keep going. No, man. We gotta cover this. These people right here, they're talking about something that you can still see on earth right now being implemented. These
Right.
people all have one language, and then they all have one agenda. And then when that
And then what
happened,
was their
hold
agenda?
on, let me finish. And when that happened, the agenda was to go and build
Was to
them.
reach that
Hold
the
on, hold on.
unlimited power.
Don't cut me off. They was going to go build him a city. All right. So they were
Mhm.
already of one mind and one tongue, one language before they built this city. Now they started to build this city. And we can see that being done with
Can
England.
Israelites build if
We
they're
can see
not of
that being
one
done
mind and
right
one
now with
tongue, bro?
England and that city being the United States, man.
Can
And see,
anybody build if they're not of one mind and they're not speaking the same language? Not necessary language, but
Brother,
you ever hear somebody say,
brother,
we're
let him
not,
finish. Let
hold
him
on,
finish.
brother, we're dialoguing. Just chill out, B Brown.
I'm just saying
Hey,
nobody said
Battle
that.
Axe. Have you ever heard somebody say, even though they're speaking the same language, they say, we're not speaking the same language?
yes.
Okay. Okay, so what I'm saying here is there's a lot of implications here when people say they're speaking the same language, meaning that has to do with mindset and goals. Now, you said the goal was to reach, I agree, the highest, the most powerful place where they could be, right?
Exactly.
And then they said,
Luxury
and we're going to give ourselves an identity so we are not divided. So we're going to be under one
no,
banner.
a reputation. We're gonna get ourselves a
A
name. A
name is
reputation.
identity, bro. It's the
A
same
name.
thing. A
No,
reputation, bro.
no. That's Sham.
Name is
Sham means a memorial or a manor. All right.
all right.
Or
So that's what
reputation.
I'm saying, bro. You just can't read the concrete definition of something. It's used in different ways. When you're reading Strong's Concordance, it is not a translation tool. It's only giving you the hardcore root words. But
You're
we
right.
know what
But
name
the
means. So
context,
name,
but the context
that's
is
why
not
even when God says, my name shall be spread throughout the land, yes, it means reputation,
right.
identity, what I'm about, my nature, all of that. So name encompasses more than just a memorial. A
We
memorial
agree.
encompasses more than just saying a menorah. So when
It's
they're
memorial,
establishing an
reputation, and
identity,
manner.
brother, a oneness of this is who we are. The same thing, and this is the funny thing. If I was to ask you what you're trying to do, you would say, I'm trying to bring all the Israelites together under the banner of Israel, under the law, statutes, and commandments, so we can all be on the same page,
Now let me
speaking
say
the
this one.
same
Now
language.
let me ask you a question.
Y'all
Now
don't
why
even
you going? Hold
understand
on,
the
hold on.
science in your
Hold on. You
own
gotta
book.
slow down. Hey, no, you gotta slow down. You gotta slow down. No, you gotta allow us to
Go ahead,
operate.
brother.
But you can see that being already implemented here in America when they want to have that one set goal. All right.
How
They
is
want to
that?
make that one name. This name is obtaining that goal, which is
Hold on, are you
America,
included
the
in that?
land of the free. Listen, the land of the free, the home of the brave, the
And are
American
black people
dream.
included in that?
They bring
No, don't even play,
hold on,
brother.
hold on.
Don't play
They do bring
games.
in immigrated Africans, or Hamites.
brother.
Listen, I'm
Brother, come on, Battle
They
Axe.
do, and they do
Listen,
got some brothers.
Black people are not included
Hey, man.
in.
Listen, and you got some brothers that's actually involved in it.
Black
What are
people
you
are.
saying?
You have some black people involved in it, but we know
That's
when
why
it
it's so
comes
hard
to the
pull some people
fabric,
out of it, man.
man. If black people was included, totally included in America, we wouldn't be talking about getting the hell up out of here. We wouldn't be talking about oppression. We wouldn't be talking about white supremacy. So black people are not included in the highest plans of America. Come on, you gonna play
For the
that
most
game with
part,
me now?
of course.
Hold
No,
on.
for the most part,
All
yeah.
right, so that's not the
But
same
listen,
thing as everybody
but
being
listen,
on one accord, bro.
but they all still want to be in it.
Yeah,
That's the
absolutely.
biggest difference.
Yeah.
All
You don't
right, but
realize
that's not
that these
what's
people
going on with the
they're
Tower
still
of
on
Babel.
one mind and on one speech. Whether they're on the same action, that's neither
No,
here nor there. But
no,
they are
no.
trying to obtain the American dream, and a lot of people will fight you tooth and nail about trying to stay here. They ain't
Yes.
gonna be
Right, but
talking
they're
about
not
leaving.
included. So that means that
They
they
are
don't have one
included.
mind. Listen, brother, that means they don't have one mind and the same goal.
They do have one
So
mind.
you're gonna tell me black people aren't included in the American? So black people aren't citizens of America?
Yeah, they're citizens, but they don't have the
Okay,
same
then they're
goal.
included. If they're
you guys say-
citizens, they're included.
All right, who would have been the government under Nimrod?
You saying that black people don't believe in the American dream?
Black people want the American dream.
Hey,
If they,
no,
they
I'm
would-
not saying that.
They would
Listen.
like be
Then they're all of one mind.
No, stop it, bro. See, but you know what? You're gonna continue
They're not
lying
the same
about that,
result.
so I don't wanna harp on it because you're gonna try to make it fit. Everyone knows black people is not included in like when you can't compare that to the Tower of Babel because there was no people there that came over and had to be slaves to make the Tower of Babel work, and it went through Willie Lynch and all this other white. Come on, bro, stop playing games.
But after all of that, black people still.
All right, so it's not the same thing. Some black people do, some people don't. So that means we're not of the same mind.
I mean, the majority of black, because the black people did not.
It don't matter. Are we all on the same accord, brother?
Hold on. You gotta stop yelling.
I'm not trying to leave America. Black people are out there protesting. The ones that ain't protesting, they complaining like, fuck the police, fuck this, but they ain't going nowhere. They're still getting aid. They're still living comfortable. If you mention leaving here, they'll look at you like you're crazy. Where else are they going to go? They still.
Do you have the same mind as them?
Right.
Do you have the same mind as those people you just told me about?
No,
The
because
woke ones don't.
All right. So that means we're not all on the same mind. So let's move on, brothers.
Let's move on. You have to be under the mindset of the Most High's law, statutes, commandments. If you're not under that, then you're under the other thing. There's no in between.
Okay, all right.
That's right.
So we established that's fine, bro. I understand what you're saying, but stop lying. We're not all under the same mind here in America, like it said they were in the Tower of Babel. So but we agree to disagree on that. Y'all are lying. I'm telling the truth. Let's move on to the next stage of the chapter.
Martin Luther King himself said that he feared that he integrated his people into a burning house.
And what did they do to him, sir?
America is a burning house. Black people are so integrated into it, you would have to literally put a gun to their head and pull the trigger in order for them to leave this land because they believe in it.
Okay, and what did they do to Martin Luther King when he tried to integrate us?
He fulfilled it. He fulfilled
what did they do to him, sir?
They didn't need him no more. He fulfilled.
They shot him. So that means they're not on the same mind. They're not. All right. I mean, this is getting childish. We not
of getting black.
You don't have the same mindset as most black people. You want to leave, so that means you're not on the same mindset, sir. You alone is bearing witness against your lies.
That's because we have come out of her.
Okay, all right. So you don't have the same mindset. So let's move on.
Hold on. But up until the point of us coming out, man, we was all lost in the sauce like everybody else, man. What are you talking about?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. All right.
The mindset of the Most High, then you're under that mindset.
Are there black people that don't believe in the Bible that want to leave America?
Few and far between.
Okay, so now we're gonna lie. Yes, there are. So let's move on,
few
brothers.
And far in between. Like you're not gonna find them everywhere.
Okay, you don't have to be. So that means that they're not all under. We're not all under the same mindset, bro. I mean,
you gonna find more.
Hold on. I'm gonna answer this question.
So y'all want to keep lying? I want to move on to read the rest of the verse, bro.
I mean, you could physically leave America. You can physically leave America, but if you don't spiritually leave Babylon, if you don't spiritually leave, then you're gonna take the same characteristic that you had here.
I agree, sir. That's a straw man red herring. It has nothing to do with our conversation.
How does that have nothing to do with our conversation?
Because the bottom line is we don't all have the same mindset. All Americans are going in 89 different directions. Some people are here for this. Some people come over here to get money to send back home. Some people live in America and they want to destroy America. You got goddamn terrorist citizens in America. They just waiting to blow some shit up. You got black people that love America. You got Republicans, Democrats. You got Christians, Muslims. You got abos that say they're from America. You got Israelites that say they're from Israel. Oh, so, bro, I mean, this is just getting childish. Can we move on and read the verse?
These people on the most general, they believe in trying to get a job, trying to get some schooling, get you some 401k, set you up some retirement, and die in the United States.
And pass down your money.
All right, so let's go to the next.
Even the average black person who ain't really paying taxes, people who selling drugs, what are they doing? Buying into the capitalist, buying some Jordans, buying things that don't really matter, feeding this capitalistic society. So even the people who you say who don't really care about America, they're feeding the beast. They do care. They want to.
All right, they're ignorant. They're not on one mindset, brother.
One mindset. It's the belly of the beast mind.
Okay, well, all right. Let's agree to disagree. Everyone, I mean, it's public. Y'all supposed to be keeping the Torah, but you're bearing false witness right now. Let's move on.
We can actually set up a debate on that.
Right,
brother. It's no debate. I mean, it's not a debate. It's not up for debate.
I can show you many examples on how these people are investedly sold into the concept of this country.
Were the Black Panthers did they have the same mindset?
It's so obvious.
Yes, they tried to become equal with these people.
That's all they want.
So they had the same mindset as the Klan.
Equal.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on, brothers. Let's move on. The Black Panthers had the same mindset as the Klan.
Not trying to get treated the same way every other American citizen is treated.
No, they were trying to get treated like every human should be treated.
They saw America.
They're talking about be treated like a human being.
No, they want to be treated like an American. They want American rights.
Exactly.
Okay, brother. Can we move on?
Okay, now listen.
Y'all are trying to compare America to the Tower of Babel. It failed. Let's move on, bro.
Man, everybody knows.
He said, the Lord came down to see the city and tower which the Son of Men builded. And the Most High said, "Behold, the people is one."
Hold up. What is that? What is that?
They're all the same people. They're all the
They're
same.
one. That's called the oneness. That's called unity, brother. Is that not unity?
No, that's all get down. No, not unity. To be all one, you don't have
to
be
So one
unity.
is not unity. So when it says, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one," what does that mean?
That he is one.
He's one.
That's not the same concept. You're taking that completely out of context. That is not
okay. So what word is there?
Listen,
well, let's look at. Hold on, brother.
The people is one. And he gonna
so what word is used right there when it said one, brother? What word is used right there?
He's gonna explain in the sentence afterwards why he means that. He said they.
But I'm just asking you for the record. What word?
Look,
why don't you want to tell me what word was used? Is that the same word that was used for God?
That's the word that you say for Hebrew, and anytime you say it, just like in English.
Okay, one. So one there means one. Now you want to change it, but go ahead.
We're done with that. He said.
Okay.
He said, and they all have one language, and this they begin to do.
They begin to do.
Listen, stop talking.
Neither can they now be stopped from whatsoever they have imagined.
Ooh, unstoppable force. Wow, the people come together.
Like I said about America.
The people come together. Hold up.
Let me
Hold on,
respond real quick.
brothers.
Hold on, man. Let me read and respond one time.
He
All
can't even
right.
finish reading the
Let me read it
scripture.
one time. He said, from whatsoever they have imagined to do. And that's exactly what is happening in the United States also. You see that everywhere. They got the homosexual thing, and they got the
It said
three.
nothing about homosexuals here, sir.
It's all what these people have imagined. That's it's
It,
all.
this,
No, you
You're
see
gonna
what I'm
try.
saying? You're
just
gonna
listen
throw
to what
homosexuality in
Joe
there.
Biden. Hey,
God
just
Yeah,
didn't say nothing about homosexuality. He
yeah.
said this is what
hey,
they
just listen to
begin to
Joe
do.
Biden.
And he's talking about them building.
No, no, no. God don't give it. Man, God don't care about you building a building.
Hey,
That
listen
was
to Joe.
this was all done
Oh my
symbolic.
God.
This was
Hey, just
all this
hey,
was
hey, hey,
all in symbolic
So
reference for
you
you to
telling
see.
me that they were so powerful,
Wow,
got
you ain't even
God's
listen.
attention, bro.
You gotta have patience to be able to hear the conversation because I'm gonna listen to you, but you gotta be able to listen to me.
All right, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Um, those people, they had everything that they imagined that they wanted to do, as in sin. God, He actually talks about it in Jeremiah about men's in their imaginations. He rebukes that, and when he's complaining about and highlighting people's imaginations, it's because of the sinful lifestyle that these people have now adopted. That's what he's talking about. When these people in Tower of Babel, this was for us to be, it was done symbolically so we can see these things again being portrayed in the country that we in, knowing that this place right here is a place that will be doomed by God, man. This is the same place. This is the same Babel. These people are doing the same thing. They all came with the same language, with this whole same thing, which is abandon the laws of the land wherever the hell they came from, and come over here and do whatever you want.
That's
And
right.
they do it through this tower or slash today the economic advancement. That's what it is now. The money now is the tower.
Yeah.
This is what they do. We're here again.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to speak on it?
Yeah, and I just want to say, if you listen to Joe Biden, every time he speak, he say, "Hey, as Americans, there's nothing that we can do. America was the only country that was built on a possibility." Blah 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 blah. So
Huh?
everybody knows this. Everybody knows that when you come over in America, there's nothing you can do. You can be anything. You can be the president. You can be an immigrant. You can be the president. You can be the vice president. You can be a millionaire. You can have your own company. You can live, however you want to do, and like Battle Axe was saying, whatever culture, whatever laws, whatever customs you had at your country previously, you abandon those at the door. You check in to Tower of Babel, and that's
Right.
what it is.
And
So
build
so
on the tower.
America has one. So America has one religion.
Can I answer that?
The one religion
Money.
is do what you want. Yeah.
Yeah. It said
Okay,
they
okay,
say that
sir.
they
And you
say
said
that
through
they're
this talk, did
Lex. Don't they say that
you
they're
said
one?
through this
Hold
tower
on.
called
Don't they
capitalism
claim?
and money? When I said tower represented more than that before, you said no, it didn't.
It's the whole system. It's the whole system. It's the money. It's the quote unquote freedoms to do what you want to do and how do you want to live. It's the
Con.
whole system. I look at it
That's it.
as the totality of the whole system, not just one piece of
And
just
what
the
is the goal of America,
That's
sir?
just the
Them
root. Money is just the
money,
root, but it's
money.
the economic system itself.
What is the goal of America that everybody knows? The one goal that they're trying to achieve.
happiness.
Money. They're trying to get money.
Freedom, look, freedom and success.
Okay, sir.
That's
Let's
what they
let's
come here
move
for.
on, bro.
They come to the United States for freedom and success.
Yep.
You can go to Africa and be free too, but you're gonna have to get it out the mud. You can come right here though, and you can get both freedom and luxury, success. And I'm talking about with a ready-made
That's
kit.
called the American dream, sir.
That's what
And
we're
when people come
saying.
over here, they
Who's been
find
saying that?
and
Thank
when
you.
people come over here, they find out that it's not like they think it is, sir.
That's a
But let's
lie.
Many people
move
are
on
saying
to
this
the
is the best
because we're
country in the
harping
world.
on one thing.
No, you want to
all
bring
right.
up Babel
Let's
and the
just.
Tower of Babel, and you just learned now for real. What
I
really
know. I want to
the
move
Tower of
on to the
Babel.
rest of the scripture, though.
You are
I
really
mean, I don't
Nimrod,
want to keep going
and
on
you're
with you
in
guys'
Babel.
lies. I just want.
No, you're
Lies.
Nimrod. You're Nimrod, and you're in
All right.
captivity.
All
You're
right,
in Babel.
got you. And I have the same goal as you, right? In Babel.
I don't know
No.
about
I
that.
don't know what your goal is, man.
I don't have the
All
same
right,
goal.
so that means we don't have the same mindset. So
I don't know
let's
what
move
your goal
on
is.
to what was the next
Of
verse
course we
said,
don't. You trying
where
to
was you
have
at,
us
bro?
you trying to invalidate the Bible. We do not have the same mindset, brother.
Right.
Oh,
Right.
And look, he did that.
Hey man,
We
you
spent
need
way
to stop
too much
talking
time
about shit,
on
Lex.
this subject. We should have been talking about building instead of trying to defend, the Bible to somebody who obviously is never going to believe in it.
Huh.
Right. There's some people that the Most High has sealed to where they won't believe.
No matter what, no matter how
Some,
you
what was the? Are we going?
straight
I'm sorry, I
analogy,
keep getting cut off.
you can have
no,
I mean, the analogy was spot on. I mean, if you don't get the analogy, then you're not going to get the analogy. I
I
mean, it's
get the analogy, sir. I get it. So what did the Bible say though? Again, where was we at?
he said
Because
talking
y'all
about.
said a lot of stuff the Bible didn't
Yeah,
say.
he
Well, go ahead.
said,
Well,
neither can they now be stopped from whatsoever they have imagined. And then you go to Jeremiah
hold on. Let's
7
stop right
and
there.
24.
No,
Hold on, look.
let
Let me
him
show
break
you.
it down, man.
You go to Jeremiah 7 and 24, and you'll see
Oh,
the Most
come
High
on, bro. Let's not go to Jeremiah.
Watch.
Lex.
Come on, bro.
Hey man, it says don't interrupt the man in his speech, brother.
precept.
No, I'm
Just
just
look.
saying. I
Reason why you
don't,
don't
bro.
know.
I don't understand that. I just
That's the
want to
reason why you
deal with
don't know.
Genesis right now, sir.
No, we can't just do
Jeremiah
it.
came way later
Because Genesis
than
was
than
too
this.
hard for you. Genesis has been too hard for you. So
All right, so
now
let's
you
just.
gotta
We
go
haven't
into
even
something.
finished Genesis.
Hold on, yes, we're definitely still in Genesis. Good, you're about to see that. I'm about to give some supportive statements that's going to support, not only support but amplify my expounding on it saying about this imaginations. You got to know. Now watch. He says, but they at Jeremiah 7 and 24, but they were not obedient. They inclined not their ears thereunto, but went after their own imaginations and after the imaginations of their own wicked heart, and so turned themselves away and converted not unto me. So that right there is the abolishment of the cultural Hebraic standards that these people knew when they came off of the ship that existed pre-Diluvian.
Right.
Okay,
Cultural.
sir. Can we
It
can
had
Hold on. If that
y'all are
actually
doing the Hebrew shuffle right now, bro? Like, come on, bro. We going all the way to Jeremiah.
no,
You got to know that obedience against God and coming up with justifications on you doing it is relying off of your own wicked imagination. And that will get you destroyed just as what happened in the Tower of Babel. That's what that is.
Yes, and can I say something real quick? If he's want to stay
Bro,
in
you
Genesis,
gotta imagine anything that you want to take part in, bro.
Lex, real quick.
said Genesis 6 and 5, and the Most High saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. Genesis 8 and 1, and the Most High saw a sweet Savior, and the Most High said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground anymore for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth, neither will I again smite anymore everything living as I have done. I mean, so it's obviously clear that man's imagination is evil.
That's right.
So your imagination is evil? No, it's clear. What's clear here is that this is an alien force that has no respect.
Away from God,
Hold on, sir.
Followed
Hold
after
on,
your
sir.
own will become presumptuous. That is your imagination. That's considered to God your wicked imagination, because He's looking at the core of what is the cause of it.
All right.
It's your wicked imagination.
Now,
it's the sin
of course, it's a wicked. Hey, if I go invade another planet, I'll be saying the same thing about the beings on that planet that I want to enslave. See, you'll notice.
Watch this, Nimrod. Hey,
bro, every time I begin to speak, bro, Can I finish?
You did that all day.
This is what y'all don't realize. This is about enslavement of humanity. If you go through this book, it's not only anti-African, but really anti-human. It's telling you, this is how you know it's an alien force. Everything about man is downgraded. It says don't trust the man, don't lean on man's understanding. Everything about a human is wicked. Don't rely on what you are. Your very nature as a disgusting earthling shows that you need to be guided by these aliens, these angels from who God knows where, another dimension called heaven. You're not worthy to lead yourselves. I'm your king. And so what the wicked imagination is, I'm going to tell you what the wicked imagination is. It's man's independence.
Then who made that Omega?
That's what's a wicked imagination.
All right, cool. What I was going to say is, man, yeah, these people's imagination is wicked. You got people going around thinking that being drunk is cool, and they'll try to have you be drinking with them. That's what they imagine themselves doing, and they do it all the time. You got people running around fornicating all the time, and they think it's cool, and they'll try to have you do the same thing if you hang out with them.
Showing ass and titties like it's
all
cool.
messed up.
Slinging Peter Pan like it's cool to everyone to get.
Yeah, it's not so much as when your imagination is about you being empowered and you guys now are the most powerful entity and a force to not be reckoned with. No, you are now hopelessly and utterly perverse and wicked. That's what that means. When the Most High looking at you and hitting you with, man, this dude right here is running off his imaginations. Man, that means that this dude right here is sinning consistently.
Mm-hmm.
It has nothing to do with being empowered.
Right.
So when you see right there in Babylon, and that scripture about the Tower of Babel, man, we don't have to be confused. We don't have to act like it is this and it ain't that. No. We like the brother, he brought it out in Genesis 6. I brought it out in Jeremiah 7. That right there, those are two witnesses that lets us know, like, no, sin. Sin most definitely is attributed to God's judgment and imagination. That's a fact. We don't gotta play with it too long.
Yeah, I mean, you could just look around and look at man's imagination. I mean, you got people out here dressing up as, males dressing up as females and entering into sports and just doing just all type of just perverse and just wicked stuff, especially like with like a lot of celebrities and stuff. They get all that money, they got all that fame, then they start getting into some wicked stuff. It's like, damn, I've had sex with, 1,000 different females and shit. Let me try having sex with guys. Let me have sex with whatever, kids. And you start getting more and more perverse and stuff with your imagination and stuff, So, I mean, that's pretty clear. I mean, I don't think that should be open for debate, but they're not man's imagination, So, I mean, to me, it was pretty obvious,
It is, basically called a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
You ain't got to be no expertise in any of the scripts of any way to see that. Like, come on now.
Right.
But back to the topic of the video, though. This Omega. This is what I want to ask a brother like Nimrod. Say, you saying that this book is like basically you trying to put some invalidation to this book or something. I assume that's where that's going.
That's exactly.
But I don't understand how you can do it after the book was just laid out. That's what I'm checking out. I'm like, but you just saw what was laid out. Are you willing to just go ahead and just do that to yourself publicly? Okay. But my question is then, what's going on with this Omega? Who did that? And why did Christ say that the end is to be associated with him, in particularly mentioning Omega? And this stuff is made up. White men have used this to they always say it every fucking time to colonate us, and then I'm like, wait a minute. First and foremost, how do you colonize somebody? You don't do it. You don't talk people into being colonized.
After they divide and conquer.
You go and you whoop their ass. First you catch the ass whooping, and then you become in their power and under their authority. Then after all those things, these people keep the commandments right there under you, so everything that they do to you stays legit.
Right.
They know damn well because they know damn well before they make a move on you that they identify your ass in sin.
I mean, it was said that I guess he said that the Most High's law is contrary, and I'm like, how is that possible? If we live, that's the recipe for success. That's the blueprint for a successful nation. If we all treated each other as yourself, if I loved you the way I love myself, and I looked after my neighbor, and I looked after somebody who looked like me, the way I care about myself, then and everybody did that, that'll cause so many type of costs. I mean, that would solve so many type of problems. You wouldn't have to worry about addiction. You wouldn't have to worry about somebody, you know what I'm saying, sleeping with somebody else's chick, which all the rap music, that's all they promote, you know what I'm saying, is sleeping with somebody else's chick. Not getting a new chick, not getting somebody, brand new, but purposely sleeping with somebody else's chick, committing adultery,
Right.
robbing people, stealing, murder, are just so many sins that would just be eliminated. Interest. Somebody loans somebody money, and then they roll up on them, and then they got to whoop their ass or shoot them up because you owe somebody a debt. They owe you whatever it is over whatever you gave them to sell or whatever, and they ain't got the money. They in debt to you, and you feel like, oh damn, I got to take this person's life, or at least have them shed blood and let it be known to others, that this person is shedding blood over the debt they owe me. All that type of stuff would be eliminated. We'll be a lot more self-sufficient. I mean, we wouldn't be dependent on our government, for so much stuff, such as like the food, our electricity, I mean, water. I mean, so much stuff that we're so dependent on as a people, If something goes wrong, I mean, people gonna starve. If the supermarket closes down, people gonna starve. They ain't growing their own food. I mean, if the water department shuts off the water or they get polluted and stuff, people gonna die of thirst. They ain't collecting their own water or have any access to clean water or anything like that, or knowledge on how to build fires or build things, or just simple things where if we were in our own land living off like the fat of the land, and you had to get out there and till the soil, and you had to get there and plant and germinate seeds and do all the type of stuff to be self-sufficient, because like the old adage is, if you don't work, you don't eat. I mean, that's literally, if you don't get out there and get in your own soil and grow your own food, you ain't eat, because where you gonna get it from? There ain't no supermarket, you know what I'm saying, ain't no Walmart. You take all this stuff for granted, and the Most High, put it in my heart, for some time, that it's coming, that it's definitely going to be a food shortage. It's going to be a blackout, and it's going to be a power outage for a while. I mean, and they already kind of giving you little samples and little tests and stuff, like, like the thing in Florida and stuff. Not Florida, but Texas last winter, Texas was on their own separate little power grid, separate from, they got the East Coast and the West Coast power grid, and Texas was like on an independent one. So they basically had to kind of cripple their one and get it under like regulatory control, where the government is controlling it more, so they can have more access and be able to turn that shit down and turn that shit off. And I remember reading this article, this study actually done by, was it FEMA and a Department of Health and Human Services, did a report about like 2 years ago. It said that if there's a power outage for like 6 months, over 85% of the people would die. You know what I'm saying? America, you know what I'm saying? That's like this during any time of the year and stuff. And now you're hearing all this talk about cyber attacks and stuff like that. And Klaus Schwab, who's a billionaire, you can look it up. He said like last year during COVID, he said the next big pandemic which is going to happen is going to be a cyber attack on the power system that's going to crash everything and is going to make COVID look like, a day at the movies, so to speak. Stuff. Yeah, he said that he's a billionaire, he's the chairman of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab. So he said, so you got to, when billionaires say shit is going to happen, you got to take their word for it. Just like Bill Gates said that, COVID was going to come, before COVID came. So, when these billionaires say shit is going to happen, you're like, okay, I'm going to kind of take your word on it because, you kind of orchestrate, this stuff behind the scenes,
Shit, I knew COVID was coming before it was coming.
We definitely need to be more self-sufficient. I mean, we definitely need to be more self-sufficient. We need to look into like solar power, like collecting like rainwater, like you can get like rain barrels and stuff that go outside your house that that go into the gutter, that go into these big barrels. Get solar power. I mean, just kind of like be in a position where if shit do happen, one could weather the storm for a little bit, because at the end of the day, we all know that this is going down, and we got to go place to place. You never know, your place could be a refuge.
So where do y'all want to be when all this goes down?
Man,
not here.
So you want to be out of you want to go to the land of Ham?
That's not the land of Ham. I mean, that's not only the land of Ham. If you read the book of Genesis, when Abraham left Egypt, he went down south, and the Most High said, look all around when he got there and said, this is your land. I mean, the land, that is our land. I mean, they try to tell you that the promised land or Jerusalem, wherever it's in the Middle East, something. I know you probably don't believe that, but nevertheless, the majority of people believe that, but it's right there. I mean,
so when God told Abraham that, were there people already there in the land?
Yeah, but that was still theirs.
So what is their land?
They're living on. He has land that's situated for them. They are.
So what are they gonna have to do? What are those people gonna have to do when you go and claim your land back? All those people living there now, what are they gonna do?
Those people, they actually are going to be willing and accepting us, man. Those people, they already are trying to call us back already. That's the thing that people ain't realizing.
That's called the African diaspora. They're calling all Africans back to Africa right now.
Yeah. No.
Everybody who ain't there is us.
They're calling everyone from the transatlantic slave trade to come back.
No, they're calling everybody, even continental. See, this is what I mean, brother.
Year of return, and
that was only in one.
Hold on.
Brother, you don't know what you're talking about.
It's called the Joseph.
Brother, that's only one spot in Africa. Even Africans that left, that were born in Africa and moved to England, are being called back to Africa.
Shit, there's Africans in England. They was in slavery.
No, I said no.
They're talking.
There's Africans that moved to England.
Listen, those people, of course, if they're talking about all the people that dates back from descendants of the transatlantic slave trade, yeah.
No, I'm not talking about from the
people. Hold on, let me finish my statement. That would encompass the people that actually has recently left in their lifetime, also too. That, of course. But they're ultimately the ultimate target of this whole little.
Bro, when are y'all ever just gonna be honest with yourselves?
Let me say this, man. The ultimate target of that whole movement is targeting the people that are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah,
that's who
it's called. It's called the diaspora, bro.
No, that's why certain countries in Africa were giving, quote unquote, and I don't like using the term, but African Americans citizenship to move back. That's a specific target, and it is not a targeted Africans who went to England.
It's not Israel. It's not no Israelite target either, bro.
That's
targeting the ones in America.
Are people from the transatlantic slave trade? They're targeted.
Yeah, those are not Israelites, brother.
Okay.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
And,
And those
that,
people
and
are
that,
recognizing it.
when
The
those
scripture
policies
actually
are put in
says,
place, the
the scripture
Africans
says that
are
these people
not
are
saying
recognizing.
we're calling Israelites. Why would Hamites be calling Israelites to come back over and take over their land and destroy them like they
Okay.
did in the
First of all,
first
Because they've
They
been
place?
don't think that we're
That
destroyed
going
don't
to
even
destroy
make
already.
no
them.
the most,
sense, bro.
the most high,
They,
the most high could put it in their heart. They don't even. They might not even know exactly how to do
Oh,
that.
right.
Could be that
These
the most
people may
high
look up to
operation
us.
people, and they might not know that they're calling Israelites back, but they're thinking they're calling African Americans back. But the most high said, hey, start calling these people back. And they might not
okay.
know
Well,
who the
I mean,
people
that's great. That's a great belief, but they're calling Africans back to Africa.
are. Okay, bro.
They're calling the sons and daughters of
Okay.
Africa to come back home, and not all of them even want uh, African Americans there either. So, I mean, your belief system saying God is telling them
So
to do it,
what's the
but
point? Getting on this
you
tangent.
can't prove that, brother.
Maybe that was too much for you, man. But listen, that's the truth. The
No,
Most
I
High,
mean that's
like,
just a belief.
like
You,
that's
I
that's
mean,
well, that's just what's happening. Because listen, it's evident because these people are calling us back. So there is a reason, whether it's for this or whether it's because of that. The Most High
no,
Power has inspired them. You
it's
actually came
because
out here. Hold on,
Africans are
hold on,
waking up and
hold
they're
on. You
fighting
came
against
on here at
European
first. When you
colonialism,
first
bro.
came on here, you were the one that was professing, or at least questioning that. Hey, doesn't God create everything? Isn't He in charge and in power of everything? And we're like, yeah. So now let's fast forward that now to what we're saying now. Again, you know now, and you can conceive that idea that yes, the Most High God has called these people, them Africans, to call us back. I'm gonna give you two reasons. For one reason, of course, because the Most High God has inspired them that. Secondly, though, is because these people know good and darn well that we are the ones that is the most fit candidates to actually be involved in this whole resurrection of Africa that they're going through right now. They're going
No,
through a resurrection.
it's not about you being the
Africa,
most. Yeah,
Africa is
bro.
going through a resurrection, and those people know that we are the rightful candidates to be on that land at that
You could have
time.
started
Wait a minute.
earlier.
Hold on.
Then
Hold
some
on.
people will cut your
Hold
head
on.
off for
Hold on.
thinking
How
you more
dare you
special than
listen?
them,
How
bro. You
dare you
crazy.
think? How dare you think that these people
You're
have not
delusional.
concluded that we are the mojos of Africa? They took us from there. They
No, that's
know
not.
that
They
we owe
emulate
something.
us, man.
That's not what's.
The whole world
That's
Common
emulates us.
sense.
The
hold
whole
up, but
world
that's
emulates
not.
us.
I know, and the Aboriginals say the same thing. Listen, bro.
Common sense lets you
That's not
know.
the polit. What you're.
Common
This
sense
is what
lets you
I'm
know
saying
that
about you, Battle
we
Axe.
are the cream of the crop. We
Okay,
are
no,
the
you're
only
not. No, you're
explanation.
not the cream
We
of the
are the
crop, bro.
explanation
No, you're.
behind.
See,
Listen,
and this
listen.
is what,
Let me say this though. Let me
brother,
finish.
Then
brother,
why do they take,
We
if we're
are
not the
the
cream of the
reason.
crop, why do they take it
brother.
away?
We are the
This
reason
is
behind.
called
We are the reason behind
egoism
this
and
place
delusion.
actually having all these profound and amazing inventions done by black men that they took from Africa. This is the source of this shit, but yet it doesn't happen in a recurring cases as you see yet in Africa. They do it
Oh,
have
yes,
some of
it
them, but you can't
does.
get it
Yes,
all.
it
They can get
does.
it all. Hold on,
Yes,
hold
it
on.
does. It's
You're
just
going
that
to see
you don't
some
know about
things.
it because
No,
you're
no, no.
ignorant,
You're
bro.
going to see some things, and you're going to see some things more
Man, there was a
modern
little
than you see
kid
in the
who
past.
created a whole
You
electrical
got to pause.
grid from like some
You got to pause.
fucking
You got to see. I know that.
potatoes, my
I
nigga.
said more modernly than you're going to see from in the past. In the past, they haven't really been standing out like that. They wasn't doing anything. But more modernly, recently in the times, yes, they have a couple of inventors. Somebody invented a program. Somebody invented something with a
Oh
computer. I
my
understand all
God,
that.
you're so
But at the end of
ignorant,
the day,
bro.
listen though. But them people was in West Africa where they got us from also. So
You're
second,
ignorant, bro.
no, I'm not. No, you're
You're
ignorant.
basically trying to say that people in
Quit
Africa.
doing ad homs,
Hold on,
man.
hold on, hold on.
We are
Let's
the
break
people. That
let's
is
break this
there's
down.
more
So you're
American, more
saying that
Black
you're
American
superior. Hold
inventors.
on.
There's
Bro,
more Black American
Hold on.
inventors
Let me ask
that
you
that
this
that,
though.
that comes from America that
Bro, this
actually
is
that we're still utilizing their inventions right now than anybody and any of their inventions that it
that's
derives from
only
Africa.
because of the brother. Can I tell you something? Can I
That's
tell you
because they
something?
took the cream of the
All right.
crop of Africa and put them on slave ship. They took the
All
smart
right.
ones, they took the
The
knights, they took
smart
the
ones,
kings,
huh?
they took the
See,
warriors, they took the leadership, and they put them on chains.
Okay,
Enslave
brother.
them.
Listen, bro.
You think white folks are stupid? You don't
All
think
right.
that
They was going there
All right,
and
first,
then
hold
they
on,
bro.
brother.
Like
they
Goddamn, can I
targeted
respond to you with
the
white?
people in
Bro,
position of
you
power.
preaching a rhetoric and
No, not
bullshit,
preaching.
bro.
You're learning,
All
and you
right,
got
so
to
let
hear these
me,
things.
brother.
Somebody never
Well,
told you this.
there's still. You say they took all these so-called fake ass Israelites from Africa like they were better than the other people there. There was people that's been in Africa this whole time
They
that
took the
claim that
rulership.
brother, hold.
They took the
See,
leaders.
y'all can't handle the
They
truth,
took the
bro.
military.
Hold
They
on,
took
brother.
their scholars. They
Bro,
didn't
you're
take the
just
fucking. They didn't
screaming,
go off
bro.
and get the people that was running
All
around in
right.
the people.
Were there Israelites in Africa still, even after the slave trade?
They didn't. I told you they couldn't get us all. They ain't
All
perfect.
right. So where was all
That's why.
there?
That's why here and there.
Where was all their innovation, bro?
That's what we're saying. Is where is it? It was taken to the United
There
States,
is but there were Israelites still there. See, you don't
but
know what you're talking about.
they
Listen,
obviously listen. They wasn't in
bro.
the position, and they wasn't enough of them, and they didn't have the access. They
No,
wasn't
it's
enough.
called exact. No, that's
Like I said,
exactly. Hold on,
they
bro.
could not
Hey,
have
hey,
got
battle
every
axe.
single one
Stop.
of them because you're trying to speak absolute, and
Hold
I'm
on.
not trying to be
You're spewing
absolute.
ignorant, bro.
No, what
Listen,
you're
bro.
doing
I
is you're
heard
trying to
what you
speak
said. You're
in an
trying to say
absolute sense.
they
But
took the
what we see
cream of the
in
crop.
general sense,
No, that's not what was going
generally,
on.
what we
It was
see what
always
happened is
all right, brother,
Africa's
brother,
rulers, Africa's smart men,
brother.
Africa's
Why are you
dudes,
preaching?
all
You
the guys that
scared?
actually could do well in
Do
Africa,
you fear Nimrod, bro?
they left. No, it's
Do
like
you
you gotta
fear?
know this shit.
All right, so let me respond to your ignorance, please, sir.
Oh man, but you still gotta know what
You're
I'm saying
talking
before you
about
respond.
they took all the cream of the crop out of Africa and all of this, and there was no invent. No, it's always been about access. It's always been about access and tools to create or whatever. The black
Access to
people, the
manufacture,
black
that's not
people
what they
that
always do.
the black people in America were in America. They were in an empire that had the tools and the
Did you know
access.
that?
And
Did you know
brother,
that when they
why
came
are
up with the light
you?
bulb? Listen,
Why
man,
are
when they
you?
came up with the light
Hold
bulb,
on.
they
Why are
had the
you,
exact
brother?
same technology
Why
over
are
here in the
you?
United States that they had in Africa. What are you talking about?
They did not have the same
Yes, they
technology. They
did.
wasn't under the
Yes, they
same
did.
rule. Hold
They
on,
wasn't doing nothing
bro.
but just they had nothing but just wires, man.
Oh my
Copper
God, bro.
wires. That's all they had. They wasn't technologically
So
advanced.
where was that? If Israelites are so technologically advanced, where's all their technology that they contributed to mankind in history? They didn't invent shit. They didn't
It's
do
here right
shit.
now.
You telling me they waited till they got to America? Man,
Okay, let
get
me
out of
ask you.
here.
Let me
The
ask you.
algorithms, the
Wasn't they in
algorithms for
Egypt?
the hold up, brother. Let me give
Hey,
you some
wasn't they in
education
Egypt?
about technology because you
Hey,
don't know
wasn't
shit about technology.
the
The
Israelites was in
algorithms
Egypt?
that we use,
Egypt
the
showed that there
mathematical
was somebody
algorithms
there
that we
that
use for
had
the
a
internet
IQ
were
sense
created
of
by an
position, man.
African from Africa, not a goddamn American black.
You're stupid.
Where's the
Egypt
American black
had
car?
inventors, man. Why are you yelling?
No,
Egypt had
because
inventors.
y'all niggas are some ignorant ass
Why are you
niggas, bro.
yelling?
And that's why I tell niggas to burn this goddamn
Why
Bible,
are you
bro.
yelling? No, no, be quiet. No, let's stick with the conversation. Egypt had Israelites in
You're
them.
trying to say you're
Be
better than the
quiet for a
people in
second, though.
Africa, bro.
Be quiet for
What
a
did
second,
you
though.
invent?
You gotta
Well,
be
he
Because
quiet.
did
you
say the
giving and
Israelites
on
is the
top of
people
that,
better than all
and
people.
on top of that, you giving an
Why are you
invention.
yelling?
If
Why are you
one
yelling?
black
You may
man,
be
I'm not
quiet by
yelling, I
yelling.
just got a better mic than you. If
No, you're
one black
yelling though.
man invents something, you gonna try to say that his intelligence reflects yours? Nigga, you can't put together a goddamn circuit or microchip.
How
That was
you
some
know?
ignorant ass shit. That's a ignorant.
So
That's
where's your
destroyed.
you
Be quiet.
telling
Let
me
me
that
talk
you're
now. You said
just
everything. Hold
bro,
on.
you
Be
trying to
quiet.
tell me you as smart as George Washington Carver? Half you niggas can't even read.
Hold
Never
on, man.
mind try to take the attributes of one black
Man,
man and try to say, oh, because this black man did something, he's superior to the rest of all of fucking Africa. Because you got
see what you got to do is you got to try to conduct a conversation
That's
without
just
yelling.
behavior, man. That's just disruptive behavior. That's all he's here to do is disrupt.
Y'all niggas show me which one of y'all are some inventive geniuses that you're so better than the rest of Africa.
Oh,
You
that's how
niggas
you
just
boil it
learned
down.
how to do a goddamn StreamYard
I'll show you.
fucking
I'll show you.
broadcast.
I'll show you.
All right,
Our rap music.
show me your
Hey,
genius.
our rap music. We
First of all,
invented
you
rap
don't know
music.
who you talking
The
to. You don't
Africans
know who
invented
knows.
rap.
We
Hold on. You don't know who knows what. You don't know.
All
who
right, so
knows
show
what.
me. Show me.
Show you what? What do you want to see? What do you want to see? What you want to
Show
see?
me. I'm telling you, I'm African. Prove you know more about technology than me.
It's not just
What
only
is a
that we invent technology.
DNS server?
Okay.
What is a DNS
Let me show
server?
you real quick.
About
What
that,
is a domain?
okay. What
That's
about
stuff to be wide.
What is it?
Domain is a platform.
What
where
protocols are
everybody-
being used right now to
What do
broadcast
you know
this live
about
stream?
agriculture?
What
do you
is
know about agriculture?
RTMP?
It's
You
called
know
a
what
hub.
that is? What is
what?
RTMP?
I know what
I
a
don't
hub
care.
is.
What is
What about,
RTMP?
I don't care.
What technology are you? See, but I'm an African though,
We're
but I know
talking
more
about
than you.
computers, man.
Okay. What about technology? Do you know how to set up a drip irrigation system?
Man,
Hey,
that's
I ain't think so. Talking about
a drip.
technology. Can you eat? Can I
No,
eat an olive
he
tree?
was just
Whatever you
talking
just
about
said? Can that
technology
feed
though.
me?
You know
Can
how
that
Well,
feed
hold
sensitive
me?
on,
solar
Can
no.
that
panels?
Now you're
feed me?
switching.
What you
Now
just
you're
said?
changing up
What
the
you just
subject,
said?
bro.
Can that feed
You're
me? Can
changing
that
up the
feed me?
subject. You're
Can you?
changing up
You
a
talking about an
subject.
Got you on that,
African?
Lex.
You talking
He
about an
got me on
African of
what?
Be
technology? I'm
quiet.
talking about technology should make your life easier. Should make your life better. RTMP, whatever you said, does not make my life easier. A drip irrigation system set up to my rain barrels that's
Every
powered by a solar
nigga,
powered
the world
generator
is
pump.
ran on
Yeah, that
technology
does
that
make
makes
my life
everybody's
easier.
life easier.
That does make my
Nigga,
life easier.
half your life is lived through a computer.
What
Man,
These
about
you
niggas
global
you
African
talking
warming?
to right
America
now.
created that shit.
What about
you
global warming?
you sound crazy, man.
So
You
this
don't
is
know
African
what
what
I'm
you're
America
saying.
talking
The
about.
created
point
all
is you're
them
You
changing
treat
the
domains.
every
point.
nigga the same. You
You
think
trying
every
to say
nigga
that
is
you're
a
superior to
police.
somebody.
You treat every
You
nigga
niggas
the
ain't
same,
superior
bro.
to
You treat
nobody's
every nigga the
intelligence.
same.
You
Man,
barely
but
can
that's
read
neither
the
here nor
Bible.
there. Hey, man, that's neither here nor there. We're just speaking off of the facts of
All right,
history.
so then that's what I'm
Listen, now, be
saying then,
quiet real
bro.
quick, man. Let me say something. The so-called black men in the United States are actually, really high in that ranking of the inventors, and especially of the inventions that we use today. So we ain't got to sit here and it's not a debate; it's a fact. So, but moving on.
How about
But
let's
look, and we
talk
can see,
about
and we can
building?
see
Nigga,
why
you are
that happened.
you haven't invented more than the
Listen,
Japanese and
listen.
Chinese.
Hold on,
The
hold on.
reason, nigga,
And it
y'all
says
niggas are
right here,
so ignorant
who
to the
invented the
politics.
refrigerator?
Okay,
Hey,
hold
who
on,
Hold
hold
up,
invented
on,
the
hold on,
listen,
hold on,
bro.
refrigerator?
Hold
hold on,
on,
Who
bro.
invented the
hold on, hold
refrigerator?
You don't know the politics
Hey,
of
who
Africa.
invented
Africa
the
has been
refrigerator?
under European
Hold on, man.
colonization and
Before, hold on.
rule, and
Listen, man.
everything, their inventions, their resources were under
See, that's
Hey,
why we ain't gonna do nothing. How about instead of talking about what we ain't build, how about let's all get together and talk about what we can build? How about
Con,
We talk about it
we
all
can
the
put some
time.
ideas together
We
about, hey, I'm doing this over here. You might want to try that over there, or I thought about this, and you might want to, you know what I'm saying? That's about building, putting ideas together, not wasting 2 hours talking about
you got
what
to be on the
we ain't
same
doing
page to
shit.
do that. When you over
well,
here
get on the
talking
same
about
page then,
trying to
bro.
Bro,
make
you keep
You
on
all in all going
disrupting
against
though, bro.
you
everybody.
trying to make
You keep
yourself
disrupting,
you
bro. You
trying
keep
to
disrupting.
falsely make yourself superior to my brothers on the continent, and your ass ain't there, bro.
What?
That's
nigga,
what I'm
your
telling
ass
you.
is.
You're
See what I'm saying?
delusional.
See
Listen,
what I'm saying? I propose something and you go straight back to what you wanted to talk about, which is disruptiveness. I'm
No,
talking
it
about
ain't
this real stuff.
disruptiveness.
And you like, no, we can't do this. We talking about the continent. Let's move the subject on about building. If you're not about that, if you're not about moving the subject on, progressing the subject on till about sharing ideas on building, then I don't know what to talk about, man. I can't help you
Oh, I'm
then, man.
all about
I don't
that.
I
I
don't want
do
to
that
I don't
all
want to
day.
converse with you. I don't want to converse
I
with
know
you at
you
all.
don't, because you mad because
No,
your
because you're
lies are
no,
being
disruptive and you're
exposed.
negative.
I'm
I can
telling you
feel
what
You're a
you
your
need.
liar.
energy,
No,
man. I
you're
can feel
negative.
your
Everything that you
energy.
need to
I
hear,
can
but
feel
nothing
your
is
You
good
energy.
niggas
enough.
walking
What did
about
he
you want to
lie
go
I
to
about?
feel
Africa.
calm, man. I can
How do you
feel
What did
think
your
he
the
lie
energy.
people,
about?
how
Look,
you
I
gonna
can
talk
feel
about
your
going to
energy.
Africa and then the people over there and you over here already
Oh,
talking
you're
about
so
how,
negative, bro. You are negative.
hold on,
I can
hold
feel
on,
you
that how you
negative.
better than them. No, you're
Negative.
negative. But
No,
you
you
want to
ain't.
go over there and live among them. And you over here
Listen,
talking
man.
shit like you superior because you got
Just listen. What we are actually just saying. I made the statement. The Most High, he has it recorded already in the scripts that this is what the Babylonians did already too. They when they came in
Nigga, Dr. Yibo almost got the goddamn Nobel Peace Prize.
Damn,
You
did
telling me
everybody
you
just
smarter? Are you smarter than Dr. Yibo? No.
I mean, what?
how
I
do you
mean,
Why
say
does he
that
keep
he's
muting me, bro?
how do you say
because
that
you keep
Dr. Ebo's
disrupting the
smarter than everybody?
conversation, man. You ain't trying to
He
talk
probably
about
just
nothing
smarter
but
than 70.
tearing the
Are
stuff
you
down. You ain't
smarter than
building.
Dr.
You ain't talking about
Oyibo?
nothing building, man. You ain't trying to build nothing. You just trying to talk
Oh,
about what
I'm
we ain't
building,
doing.
bro.
Y'all
No, the
ignorant.
nigga
Y'all
look for
this.
years
Y'all
building.
believe this.
No, you
Okay,
said
then if
that.
you believe that, then go
You
somewhere
were
else
down in
where
my
somebody believes
people.
what you believe. Go to a channel that believe what you believe.
Nah,
Why you
now
still
it's
here
see what
trying to
cults do.
spew venom?
See
That's
what
what I'm
cults
saying.
do.
Nobody want to hear
When you
that stuff. I don't
confound them
want to
on
hear
their
it.
bullshit,
And
then
I'm
it
sure
turns
I speak for
into
others.
go to somebody else's channel.
Go to somebody else's
It's a
channel.
public forum, bro. That open and they let me in here to discuss it. And honestly, before
Bro,
you
you're
two
not trying
niggas
to
came in
discuss.
here, we
You
was
can't,
having a
bro. You
discussion.
can't.
You're the one that's negative. You know
No,
But
why?
he trying to
Because you
he
can't
calling
deal
people
with the
ignorant.
DMT
You calling people.
and your
You name
bullshit
calling.
don't get to
You
fly
name calling. I ain't called you
unless
one
you have
name.
an echo
I ain't
he
called you
chamber.
said a
one name.
drip
You
You
know what
calling
that's
people
irrigation
called?
ignorant.
system.
What you want is an echo chamber. You want to
Hey
sit
man,
around and
let
lick each other's balls and have everybody agree with you while you
come on,
lie.
man. What's wrong with you?
But
While
hold
you
on,
lie.
Hey,
Godlike.
listen, man. We all
Yeah,
Hold
on
man,
on,
why
one
you
Godlike.
going
accord.
to the homosexuality,
Hey,
man?
man, we are
Nigga,
all on
shut
one
up.
accord, and you're the
Hold
only
on,
one that's coming
Godlike.
through with the
He tried
division.
to say a drip irrigation system was something high tech. Nigga, that ain't nothing but hydroponics, nigga. So you ain't doing nothing high tech with a drip irrigation system. I know, yeah, that nigga, you crazy, bro. Like that's like day one.
Exactly.
Man, you coming through with this. You're the one that's coming through while we trying to build that's coming through with the
Which
division.
no,
No,
y'all.
And
because
then,
nigga,
hold on, you
brother,
See,
trying to
this is
talk
why I
to
was
me?
teaching
Listen,
y'all about the Tower of Babel.
No, hold on. Let me,
You can't
hey,
go to
you can't
somebody
interrupt
else's
me while I'm
land
talking. Why are you
and talk
interrupting me?
about
Hey, just let me finish talking because I've been sitting here listening to you for a minute now.
you can't go to an
Hold
airplane
on.
and
Hold on.
say,
Let
"Oh,
me tell
I
him
could
this.
drive this airplane." You ain't never drove it.
Man, hold on. Let me
But
input
the
this.
dude who went to school and learned it, he could go do that.
Hey,
That's
check this
his.
out, Lex. You talking about Babel, you know what I mean, and all that stuff, and then building, and then you try to say that you like, you know what I mean, trying to become like a Babel and build and become one. But we over here, what we about is becoming one. And you coming
no,
through.
you're not.
Hold on, yes, we is. What do we call one nation set apart? We are about
Set
becoming one.
apart, set apart, holy,
One
separate
nation
Yeah,
set
from other
apart.
four
people.
corners of the earth.
Set apart, bro.
No, to be set
That's
apart
the
means that
problem.
we are set apart from everybody else. We are
Yeah,
we are
because guess
Exactly.
we
what?
the only
And
Guess
ones.
that's
what,
the
Lex?
We the only ones
problem.
that experience the
How is
No,
transatlantic
that
slave
Lex.
building
trade.
unity?
No, we the only ones that experience the transatlantic slave trade.
No, you're
Set
not.
apart.
No, you're not the
Set
only
apart,
ones,
man.
One
bro.
yes, set
Set
apart.
apart.
Hold on.
One
See, this
yes,
is
set
another lie.
apart.
Black people are not the only people who experience slavery and atrocity. You
Oh,
have the
I didn't
East.
say that. I didn't say that. I said we are the only ones that experience the transatlantic slave trade. That
There's a lot of
whole,
people involved in
no,
it.
hold on. That whole taking you from your land into another one and then
The East
selling you off
African
on
slave
the
trade is
auction
way
block.
worse,
That
bro.
is a set apart thing that happened to us.
No, it's not.
And
No, it's
we are
not.
East
trying to get
African
our
slave
people.
trade was
Hold
way
on.
worse, bro.
We are trying to bring our people back to the law, statutes, and commandments so we can get out of this damn position that we in.
I mean,
But
we
you
didn't have
come
the
over
law,
here,
statutes, and commandments when we came over here.
man,
We
just
wasn't
listen, man.
practicing
Hold
that
on, hold on. I don't
nonsense.
care about none of that. I don't care
What do you
about none
mean
of
you
that.
don't care?
I'm trying to tell you this. We trying to tell our people that
That
we should
makes
keep the
sense.
law,
That's why
statutes,
we
and
in the
commandments,
predicament we
and
in.
ain't nothing wrong with us telling because there's nothing in the commandments that is telling our people to do
So I'm gonna
anything
lie.
wrong.
I'm gonna
Yes, it
lie. Did you
is.
keep
There's
all
plenty in there.
613?
Show me right now.
I'm gonna lie. Did you keep all 613?
Man, no. Come on,
All
man.
right,
That's a
then
foolish
you
question.
then shut
There's a
up
lot of
then.
commandments
Then
that
shut
do
up
not
then.
pertain unto the man. You don't know what you're talking about.
Hold up. Why does
613,
it
nigga.
say, hold on, Kof? You say
I
there's
got you.
nothing in the commandments that tells you to do nothing wrong.
Yes.
Now,
Show me.
how does God feel about the other nations besides Israel?
Man, show me anything in the commandment that's wrong. Do it.
Answer my question, bro, because you already know you body bag.
Show me a commandment that's wrong.
Yeah, it tells you. I'm gonna tell you. According to your Torah, the other nations are just God's bastard children that He don't give a fuck about.
What's the commandment? What's the commandment though? Are you slow? You're talking
the
about
Torah is not just the Torah is not just. Hold on. The Torah is not just do this and don't do that. What are you talking about? It's a story. It's a whole story about how people live, their outlook on life.
Cultural.
Hey man,
that nigga got a good ass mic.
Hey, for real. Hey, the whole duty of man is to keep the commandments, man. That's what it is.
Does God love the other nations?
What does that got to do with the commandments?
See what I'm saying? See, and that's why they muting me, bro.
You see how he's running? What I'm saying? This dude is running.
This ain't no Christian channel, all right? We are not over here.
Did away with all 613, nigga.
I don't think he's a Christian because he said he want to burn the Bible.
God said y'all couldn't keep the commandments. This why he punished
You're a
y'all.
liar. Come on, man.
So
that's another.
Watch this,
bro.
Watch this.
Watch
this.
Hit him with the first John, man. Come on, man.
Hit him with that scripture,
bro. That's
First John 4:3.
Yeah, Nimrod don't like scripture.
Nah, because y'all want to run from what I was saying to you, proving that God is a deadbeat dad
and keep not his commandments
to the other nations. What kind of sense does that make?
How is he deadbeat if they do evil? If they're evil.
Get him off here, man. Nobody got time
They're
for
wicked.
all that, man. Come on, nobody got time for that.
Oh, it's not true? Oh, you ain't got time for it? Why, it hurts, don't it? To find out that ain't the real God.
Don't even give a platform to this type of stuff.
How you gonna deny your God, your higher power?
Give a platform to this type of behavior.
So people are people.
He gave you a pound.
What behavior?
Don't give a platform to somebody who's real.
What it is the problem is, Nimrod. Listen, let me say this: is that when we're trying to talk with you, nobody's tripping, but you're making the environment too escalated when no one is even arguing against you to where it becomes a incoherent conversation.
No, that's your two friends, bro. They did that.
That's your.
No, that's not. No, it actually wasn't battle at. It's the two. It's your two minions that them dudes kept saying. Oh, you're making. We was actually conversating before them two clowns came in here, bro.
Why you got?
They tried to make it because they didn't like what I was saying, and so they had to say, "Oh, this dude's bringing this and this and this and that." No, you just couldn't answer the question. All right, so is it wicked for me to say? Is it wicked for me to say that the whatever God you call the Most High, He doesn't love the other nations?
No, He doesn't.
It's not wicked to say that.
All right, so that's all. So when I said that, the brother said we ain't got time for this. So now hold on. Now, since He doesn't love the other nations, hold on. Since He doesn't love the other nations. Isn't He the? But is He the creator? Now hold on. Hold on, brother. See, y'all can't take it, bro. Y'all can't take it. But y'all say I'm causing division.
You were disrespecting the Most High, and these people didn't.
I'm not disrespecting the Most High.
Yeah, how you say you wanted to burn the Bible and everything?
Did He create? Did He create all the other nations? Did He create all the other nations?
He created everything.
You've been saying this whole time.
Just say yes or no, sir.
He created everything.
Just answer me yes or no. Did He create? Well, it's quick. It's yes or no.
Hey, yeah, He did. But just created everything. Hold on.
All right, so He created the other nations.
Real quick. Man, just let me say it down. But just like when you make a drawing, or just like if you paint a picture, you're gonna paint many. But you're gonna always have a favorite.
Okay, fine. That's fine. Now, but the point is, so that means He is the father of all nations.
No, He's the creator of all nations.
Creator.
But He doesn't father over the other nations.
Nope.
Bad
He
Because
life.
doesn't.
they got their own
Hold
God.
on. So exactly.
Punishing them for their sins
All
or
right,
Bad
anything
life.
like
So you
that.
have a
brother.
favorite kid.
Are there?
Do
Hold
you have a
on,
favorite
Cove.
kid?
Hold on, bro. Please.
I got you. I
So
got you. I
so
got you.
is
Somebody
there?
mute him.
Can I
Mute.
father? Can I make many children but not father them?
Those are not his children.
Brother, I asked you
Hell
a question
yeah.
about me.
I see
Those are
niggas do
his
that all the
creation.
time.
Hold
I
on,
see niggas,
listen.
I
If
see
I
niggas
make
make children and not
Yes,
father them.
brother,
yes. You
if
can
I
make
make
children and not
13,
father them. Yeah.
all right, what would you call me?
Man, it's not.
That'll
That's what
be
I'm
deadbeat
why
dad.
we even going here.
Thank you. Checkmate. God is a
No,
deadbeat dad, according to the
he's not
Bible.
their
No,
He
father.
but
created all
he never
nations,
said he
but
was
he
the
only
father of
fathers
all
one
nations.
Listen,
because
man.
he don't give a
Listen.
damn about his other children. That is not God. Wake up.
The
No,
only
they don't give a
people
damn
that
about
is God's
him.
children, listen, the only people that is God's children is the ones that he reprimands and he guides. That's
There it
it.
is.
He created animals. He's not the fucking father of the elks. He
There
created
it
the bat.
is.
He's not
That's
the
right.
father of the fish.
That is
Okay?
stupid as hell, bro.
No, hold on.
No,
That's the
you're
dumbest shit.
stupid.
Hush your
No, I
mouth.
just
Yeah.
completely
Block
debunked
him.
you with logic, and that pissed you off. The only thing you can do is call me stupid because you
How is
now
that
realize
logic?
how
All you could do is
stupid
disrespect
that
people.
you weren't.
So why you
He
muting?
created because you got to hear this shit.
Bro, if you create something, you're the father of it, bro. Whether you
No,
choose
you're
to
not.
maintain it or not is another
Okay,
thing.
it's okay.
No.
Is the
Y'all
creator the
niggas is
father?
silly,
Is the
bro.
creator the father?
Okay.
Is the creator the father of the animals?
Boot him.
Let me ask a question to you then. When a person
Yeah, all right,
has
man.
a
I'm gonna
dad
leave y'all
that didn't,
alone, man.
hold on, let me
Wake
ask you a
up,
question.
brothers.
Hold on,
Hold on,
before you
Okay.
Lex.
go.
Don't
Somebody
go
just
nowhere.
muted.
Before you
Don't go
go.
nowhere, Lex.
Hold on.
Don't go
Before you
nowhere.
Nah,
go.
I'm done.
If a
Don't go
child,
nowhere.
if a child was raised
You
up
gotta
without
teach
a
these
father,
brothers, bro.
if a child was raised up without a
You
father,
can't give up.
and the father, does that
No,
mean that the
no,
father,
sometimes you do.
hey, hold on, listen. If a child was raised up without his father, does that mean that his father was dead? Or does that mean that
I'm a lot.
he
I mean,
exists
Like
Battle
still?
you
Axe.
prove the scorner.
Bro,
Battle
you
Axe. Do you
trying
have a
to
favorite
what are you
kid?
talking
Answer
about?
The
that question.
scorner.
Hold on.
Does
Let me
that
just ask
Why?
you
always
a
mean that
question.
he was dead?
No,
Or
it
does it
don't
mean
mean his father was dead. No.
so it
Battle
means that he
Axe. Do you
existed,
have a
but he
favorite
wasn't his
kid?
father. So if he existed, listen, if he existed, but he didn't actually fulfill the roles of a father to the child, is it legit to say the kid still grew up without a father?
Battle Axe. Do you have a favorite kid?
Yeah.
So
Do you have
when
a
the
favorite
kid
kid?
says, so when the kid says, I don't have a father, is that a true statement?
No, what he's saying is I never had a father play the role of a father
Play
in
the
my life.
role
My
of a
father never
father.
played his
Right. So the
role.
Yeah.
statement is
He
true,
can.
but
He
there's a
can.
meaning behind it, though.
Right. He
Right.
can say right now, I
So
don't have a
that's the
daddy.
same thing. Listen, that's the exact same thing as with God. God, even though He may have created all these nations, He has not fathered or He has not played the role
Okay, that's my point.
as a chastiser. Listen, He has not.
Yo, this
My bad.
dude's is
He hasn't
slow,
played the
bro.
role. He didn't play the
Let me
role
ask you a question.
Exactly.
as a
And what would
father.
you
Balak.
call that? That means he
He
abandoned his
only
children.
He said he only did
Balak.
that to Israel because everybody else was a creation, not a
Balak.
child.
Can I
He
So
ask you
only
what
one
was
he
question?
so
only
what was
intended for
Come
Israel?
one. He
on.
only intended for one nationality to be the child of him.
So Balak,
Y'all,
you got
if
3
y'all knew
kids
how
in your
crazy
life
and
that you don't
illogical
play the
and
role for.
silly that sound, bro. He
It's
You
not.
got
created
3
all
kids in your life
nations.
that
You
you don't
just
play the
used the
role for.
example. You just used the example that if a kid is raised without a father, doesn't mean his father doesn't exist. No, it doesn't mean his father doesn't exist. Then you said, oh, it
Well,
just means that that
I got
person.
another. I got a question
Hold
for
on.
you.
Let me finish addressing him, please, brother. Then you said that just means that person did not play the role of the father in his life, but he still existed.
He
And
still
that
exists.
means that the
Yes, he has
father,
a
so
creator. He has
right,
a
and that means,
biological. He merely has a creator. That's it.
brother,
He
that's what
merely
I.
has a
Oh my,
creator. He doesn't have a father.
Wait. Here, I got a question
exactly,
for him.
because
That's
the
what we're saying.
father
So
chose.
everybody else is still created by God, and
Are
they
you
are
listening to me,
vessels
bro?
Why
of
you
His
want to go?
creation,
You're
Wait,
but they
saying the
are not
same
His
thing,
children.
I
They are
got a
bro.
not His
question for
children
Nimrod.
Why
because He
would
has
you repeat
not
what I said
reprimanded them.
and think you're saying something to me? That's the first thing I said to you. You're just repeating it to me.
No. What we're doing is just now took your logic and turned it against you.
No, you're agreeing with me.
No, we're
Yes,
not.
you
We're not
are.
agreeing.
That's
let
what
me
you're doing.
let
That's
me
what you're
ask
doing
him a
about
question.
I took your logic and I used it against
You said he
so
created
you can
children.
realize,
I-
you can admit, so you can actually admit at your own mouth that these people are just a creation.
That's what I
They're not-
said.
He is not. He is
Bro,
not.
are
their
you
father.
listening?
No, you're trying
No,
to
you're
say
saying they're
Exactly.
children.
everybody.
You're saying they're children.
Hold
See,
on.
and that's what the question.
You're trying to say that he is their father and they are his children. I'm saying no, and you actually had to say it now that they are just the creation.
No, he
Yes.
rejected them as hold on.
That's when you
He
realize
reject hold on. Did he reject, bro? Going back to your scenario, a child grows up without a father, said he didn't have a father. That is still his child. The father can say no, he can reject him or deny him.
Would the child say that?
The same way he still has a father, the father
don't say
still
that,
hold
though.
brother, goddamn. The same way the child still has a father that exists, the father still has a child that exists. Whether he acknowledges the child, oh, you know what?
But you got my analogy.
Y'all have a good day, man.
No. Here I got a question.
Y'all
I got a question for you, Nimrod.
Let him leave. Let him leave.
Nimrod.
Yeah, let him leave, bro. Y'all niggas is retarded, bro. I'm out. Peace, yo, dog. I'm out. No, I can't. Yo, at that point, you can't go no further, bro. At that point.
The wall. They hit the
Yeah,
wall.
that's the ultimate wall, bro. Like
Didn't he
that's
ever say they were his
like that
children?
shit is so elementary right there that it's like at that. What do you do in a conversation at that point? They try to say he has creation. He's saying exactly what I said to him and repeating it and not even knowing what he's saying. It's like
Isaiah 55:8, man.
Did he ever say they were his children?
Neither are your ways my ways, says the Lord. No matter how you think, what you think is wrong and what's right, man. The Most High don't give a damn how you think. He don't think how you think. His ways ain't like your ways. He chose Israel all throughout the script. Second Ezra, hold on, man.
Do you have any kids? Do you have any kids that you don't?
Hey, man, check this out,
you're
man.
not being a father for.
Look at second
Ezra.
Ezra.
You're not being a father for.
Man, the Most High says, "My thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways." Thus says the Lord.
No matter what, he never said they were his children.
That's
Listen,
right.
man.
Yes, he
Can
did.
you go show me the scripture where he said those are his
Did he not
children?
say
He said
Egypt was his
Israel.
people? Did he
Said
not say
Israel.
Egypt was his people? Did he not say Egypt was his people? Cut.
Did he say children?
Cut.
What did
Did
the
he
nigga
say
just say?
children?
He thought he
Did he
just
not
did
say
something.
Egypt was his people?
First. That was his.
He never said that he was their father. Father.
Nigga, he was saying.
Come on now. Let's deal with it. Come on now. What are you talking about?
Did he ever say those were his children?
Yes,
Can you pull up a scripture where he says, "Oh, these specific people in this world, this nation, that nation, is my children"?
He said, "Egypt are my people. Children of people. Is your mama your people? Is your daddy your people? Is your cousins your people? You dumbass niggas.
Nigga, you a dumbass nigga.
All right. I accept that. I apologize.
What's with all these disrespectful cats coming on, man?
This Mark ass nigga over here disrespecting people.
Mark, now you're using gang terminology.
Like,
how is that gang? How is Mark a gang?
Nigga, you already know Mark is a gang terminology, nigga. Stop it.
I don't see how.
No, Mark.
If I did, you call me a Mark, nigga.
Mark is terminology.
Then if that's the case, nigga is a gang.
Mark back when I was in middle school, and I'm 40 years old now. We was using Mark when I was in middle school in Detroit, and we don't got no type of gangs like that shit here. So Mark
in Detroit.
Terminology.
Folks in Detroit.
Right.
Ain't no folks in Detroit.
Huh?
Ain't no folks in Detroit.
Man, we don't do that shit.
Yeah, man, cut.
That's Chicago stuff. We don't do that stuff here.
Cut.
What?
I mean, cut. Like,
This
dog,
dude's crazy, man.
That nigga,
like,
that nigga
who
said,
you
"What? Ain't
from?
no
How you
gangs
tell
in Detroit.
my city?
Ain't no
The
gangs in
cut,
Detroit. Wasn't
the
never no
cut.
gangs in Detroit.
He talking about blood and crip. What you was talking about?
Man, we don't do that gang stuff here, man. That shit, we don't do
Nigga, call
that
me a
stuff.
mark. Call me a mark, nigga. That
Anyway,
wasn't no
let's
gang shit.
who is this?
No,
Is this
if that's
number
the case,
two?
the nigga is gang shit.
This
If
is
that's the
Nimrod
case, the
number
nigga is
two.
gang
Man,
shit.
what's going on? Like, what's with all this disruptiveness? Are we dog? Man, go somewhere with that stuff. If you don't
I only
agree
asked the
with what's
question.
going on the channel, then just
Okay,
bust.
so did
Whether
God
I'm
say
gang banging or
Egypt
not,
was
I
the
just
people
asked the
first?
question.
Did God say? Did Yahweh say Egypt was his people before Israel?
What
What?
In the
scripture
Old
did he say
Testament.
it in? I don't know. I'm trying to see what scripture did he say
In
it
the
in.
Old
But
Testament,
all I'm
he never
saying,
said
Bring
Egypt
out
was
did
the
he
his people
ever
scripture.
say
before
they were his
Israel.
children?
Let me get
So
that
I'm out.
question.
Did he say they were his children? Is my question.
So
Bring out the scripture where he
why do
You're
said
y'all
saying
want to be
people.
somebody's? Why y'all need a father?
You're saying people, but I'm asking because you said,
Is your
"Oh,
mama
he's
your
a
people?
deadbeat." That's not
Is
you,
your
but the
daddy
other
your
dude said
people?
he's a deadbeat,
Is your
right?
cousins your people?
He
Who your
said
people?
what scripture did he
Israelites
say?
your people?
the
What
whole
scripture?
world would be our people if that's the case. We all got the same DNA, right?
Man, hold on, man.
He
That
caught
second
out
Ezra
Egypt.
6.
He
But
caught
all
out
I'm
Egypt.
saying
Oh,
It's
is, did he
656.
call
He
them his
caught out
children?
Egypt. He caught out Egypt. You need
hey,
a
Is
can
that a
I
yes
can I
father?
or
say
no
this?
question?
Hey, can I say this? Can I respond? Let me respond.
But I got to figure out if it's a yes or no question.
You need a father?
No, I want to respond with the word. Can I respond with the word?
Did he call them his children? Then respond to that. Did he call? He
Do you
said
need a
people.
father?
Did he call them his children?
He said it before he said Israel was his
Man,
people.
okay, what are you talking about? What scripture you talking
He
about?
said
'Cause-
He said Israel was his
Okay,
children.
okay. You know what? Let's go here. So you said he said that Israel was his children,
I
right?
know you're talking about when you're talking about.
No. Just answer the question. You said that he said Israel was his children, right?
That's what I read.
So why are you married to Israel? You married to your goddamn children?
A bind is like a bind, no?
So that's some
Man,
Man,
what's
you
going
incest
on?
shit.
I
So
mean,
that's some
Huh?
what's your
that's some
point?
incest shit
What's your
right
point?
quick.
You trying to disprove something? Like I don't understand. What's the point?
I'm
What's your
saying
point you're trying to
y'all
make?
saying y'all his children, but he married to y'all. I ain't married to my daughter, nigga.
Man, get this
No,
clown out, man. Get this
Yeah.
you're
clown out.
crazy.
Get this
this
corner
dude is
off.
stupid.
Got time to be moving back talking about the basics. I mean, it's crunch.
Listen. Let me,
It's crunch time now, and we got fools coming on here, and we got to argue about the basics, like the ABCs and stuff. Like
That
we
ain't
got to
no
go all the
ABC,
way back
nigga. You
and argue
explain what
for
I
5
just said.
hours
You
about
explain what I
whether
just
or
asked
not
you. You
Israel
explain what
was
I
not.
just
Answer the
asked you.
question. That's
That's
all I'm saying.
elementary
You
stuff.
his
We're not
children,
gonna
but you
sit here
married to
for
him
two
too at the
hours
same time.
and argue about whether or not
You his
God
children, but you
chose
married to him at
Israel
the
as a
same time.
people. Man, come on, man. Like, come on, man. You just a disruptor, man. You a
Are
scorner,
you married to him?
and one should not reprove a scorner.
Are you married to Yahweh?
No. Oh yeah, YHWH. Yeah.
Are you married to YSWH?
That's what it says.
Too? And he your father
That.
too?
Oh.
what he say? I can't hear him. He's breaking up.
Are you married to
think
y'all? If you married to YHWH and you his child too, what's going on with that, bro?
Bro, what's your agenda? What's your agenda?
I have one.
What's your agenda to disrupt?
He
I mean, because
does
like,
have an agenda.
what's your agenda? What's your agenda here? What's your
I don't have
agenda?
an
Like,
agenda.
I know you don't. You just here
I'm
want
just
to
trying to wake you
disrupt.
niggas up. Like, see how stupid you
What?
sound?
And you know how stupid you sound?
Listen,
Why do you want to break a
You
people up?
asleep. You asleep with no type of agenda, no type
I
of
just asked
plan.
you,
If you want to wake,
are
you want to
you
wake us up. Okay?
YHW? Are you married to YHWH? And I asked you, are you his child too? So that means I
see,
would
this
be
is what
married
you
to my
ain't.
daughter.
But listen, this is not what you're understanding. Listen, this is what he's saying. These things in phraseologies. First off, we know darn well that we're not actually a baby standing around. You know what I mean? On Earth, we're the children of God in a theoretical sense. So, but when he said that,
That
that
what
was
the
because
book
he.
say,
Let,
battle.
let me say this. Yes, it is because he actually says. He says, "As a father chastens his son, so shall the Lord do underneath." That's
You
what it's
say
all
I'm
about. That's the
jealous.
reason why.
I
That's
am
the
a
reason why.
jealous God
Let me say this.
because
So let me say
y'all
this. That's the whole reason behind the whole father attribute. Is because at that time, this was all before Christ came. That these things are something that we're going to still have to go through. We're going to be reprimanded by him still, even though he's going to take care of us. We're going to be working with him and ultimately nurtured by the Father. But
Where
it's
did
going to be done with correction.
YHWH find y'all?
But
Where
let's
did he
listen.
find y'all?
So when it gets now to the wife,
Hopefully nowhere where he
it
found you.
converts now. It converts now from the wife
Where did
to. I
YHWH
mean,
find
it
y'all?
converts from being the father. It turns from a father and son relationship to more of an intimate relationship because now we're not going to go
So now
through
you
the
having a
chastening
intimate
part
relationship
of
with your
God.
human.
Now we're going to actually start now having an intimate relationship with the Most High Power.
Now
That's what
you
it means by
having
He's
an
going to
intimate
marry.
relationship
You're going to marry Himself unto
with your
us. That's what it means by that.
children.
You got to know these. You got to know what these things mean, though, before you know what I mean, put an allegation on the statement. You got to be at least be ready for somebody to clear it up, or at least give them an opportunity to. And what I'm doing, that's what I'm
So
doing
now
right
you
now. Is
have
I'm
an intimate
showing
relationship with your
Hey,
father.
battle act. I think Akmalak in the back.
by not transgressing, like a faithful wife don't sin on against you. She's not going to sit around there and fornicate with other people. God doesn't like you going after other gods. He considers that as fornication. So when he says, now I'm going to marry myself unto you, that means now that you guys are going to have a good trust between each other. He knows that now this round of Israelites ain't going to sin against him like we have done in the past. For one reason, we got a lot of reasons not to, because they're recorded. We can see it now. We're like, oh shit, this is where we came from. Oh no, we can't go back to that. That's one of the reasons, because we're recording everything. But the second reason is because we know what it costs. It costs us centuries upon centuries of oppression. We're not going to lose that no more. We're not going to lose this concept. We're going to maintain keeping these law, statutes, and commandments and knowing the punishments thereof, which is going to cause us to have an intimate relationship with God. It's going to be all about benefit. All that sour shit and all the ass whoopings that come when we were being his child is going to go out the window.
Okay, but did he ever say that them people that he was that dude Nimrod was talking about was children, or did he say only Israel?
No,
Who,
no.
who did he specify children to be? Now, I'm not talking about people or whatever. I'm just saying children.
He's talking about the Israelites, and it's because of the nurturing or the corrections,
And there it is.
not
That's all I
just
wanted to know.
not the abolishing. It's when he actually puts you through things to where you still come out alive intact. I'm talking about as a people group. He'll send you guys into captivity,
So that's
but at
for
the end of
sure.
the day,
No.
he'll send you out. Versus when with the Sodomites, they probably did the same shit as Israel's doing. Israel is it got some homosexuals running rampant around right now today. That doesn't mean he's
Hell
gonna
yeah, they
kill
do.
everybody in the United States. He's still gonna maintain the righteous out of that and nourish us through this whole process. Part of that nourishment, though, is going to be correction and guidance. We're going to make mistakes, and he's going to hit us top the head over it, but he ain't going to ultimately kill you because he's your father right now, training you. But after that, man, it's going to turn into to the husband. The husband going to be sitting around there beating on his wife. Least one with a righteous one. Got some other niggas out there, but that's another story. But a husband ain't supposed to be beating on his wife, smacking upside the head, arguing and fussing and striving with each other. That's not what you're supposed to do. That's just what black people do as a curse. But in all natural settings, it's supposed to be all about benefit on both ends.
Yeah, love. We need love in
Right.
order to for anything to crack off. Because without the love, we're gonna be squabbling like we always do.
Huh. It just comes down to all these phraseologies that we hear and we don't understand, and then yet we apply modern westernized concepts to it. Then we'd be like, oh, what is that? Now God's gonna marry a child, his own child? That's incest. You're like, it was just literally, he was just wasn't literally speaking. It's already starts off not literal. Just you saying I'm a child of God, and you like you're a child of God, but the next guy isn't. Okay, so this can't be literal then. You're like, no, not literal, unless you're part of the bloodline that he called that.
Man.
But other than that, you're like, nah, it's not literal. So with that whole concept, by even saying child, you're already adopting that concept of it being not literal. You're adopting the whole concept of this is just metaphorically speaking. So you got to start looking at the metaphors. Who's metaphorically being tripped? Who metaphorically is getting reprimanded by God? When you see everybody in the world eating pork, but the people that has the leading causes of death behind the consumption of pork is black people. What did that say? Boom, that's God.
They say they eating too much damn of it.
Huh?
I know my pops. I grew up that thing. You couldn't leave the house without finishing that pork meal. I remember my sister got whooped for not finishing the pig feet and the chitterlings. You better finish them chitterlings before we go to this pool. She wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
She got beat
And
for it.
the crazy thing about it is, they got that from white folk.
Yeah, the slave food. I know what it is.
Right.
It's
White folks.
It's the nastiest parts of the pig.
Well, not even that too. Yeah, that too. That part too. And I wouldn't even mention it on that one. I was mentioning it on just the cultural practice. The cultural practice of just consuming pigs all the time. You're gonna look at fat white people. When you see fat white people, 80% of the time, I'll say, 80% of the time, they'll look just like a pig.
Damn.
They'll look just like one. They'll literally have the whole pig face.
Pink pigmentation and everything.
Yeah. You're gonna look at them people. You're gonna look at them people when in the book of Maccabees and all that. That's what they was all about.
Pork.
They was about the pig.
Yeah, I know. I be watching them little shows with England and shit. They be smashing the pig.
Yeah.
They had the ass up in the air and everything. I'm like, these people crazy.
Let me tell you another thing. I was reading something called the Jerusalem Targums.
What does Targums mean?
I forgot.
Sound like targets, but yeah, go ahead.
No. It's some heavy shit.
No, yeah. Go ahead.
It's heavy. It's the Bible. It's the Bible broken up in all kinds in sub books. You know how we get the Bible and it's all one book. Well, the Targums is each book, like the book of Genesis and Exodus, is a book by itself. And then Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, that's a book by itself. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I got the Numbers and the Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy one. And in this translation, it was saying that about the birds that you can't eat. He said you can't eat birds whose damn, what's the name of that? It's a word. I'm about to go grab it. But he said you can't eat the bird whose thing is not easily removed.
Well, like an ostrich?
Huh?
Like
no, there's a part. There's a bag. There's a bag that your stomach is attached to. Or not our stomach, but the chicken or birds. All birds' stomach is attached to a bag that goes up their throat. But that bag on clean birds, like a dove, it'll just peel right off real easy.
Oh, okay. So that's how you could tell you're supposed to be eating it.
Yeah.
But
the chicken.
You don't eat chicken?
It's hard to peel that. It's hard to separate that.
Wait. You don't eat chicken? B Brown don't eat chicken?
No, chickens are predatory birds. Chickens eat mice. They're scavengers. They eat carrion, which is decaying meat. That's why they got
eat blood. Basically.
Yeah, they have discrimination on what they eat. They'll eat decaying meat. They'll eat, live meat. They'll eat unclean meat. So you don't supposed
So
to
a
eat
chicken don't eat a
whatever.
chicken.
Yeah, if you go on YouTube and look up chicken eat mice, chickens don't just eat a mice in a cage. You'll have a chicken in the yard and a chicken will stalk a mouse, like literally hunt it down. And if it's multiple chickens, they'll fight over a mouse. So you just can imagine how many mice run into chicken coops in the middle of nowhere in the wintertime to get warm, and them chickens just eat them up. You know what I'm saying? And then you eat that chicken. So, yeah, chickens
Right.
are
Yeah,
unclean.
that's a filthy. That
Turkeys
means
also.
that's a filthy animal for sure.
Yep.
I ate some chicken last night and I damn near wanted to throw up.
Yeah, if I ate
And
it,
I
Damn.
ain't ate chicken in a minute because of I be trying to do the work. So I ain't ate it in a minute. And, I ain't gonna lie, I ate some last night because I'm just tired of the steak. So I tried the chicken. I didn't do that shit up. Threw that shit in the trash. And that
yeah,
that just
you
tells me
got
for
to cook
sure.
it. You got to cook it so well. And if you go to the supermarket, they're not supposed to put chicken over like any other type of meat, because if there's a hole in the packaging, it'll drip down and it'll contaminate all the other type of meat with the salmonella and the E. coli and stuff like that lives in the chicken.
Yeah, it's bad business.
That
Mhm.
sounds like
That
you got
sounds like a
bag of
baby
poison.
pig or something.
And
It
then
sounds like a bag of poison.
you look at the history of a chicken. A chicken is not even a genetic bird. So like when the scriptures were written, a chicken didn't even exist. If you look back, the
Yeah,
chicken
because
was
them chickens, they
created in
say they
China.
science
They
made.
crossbred two unclean birds together and came up with a chicken. So a chicken is not even an indigenous bird to this earth.
So
Huh.
where did this rooster come from? Because
It ain't
he
no but
tear
a
them
boy.
chickens down.
That's a
Oh, that's
boy
just a
chicken.
boy chicken, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Those are hybrid birds.
And them
Yeah, that's why
motherfuckers crazy too. My
that's why
homeboy,
that's why they got
he got a gang of cockadoodle
yeah,
doodles.
they got a velociraptor claw and everything.
Yeah,
Yeah, they'll call them. They'll knock you down.
The rooster,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
motherfucker's that's a predator.
Mm-hmm.
Like the brother said, man. He said, man, brother B Brown was like, man, no, that's a predatory bird. You can't eat that.
Nope.
And no, this is the turkey is unclean. No, that thing peels off real easy.
is the ostrich a
If
predatory
you watch a
bird?
chicken, I mean, if you watch a turkey, if you watch them people,
She said it's turkey unclean. Your turkey is
no,
clean.
turkey is
Turkey
clean.
only eat like vegetables and like plants,
That's it.
like nutrients. Like it don't eat
Yep.
meat. It don't eat blood.
When they're young, they'll eat bugs, but the only bug that they'll eat would be like grasshoppers or like a roly poly. But they won't eat any roaches. They won't eat any ants. They won't eat any worms. They don't eat those things. All
Yeah.
the stuff that Most High God told us not to eat, you won't catch a turkey eating it either. He is nothing like a chicken.
Nah, because
They actually
I could
they have
respect
they
it
have they have
because
one mate. They have one mate, and they don't have sex with a lot of other ones. Like the chicken, the rooster, he has sex with everything. Anything around him, he don't care what it is. He'll have sex with it.
he trying to bang it out like a dog.
Yeah, like a dog. But the turkey, shit. You better not. You better watch how you even approach that one that he be hitting. You better watch how you approach because he attacks.
Yeah,
He will
Wild
because
fight.
when I was in the
wild
penitentiary, like
turkeys eat mice though. Wild turkeys eat mice, small snakes, moles. You need to look. You gotta look it up. Turkeys eat the same type of stuff chickens eat. Turkeys are omnivores just like chickens.
so
No,
they're
they not.
unclean.
I actually raised turkeys.
I'm
Turkeys
saying
don't.
if you raise wild turkeys, wild. I mean, if you're talking about domesticated raised turkey, but I'm talking about wild turkeys in the wild. Same thing with a chicken. I'm sure if you raise a chicken, they might or might not eat certain things, but in their wild environment, they're going to eat just like if you got a dog. If you got a dog is going to eat certain type of dog food you feed him. But if you let that dog go out on the wild, he's going to go into his wild instinct mode, and he's going to go into what the Most High made him to be. Same thing with turkeys and chickens. I mean, they're going to go back, even though the Most High didn't really make these birds, especially a chicken, but they're going to go into what they were created to be is omnivores. Turkeys are omnivores also.
Nah, man, I'm telling you, man, they have a very, very, very picky diet, man. We gave turkey beans and it died. You can't give a turkey anything.
I'm not disputing
I
that.
just said
I'm
we
not
gave it
disputing that.
beef.
But a farm raised, a domesticated turkey is going to have a different type of diet than a wild turkey, just because on what they're used to eating. So if you eat just like as a human, if you eat something so long, like the brother said, he hasn't ate chicken in a while, but then he tried to eat it and he almost threw up. You know, same thing with your body. If you abstain for certain types of food for so long and then you eat it, it's going to upset your digestive tract. And our digestive tract is very complex. And just imagine a bird that's a lot smaller, their digestive tract is going to be a lot more sensitive to what they eat, especially if they've been acclimated to eating a certain type of food for so long, and then they go back to something else that they're not used to. That will affect them. But all I'm just saying, I mean, just do your research. I mean, as far as turkeys being omnivores, just do your due diligence and research on what they eat, because they do eat. In the wild, they will eat this. That's why I look at it in the wild, not necessarily what a domestic animal would do, because you can train an animal to do tricks and do whatever. So
So then, is it
Well,
clean
yeah,
or
what I was saying,
unclean?
but the reason why I made that statement is because when I owned them, what they do is they do a grazing just like lambs. That they just do a consistent grazing. That's all they do. They don't do anything.
Do they eat
They don't,
worms?
they don't hunt. They don't eat worms. They
because
don't. They don't. They don't peck at the dirt. They don't do anything really. They really just kind of just graze, and then if you approach them in any type of way, they'll either fly off or
Them motherfuckers can't
they'll attack.
fly.
I mean,
Yes, they can.
you can go to you can go Google, just Google
Man,
eat mice, and I'm going into a website. Multiple websites say it, but one website is about raising turkeys, and the question is, do turkeys eat mice and rats? Turkeys eat mice, rats, and anything they can find. Turkeys also eat earthrooms, nematodes, insects, fruits, seeds, etc. Turkeys make great pest control. Even though turkeys can eat mice and rats, should you allow your turkeys to eat mice and rats? Is that harmful? I mean, they'll eat it, so they're advertising turkeys as pest control, like they'll keep the pest
that
away
does that
from
that
on
this
your house.
means that they're unclean, no?
Yes, that means they're unclean. That means if they eat unclean things, they would have to be unclean. I mean, if you eat a mouse and you eat a
Yeah,
snake,
so
that's inside your body. That becomes part of you. Then, especially, if that animal is decaying. So when you're an omnivore, you don't have any discretion. You'll eat whatever. You'll eat bugs. You'll eat plants. You'll eat live animals if you can hunt them, or you'll eat dead animals if you find something decaying. That's what an omnivore does. It eats whatever. It doesn't have any discretion. And a turkey and a chicken are no different. Then because I used to think that chicken was clean too. When I stopped eating pork and shellfish stuff like that, I was eating chicken and turkey for a while also, thinking that okay, the Bible doesn't particularly say that. And then I started to do my research. I'm like, okay, uh chicken wasn't even around when the scriptures were written. And then I start looking at the diet of a chicken and a turkey. I'm like, man, these things are omnivores. They eat whatever. Like, it's impossible. Then I compared it to other things, other birds of prey that the Most High said don't eat. And like the chicken and the turkey would be, if those were around in those times, they would be right there. They'll be right up in there. And I'm a firm believer that a turkey is a kin to a turkey vulture, where it says don't eat a vulture or a bird of its kind. The turkey vulture, the turkey, I believe they're all related. And the chicken is somewhat down the line of some type of bird of prey. I'm not sure what type of bird of prey they made, but you just look at his dietary habits in the wild, and and think to yourself, would I eat those things? Especially when it comes to meat.
But
And
they're
that's why
lying
they
about that, man, because I looked up all these articles, and these are all just pseudo recent articles that was just posted. This is not true. Turkeys don't eat those things.
I could be. I mean,
well,
yeah.
You see turkeys,
I
man,
was
I'm telling you, man, they're
I
not
was
even fast enough. They're not fast enough to do things like that.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, because the motherfuckers they get eaten, they get too fat. Like when I was in the penitentiary, they couldn't clear the fence sometimes, so they get stuck in the fence. And
Right?
like they eat the only
They're not a
I
hunting
could be
carnivorous
wrong. I
bird.
could be wrong. I don't have any turkeys. No, I mean, this is a disclaimer. I don't have any turkeys. I haven't raised any turkeys, so I haven't done anything personally. But, just from what I read, I mean, I'm going to have to take somebody's word and say that, hey, this meat is unclean if they say that this bird eats it. And not rather not, I'm not asking the article, is this meat is it particular bird unclean? I'm just saying, okay, article, what does this bird eat? You know, in this article,
No,
multiple articles.
you type in do turkeys eat mice, then yeah, you are guiding the information and what they want to bring. But if you just typed up what do turkeys eat, they don't mention that they eat mice. And I owned turkeys for a long time. I owned the speckled ones and I owned the white ones. They don't eat that. They just don't.
I don't really. I can't
I'm
really
just saying.
say
I'm
they
just saying.
don't
I'm saying.
eat.
I'm saying. Like
I don't
out of the
believe they
ones,
eat. I don't believe
out
they
of the
eat
ones that I
dead
had,
animals because I seen a mother turkey and I probably was a father turkey, but nah, I think it was just a mother turkey and it had five little turkey chicklings coming behind it. And you know, we out there in the wild, in the middle of nothing basically. So them motherfuckers will come through and like you'll see dead shit. Like they ain't stop for that dead shit. They keep it pushing. It be the turkey vultures scraping up in the air. Like he was saying, them turkey vultures, it be them scraping up in the air, trying to drop and eat that shit. That was it.
that's real, man.
And you had dead snakes, like dead mice, rats, all that shit, you know. I
Yeah, they
seen
don't
I,
eat that.
I seen a
You
raccoon slap a cat.
own discretion. I mean, this is use your own discretion. I mean, I'm not an
You
expert.
gotta
I'm
be
definitely
careful.
use your discretion.
No, I don't know, but I know they would walk past the dead ones though. I know that for sure. And that was like wild turkeys. Them wasn't no turkeys nobody was harvesting. They'll come from the wild and they'll hit the fence, smash on some bread throughout the prison, and they'll smash back if they don't get caught on the fence.
I mean, yeah, hey, you know, to each his own. I'm not. I mean, all I'm just saying is what I personally do. So I'm not trying to direct anybody to say, hey, don't do this or do this. It's just, you know, that's just my personal opinion. You know, and yeah, I could be wrong. I mean, I've been wrong before.
It is a
Well,
fat ass bird, though. I tell you that.
because check it out. Because if you can just type in, if you type in "do turkeys eat mice," and you can find anything.
Right.
If you type in um is white people really black people, you're going to get a gang of articles that's going to try to prove that white people are actually just black.
Right. I understand.
And but if you just ask the general honest question, just what do turkeys eat?
Right. Yeah. And I get.
They're going to tell you what it is. They're going to say generally turkeys thrive in and near mature forests that
Correct.
produce abundant amounts of mast, the fruits, and nuts of woody plants. In the
Mm-hmm.
spring, they tend to eat leaves and grasses, and in the fall, they feed more on fruits, berries, seeds, and insects.
Does it say? Because I'm reading one that says they feed on exactly what you said, but it said some country birds, desert country birds, might eat reptiles, cacti, and seeds, while swampland turkeys utilize nuts, buds, plants, frogs, salamanders, worms, and snails. So I think it's dependent on where they
Where did you
live.
get that from? Because I'm not there.
Shit, that's
Uh,
just basically that says it's all kinds of turkeys.
what
Doing all kinds of different things.
I
Yeah,
think what
first, this is a turkey that is not around grass.
right.
So
You
you're
gotta
talking about a non.
See,
You're talking
see,
about.
see, see the
wild turkeys.
image of that bird.
You
You're
gotta
talking
look
about
up
a
wild.
desert
You gotta look up
turkey.
wild turkeys. You can't look up
I don't
domestic
think
turkeys.
I don't think we eat the desert turkey.
No, if you look up wild turkeys though, because that's where the bird was domesticated from. A domesticated turkey is nothing but a domesticated wild turkey.
Yeah, but you see what it told you? It told you all kinds of wild turkeys.
Right,
But
but
that's not the turkey in general,
right, no,
especially the one that ends up on your table.
yeah,
The
yeah,
turkey,
yeah,
the one that you are going to end up eating is going to be the turkey that only eats grass, nuts,
Well,
and
let's
berries.
hope
I don't
so.
know
Shit.
about that. I don't know about that
That's
because
why I said let's
I didn't
hope
raise
so.
that turkey. I know a turkey has the propensity to eat amphibians
A
because
desert turkey?
a swamp the turkey, a wild turkey has the propensity to eat frogs, salamanders, worms, and snakes. So therefore, any type of turkey has a propensity. Now, whether or not the actual turkey that's on your table actually ate one of those things, I don't know that. I can't confirm or deny that. But there's a possibility just because that is in the scope of a turkey's diet. So if that came across a turkey's eyesight, and if it was
That's in the
hungry,
scope, that's in the scope of an in particular turkey's diet. That's not in the scope of turkey.
yeah, maybe not maybe not every domesticated turkey. I would agree.
And,
Every
and, and
maybe
still to myself. And I think there is no such thing as you having a turkey and you're training it to eat. You don't do that. It eats the meal, and you look what the meal is made out of. It'll be made out of grass and oats and seeds and things, and then they'll put animal protein fat in it just for protein reasons.
yeah, that's possible. Or it could be a
But
free
that's
range.
it.
It could be a free range turkey.
That because that's actually what God made their body accept that, right? They grow real good when you give them the actual it's the suggested nutrition. So that's what I'm not getting. I see I can understand if their feed consisted of maybe some salamander bone meal or any kind of bone meal, but it doesn't. That's the
But
part where I get. That's the part that throws me off. I'm like, but it doesn't consist of any blood or bone meal.
you might not know that because just like with chicken, you can have a turkey farm where you have feed and you have certain animals that are
You do know
attracted to
that.
this feed that come over to try to eat this feed. Could be a frog, could be a salamander, could be a lizard, could be a mouse, could be
No, the FDA,
animal
the
that the
FDA
turkey
requires.
that the
Okay, my
turkey
bad.
the turkey could eat these animals in a situation where you not even know about it. You know
The
what I'm saying?
FDA requires you to actually list those things. There's a list of certain ingredients that must be required. I mean
But
that you must list, and blood and bone meal is one of them.
I'm not okay. I understand. We're agreement, but I'm not saying that you're listing these things in the meal. They don't under under small quantities. They're allowed to just some incidentals like if a mouse falls into a big meat grinder with 1,000 tons of meat in there, they're not going to stop the operation. You know what I'm saying? They're going to keep on going. So, but my point of saying is, I'm not saying that feed is consisting of this stuff. I'm saying that you may get a stray animal that comes into the field and the turkey eats it there and consumes it unbeknownst to the turkey farmer. He might not know everything the turkey's eating. The turkey got 1,000 turkeys back there, and if 20 frogs are eaten by those turkeys, how would he know? You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying is they got the propensity. They have the appetite.
The way, like with me, the way I knew is because where I lived, when I was raising the turkeys, I had a pond there too. And when you have a pond, you have an abundance of frogs everywhere. And
Right.
you get to see the reaction of the turkeys with the frogs. They're not interested in frogs.
Yeah, they might not be under certain circumstances. Now,
Not even for game or anything. Like, it's. I'm just telling you. I can understand. You got to always remember that some of these things that they're saying is coming from the same people that will tell you that the world is round.
Oh man, come on!
When it's evidently that it's flat, and we don't even need to know that it's round. Like, what am I going to be doing round? You're like, no, you're gonna build some shit flat. Never build anything. We're gonna be basing this shit on flat. You're like, okay, you ain't gotta tell me all this shit. Are you guys giving me trips to outer space? And they say, no, we're not giving you trips to outer space. And you say, well, then I can't even prove what you're saying. But I can prove this turkey. I can go buy me a litter of turkeys, and then I can just feed them just grass.
Yeah.
And then I can look and see them what they're going to eat.
Yeah, you could.
They won't eat bugs. They don't do it. They don't. They like there's certain bugs that they won't eat a worm. They won't eat a roach.
Did you ever put that in front of them?
Exactly.
Yes, I try to put it right. We try to put them right in their mouth. You can take the food. Like, check it out. You can take all kinds of bugs to them, and they will handpick the bug that they want, and the bug that they don't want, they'll leave that.
Right, and that could just be, you know, based upon preference, especially if they have choices. When you have choices, you're picky. When you have choices of better things, you get a lot picky. I mean, you get picky though, just like if you had a dog. If you have a dog, no,
cow, though. If you give a cow, you try to give a cow a cup of roaches, he ain't gonna
that's different.
eat it.
Yeah,
that's the
different.
same thing. No, it's exactly. These things got keen senses of smell. They could smell that roach. He smells it. He's like, that ain't food to me.
Look like a girl shirt.
He could smell the roach. It's not food. God made that turkey. Like, man, you know that he has a sense of moral that is higher than the chicken. The chicken will eat a roach. You can give a chicken a roach, he'll eat it and look for more.
Damn.
But the turkey will not. He would actually pick over. He put a roach in a roly poly. He would make sure he don't eat the roach. He would eat around to get the roly polies.
Right. I mean, and I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is when you have preferences, just like with a dog, you can have certain dogs are spoiled. You could have a toy poodle who only eats Paris chow or wherever the case, only eats the best of the best because that's all that's been fed it. And you try to feed it a puppy child, that dog will look at you like you're stupid, and that dog will start growling at you. That dog won't even smell that food because it's so used to eating that top grade dog food, and it got preferences. But mind you, that dog gets hungry enough, and you don't feed that dog for 3-4 days, that dog will tear that puppy chow up. Same thing with a turkey. It has a propensity. If it gets hungry enough, it's going to eat it. Now I agree with a cow. A cow is not going to get hungry enough to eat a frog because that's not in the scope of the diet. But a turkey, that's in the scope of his diet. And as far as these articles, what you said, as far as comparing it to like a flat Earth, I don't think that there's a really any type of motive for somebody to say turkeys eat frogs, for multiple articles to say, yeah, turkeys eat frogs, worms, and salamanders, and they're good pest control, and yeah, you can keep them around your house to keep the pest around, to keep the pest out. I mean, like, what would be the motive of convincing people that turkeys eat these type of things if they really didn't eat these type of things? I don't think that somebody
because what they're gonna do is they're gonna put them on the same level as the chicken, and what they're trying to do is equate it with the chicken, and it's not the same as a chicken. I'll tell you like this. These articles are not equating it to chicken though. Mice come out at night. All right. Frogs come out at night. Turkeys go in. Turkeys do not be out at night. How is he catching and eating these nocturnal animals when he is the opposite?
I mean, okay, because about it, turkeys around November. They be harvest around November, where they be harvested. I'm sure it's cold. I'm sure a mouse being harvested at to keep warm. Just like mice break into people's houses during the winter. You don't think a mouse will break into a chicken coop or to a turkey coop to keep warm from the cold? Absolutely, they do. And you think
no.
In the mouse, okay.
If a mouse breaks into a mouse breaks into a turkey coop, all right?
Okay.
Check it out. That now you're back. Now we're back around. Hold on. Now we're back. Let me say this. We're wrapping right back around now to the domestic one, which you already admitted, and can find that is the one that is not going to be eating it because he's domestic. But it's the one that's wild. I'm like, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, no. The you saying that the wild ones are eating the mouse, but the mouse is nocturnal in the wild. Turkeys are not. So okay. So now we got to wrap this turkey. We got to place this mouse in the vicinity of the turkey. How are we going to do that? It's like, oh, okay. Now he's in the barn. I'm like, but yet now we're dealing once again with the domestic one, and he ain't going to eat it. He has no reason to eat it because, like you said, have that appetite.
he made. I mean, he may. I'm saying he. I'm
You're
saying
lying.
use the
Man,
analogy.
listen. When you say you got to do diligent seeking, you got to diligently seek. And what we just did, that was
Yeah,
called seeking
absolutely.
diligence, because we got to know the characteristics of the mouse now. We can't just sit there and say turkeys are eating mice, and you're like, that's a nocturnal animal. Which one? The
Not just
turkey?
mouse, frogs,
You're like
salamanders.
mice and frogs and salamanders are nocturnal.
And I'm
They'll get eaten up in the daytime and
yeah. I
cooked.
mean, I mean, I'm sure, I mean that. I don't
Snakes
know that
too.
this.
Snakes are nocturnal.
I mean,
So
right. I
that's what I'm
mean,
saying.
some of them
I'm
are.
like, wait a minute.
Some of them are.
I'm like, listen. The white man's a lie. Let God be the truth. When you look at that turkey, I'm telling you the truth, man. He doesn't do these things. That turkey,
Well, you look at a
not
turkey,
only
he looks
does he have one
omnivore.
partner, he has one sex partner. All right. Not only that, he only eats grass when he becomes an adult. You don't see them having an appetite towards bugs unless you see them doing things out of boredom. I do see them. I did see them always like they like to play around under the tree, right under where the base of the tree is at. There's a lot of roly polies around there, but you'll see them kind of kicking at that a little bit, scratching at that, but horribly. That's how you know they can't eat worms either. They're not a worm eating bird because they don't know how to dig. Their neck ain't positioned the right way. That whole elongated neck doesn't have the right leverage to be able to put the force down into there like that. It's too floppy now. I'm telling you, man. These people are liars. They can't even peck hard. You gotta know, man. They can't tear at flesh.
I mean, okay, just go in your spare time. Google turkey versus snake, and you do turkey versus whatever type of animal you said it doesn't eat, and you make your own decisions. I have no personal reason to defame with turkey. I'm not. I have
no. I know what you're saying. But
I have nothing against a turkey.
I got to defend the turkey because I eat the turkey.
I used to eat the turkey too, but I was in error. I used to eat the turkey too. Even after I stopped eating the pork and shellfish, I was eating turkey. I thought turkey and chicken was clean also. And then I started doing more and more due diligence. And the Most High, to me, made it clear to me that a turkey and a chicken they're two of the same. They eat similar stuff.
No, the white man made that clear to you.
No, I've seen video. I've seen proof. I've seen videos of turkeys and chickens doing pretty much the same type of behavior. Like I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen turkeys attacking snakes and eating stuff like that. And mice.
No. They will attack a snake. They will attack anything. They'll attack a cat, but they're not attacking the cat to eat it.
No, I'm not saying that they're attacking eating the cat.
They attack them things because they are territorial. How successful they are at it, I don't know. Because I know this. Cats run from them like hell.
Right. I mean, see, it seems like you have more of a vested interest to not give up turkey, to not believe me, than I have to. I have no reason to lie about it. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
No, it's not that. It's just that I have more. I have more. It's not an invested interest. It's you're mistaking that for an experience.
I mean,
that's what the scripture. I mean,
you have to.
The scripture says that. It says that nothing. Nothing is valued above somebody that's actually been able to do these things with experience, man. You got to have experience to actually apply these things to your whole walk in with God. You can't just only say. You can't just only say, I read it. I read this. I read that.
I saw it. I mean, right. I didn't just read it.
Because there is some things like right now. This is controversial. You get what I'm saying? It's controversial. It is. So when it comes down to a controversial thing, and you are involved in it too, you bear the burden to try it out.
Right.
You bear that burden.
All I'm saying is due diligence. Look up videos, YouTube. Turkey eats such and such. And if that'll convince you, then I guess, I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm not saying that I know everything. All I'm saying, based upon my research, and I specifically looked for turkey and chicken. I specifically looked for these things for quite some time to make sure I was making the right decision because I used to eat turkey. Turkey. I didn't dislike turkey when I ate it. You know what I'm saying? So me giving it up was it was something I had to give up. So I wanted to make sure that I was giving it up, and I didn't, I was giving it up rightfully. That I wasn't giving up something that I did not have to give up. That's the reason, I put so much effort
You
and
don't have
time
to
into
eat.
research.
Right. You don't have to eat a turkey.
Right, but I
You don't
used to eat
have to eat
turkey.
them.
Right, yeah, I
You
don't
know.
have to eat them, but if you
You don't
do
have to
eat
eat
them,
a turkey.
right, yeah,
But
absolutely.
since okay, can you remember that blue book?
But I was eating turkey.
Oh,
I was enjoying turkey. I just didn't want to be
yeah.
enjoying turkey in error. I didn't
No,
want to just be doing something in error. But like, dang, I like this turkey.
that's
Is it
not true.
wrong?
The turkey will starve themselves. They're known to starve themselves if they don't get the right diet. They're not. These are not a carnivorous bird. They
Well,
don't eat. They don't eat.
I'm going by
They
wild
don't eat
turkeys,
predators.
and I agree. I'm saying certain domestic birds may be different, but a domestic bird was domesticated from a wild turkey. If the wild turkey's in its diet, you can trick a bird or train a bird what to eat. That does not mean at any given time it won't revert back to its natural instincts. Like you can any type of animal, you can train it to eat something that is going to turn it down because it has choices. If you give an animal choices and it knows it has choices, it's going to choose what it likes over with something it doesn't like. But any animal, when it comes down to survival, the necessity to eat, then it's going to revert back to its natural state. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not implying that the turkey you had on your dinner table ate a frog, ate whatever. I'm not
No, I had
implying that.
this same turkey. The turkey that you saying is attacking the snake.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You're wrong.
I'm seeing it.
Yeah, that's a rat snake.
He's attacking
He's got it. Oh, yeah.
a yeah. He's attacking the snake.
It's not.
They will but like I told you, they will attack, but he ain't gonna eat it.
He's throwing it out in the road. Doesn't want it to get out the road. Come on, girl.
Do you hear me?
Do you got faith that he's not gonna eat it?
I know he ain't gonna eat it. It's not snake eats. It's not turkey eats snake. It's turkey versus snake. That means he's fighting it.
I ain't gonna lie, I seen a mongoose whooping a snake ass. Snakes do get beat up.
Yeah, I'm about to share the screen, man. I'm gonna just show y'all. Hopefully y'all can see that.
Hello? Fuck my law dog.
Y'all see
No,
that?
you ain't.
Hold on, that's stop. That's stop.
Y'all don't see that? Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Nah, we don't see it.
Okay.
It's not a venomous snake.
How about now?
I wanna get him.
Yeah, we see it now. Oh, it's finna eat that snake. That snake wasn't messing with that bird. That bird went and messed with that snake.
That's stop.
They're territorial. They'll attack any animal that is threatening the livelihood of their babies, man. They're not stupid. These are animals. This is the animal kingdom creature. But don't go off and trying to say that they eating them when ain't nobody seen them eat it. He attacked them because hey, you better get real. They gotta survive.
Hello?
All right. All right. Can y'all hear?
Battle Act.
What's happening?
Some dude named Judah Nazarene got up on there trying to disrespect on the comments. You seen the comments?
This nigga's crazy. He said we got.
Somebody said you had a chicken bone through your nose. Some lady. But I'm like, us as the people, like, we shouldn't even just like try to hurt people by their words. Like, you should always just try to bring each other up because we already got like, we already down. We already down bad. Period.
For real though, man.
So like whatever negative, like you just keep that. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm pretty sure you look like all kind of crazy things, but you know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna get into all that because it's not important.
I know. Tearing people down.
They
It
said
be the
they ain't
main
feeling the turkey. They said they ain't sitting there trying to hear nothing about no turkey.
shit. They don't have to
Hey,
deal with the turkey.
it was a fact. I'm trying to figure out it too, though. Like, see, I know what you're supposed to be eating because if you want to be a part of something, you want to be a part of it all the way in it, right? You don't want to have no mishaps, no uncleanliness. You want to go all the way through. You want to, you know what I'm saying? Oh, they talking. Hold on, let me see what they talking about.
Right, because the brother.
Look, he says, "What's the fun in being positive all the time?" Like, you probably don't have to be positive all the time, but hey, we trying to get a whole
He said,
bunch of
"What's the
people
fun
together.
in being positive all the
Our
time?"
people.
Positivity
Man, that's
makes it to
life.
where you have a lot. You actually
Yeah, I'm
have
in Babylon, nigga.
you actually end up with things, and you end up being alive for a while. Like that's positivity. Positivity is having success and longevity of life, man. What are you talking about?
Huh.
It's positive to not eat pork, and it's positive to not eat chicken because these are the things that causes you to display negative attributes within your personality traits. You wonder why I sit here and you talking stuff about somebody, saying negative things. You like because that's the chicken in you. Chickens single out newcomers.
I ain't even tripping about being a newcomer. I think they saying basically like on here you supposed to be talking mess. I guess like this is their thing. They come here to talk mess.
Well, you know what I'm saying? It's like the newcomer is the person that's bringing new information too. Sometimes you can fulfill that role as a newcomer when you're explaining something revelating.
Huh.
That's when you get that,
Yeah.
and that's comes from the chicken, man. The chicken does that. Whether you're new to the scene or you're new in the idea, when somebody starts coming at you with all that crazy stuff, that's dog, pig, and chickenism. That's right. Dog, pig, and chickenism. You are fulfilling the essence of a dog, chicken, or pigism.
What's up, J Cal, Genesis 1 and 30? Con. What's up with that? It says, and to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creeps upon the earth, wherein there is life. So it's talking about all these things. I have given every green herb for meat, and it was so. Yeah. Huh.
Big time. What you trying to do with that, J Cal? I'm just wondering. Are you talking about? Are we leaning towards some herb doctrine or something?
Or some vegan? I don't know.
Yeah,
Saying
like plantation.
I
Like
know.
what is he saying? Like plantation, right? It's just like
I'm
greenery.
like, right, man. I'm done. I'm past that. I ain't no vegan, and I'm not outside. I'm not operating outside of the covenant of the Most High God. I'm I'm actually going about it as if we're in the covenant, and in the covenant, there's meat being consumed in the covenant. The priests must eat the meat. So at the end of the day, why would the Most High Power require the most powerful beings in our nation to eat meat?
Wait. You got this one. The man Astro said was Adam the first man. Why he shoot to that? You already did a doctrine on that, didn't you?
It says I was gonna do a second address on them too. 6 55. Well, first I'm gonna start with Genesis 5.
Wait. Oh nah. You hear me?
Where you going?
Yeah, I wanted to go to Genesis 5.
All right, after you done with Genesis 5, you got a question in the comments about sex.
If sex was just for procreating, what's the purpose of woman orgasm? Yeah, that's what happens during sex. That's it. Well,
you gotta be able to enjoy it too.
I don't see why that. Why does why would the procreation take away from that? That doesn't make any sense. The procreation does not take away from the orgasm. That's it.
Or the orgasm doesn't take away from the procreation.
Right. You know what I mean? They go hand in hand.
The orgasm, I'm gonna let her know. Let me fill in too on that too. The orgasm is for the promotion of the procreation. You're not supposed to, because other than that, if it didn't actually feel good on both parties, it probably wouldn't happen as often. Yeah, I said it. It probably wouldn't happen as often as it does. But since it feels good on both parts, the woman, as you've seen on TV, how they are known to hold out at some times. Yeah, I said it. Hold out at some times. Yes. She can't hold that back for too long. Yay. Why? Because she likes it too. So therefore, they fulfill the role that the Most High said when He says, "Be fruitful and multiply." Gasm. Oh,
what was the other one about? Oh, was Adam the first man? Some dude was like, "Is Adam the first man?" I was gonna go to Genesis 5.
Come on now.
It says, "This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made He him. Male and female created He them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam. In the day they were created." And Adam,
He called their name Adam. So it was a couple people or something.
No,
wait a minute. Why would she say this? Why would she say this after I just said it? Was my mic muted? Did y'all hear what I said?
What'd you say?
When I said about the reason, the cause behind the orgasm.
Oh yeah.
The reason behind the orgasm, man. Come on now. Let's keep it PG. We're talking about the orgasm. All right? What happened?
No,
the answer was there.
Man, I didn't even.
She said, if you think
she's
that
adding
sex is only for procreation, then there will be no need for a female orgasm.
All I dropped was Genesis 9 and 7.
Y'all be holding out.
I don't really know about all of that.
You're known for that. Y'all is no women is known for holding out. Women is known for becoming reproachful according to the scripture. Talk about the one that can keep a man. The ones that can keep a man. I ain't talking about the ones that can't keep a man. Yeah, she probably will give it to you every day, but she won't be able to keep a man. The ones that can keep a man will become reproachful. In other words, you ain't going to get it every day. You can't expect it, and that's something that men are supposed to, control within themselves anyways.
Man, I could get it every day if I got 3 wives.
You're not supposed to, though, because then it weakens you.
Yeah, because that's probably all you're going to be trying to do.
I'm just saying, man. These are the practices in the scripts.
Hey, you might be. These are the
things. These are the things that you got to do. You got to maintain self-control in all areas. And the women, it's just like, come on now, man. What is sex supposed to be for her? A job?
Hey, for some of me,
she has that part going on, just like the man has. Because it's like, what are you talking about? That's what's supposed to happen.
Yeah,
So
she
then now
was
she's
Genesis 9 and 7. I mean, because
so now
that's
she
what I
just lays
thought.
there.
Because
Huh?
Judah brought it up. Judah brought it up, and all I did was respond to it with Genesis 9 and 7, and then that's why we're here now. It's not us that they got a problem with. It's the scripture. It says, "And be you fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth and multiply therein."
Do things that is actually procreation minded. Be procreated minded, and make babies. What are you talking about?
Come on, man. Now,
What are they confused about? I don't get it.
I'll
All right,
just confused.
we're not doing sex hour. I'm seeing words on the screen.
Right.
I don't know
because
what I'm trying to turn this into.
I
We're not
see
doing
what
that.
sex hour does. It start bringing the crazy out of people. Somebody talking about he horny.
Right. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, oh hell no. I'm like, wait a minute. This took a
Yeah, we
wrong
just gonna
turn.
jump off of that. Hey, let's go back to that dude that's talking about Adam though. You went back to that Genesis 5, Akbalak.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, Akbalak left.
I'm back. Like I never left.
You finished with that Genesis 5 on what that dude was hollering?
Yeah, hold on. Then I want to go to Esdras. You know what I mean? So you got the Genesis 5 when he said he created man and woman and named them Adam. So now we're going to Esdras. Adam also, who thou hast made Lord of all thy creatures, of him come we all. And the people also, what? And the people also whom thou hast chosen, especially unto thyself. Man, come on
now.
So there's Adam.
So everybody comes from Adam. Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, there's you know what I mean? Adam is just like basically mankind. You know what I mean? And then the Most High chose a certain nation from mankind.
What is that hard to like? How is that hard to conceive?
Damn, man, this one got some crazy questions. I don't know.
Turning the sex hour for a minute.
Yeah, it still is a sex hour. If y'all said,
no, I didn't say there's anything vulgar in your question.
No, but look, he says if y'all said be fruitful and multiply, but he makes women lose their sexual drive after kids, are we to have multiple wives? I'm down with the multiple.
Who said that? Wait, hold on. Who said that the women lose their sexual drive after kids? After how many kids?
What are they talking about? How do they have kids then?
He said Adam was created in Genesis 2, but men was created in Genesis 1.
What?
He said Adam
Let me answer this dude's question real quick.
I just said it.
Okay, see, this is one thing I thought about really hard. And I want to answer this question. I thought about this before. Because I did hear about, people reaching certain ages, and then all of a sudden the body doesn't want to partake and they have no interest in it either. I was like, wow, is that really happening?
Genesis 1:27.
Check it out. I was like, that really is happening. Well, guess what? It doesn't look cool when you see an old person at the club. You look at the club and you see somebody up in there like 45, 55 years old. That shit looks weird. You be wondering why they there. I'm like, why the hell are you here? Why ain't you like doing something productive and being ready to go to bed? Like, what the fuck are you doing at the club? You still looking for a dude? That's some bullshit. You're too old to be looking for a person. You're not supposed to be out here running the streets now. You're an old head that dots.
You got these people fucked up. Because I know a lady about damn near 46 out there with the 18, 19, 20-year-olds trying to party got shot in the face.
That's what I'm saying. She's not
That should have
supposed
told
to.
you a lot right there. Go sit your old ass in the house.
Exactly. She's supposed to have been actually being ahead over a group of women younger than her, possibly related to them, guiding them towards on how to conduct themselves out here in the world full of weak people. But instead, our people is becoming our
Weak.
older people now is just one of the weak people too.
Yeah, and they don't understand. They the leaders. They supposed to lead. So when you see your daughter coming out, like, okay, like I have to really understand this. Like, if a female comes outside with her ass out, what does that mean? She wants her ass to be seen, right? And how do you as a mother or a sister or whatever, a grandmother, accept it? And say it's like you don't say nothing, you don't think it's not cool. And then what are you advertising? And then you mad when people holler at you and say things to you, but you just came through with your whole buttocks out.
Right. Yeah. That's that. They don't need to be doing all that.
No,
That's why. That's why the body.
But they're teaching it, is
of,
what I'm saying. They're teaching it.
That's why the body on a lot of older people tends to just doesn't respond to what I'm saying, to what they want anymore. And it's because what I'm saying, this is God placing the proper timing onto a person, whether their mind is right or not. So I'm just saying, say you 70 years old, should you? And where would you be out there, chasing tail?
I know people of that age that does it.
Yeah, I know they're called sugar daddies.
No, I know both male and female. They don't care.
That's what I'm trying to say. That shit ain't right.
Not at all.
When you see it, you're looking at this person that's old, then you're like, either you're single because you're all fucked up, or you're playing on somebody. And if you are still just about trying to get laid right now, if you're still trying to get laid, like you haven't matured at your age. You should have acquired a lot of shit already.
Or it says they just ain't running mature. Like, fuck that maturity shit. Oh, no.
I don't know. 70,
I just hope that old, I could be better than whatever.
Old, somebody, going to the club with somebody 70 and 80
whatever
years old is just something that I don't want to do. I don't want to have to. I wouldn't ever want to have to. I wouldn't ever see myself looking, chasing down women with somebody that's old enough to be my great grandpa or something.
That's what I'm saying. But if he created man in 27 and 28, and he's talking about then who is Adam and who did he mate with? But he said who creates Adam in chapter 2 with no mate? Who was that in chapter 1? I'm trying to figure out who that is.
Hold on, Genesis 2.
People though.
Genesis 2 is about Israel. We are the plant that was planted in the garden. We are that plant, man. What are you talking about, man? He said
who creates Adam in chapter 2 with no mate.
No. What are you talking about? No,
he said he created man and female and called them both Adam. Why are we
That's
doing
right.
this? Not
Genesis 5.
Come on, not hard.
I already answered that.
I know. I was like, he just covered.
But answer this though: who is them people in 27?
They all the same. They're mankind.
Okay, so
all
it was
the
people then. It was some type of people he created.
Yes, male and female,
and he made
Adam. No, then he took man. People. A man. He took men. A mature person like us now, not just baby, somebody that just know just the basic 10 commandments, but People that spend actually
He
keeping
said
all
no.
these commandments, learning all these things. No, that's man. Listen, I don't give a fuck what he says. I know what the fuck is going on. I'm not sitting here. I'm not asking questions about Genesis. I know Genesis. I'm not sitting
Yeah,
around
true.
here in mystery, stuck in the mystic.
Con.
All you gotta do is read and actually tell you everything you need to know, though.
Just read it. Stop sitting around here relying off of Christian. The problem is people haven't got the eye salve. They haven't applied any eye salve. They haven't literally looked at themselves and said, the way that I viewed this whole thing was completely wrong. Let me start all the way over. They never did it. They maintained some doctrines. They maintained some views. And here they are still today with questions.
Con.
Yeah.
She said, we act like
What
eunuchs.
nation? No. What nation of people on the Eastern Hemisphere was given the Most High's law, statutes, and commandments? Because it said that He brought the breath of life into this atom that you guys are talking about. Now ask yourself, what nation of people did the Most High give the law, statutes, and commandments? Then once you know that, you'll see who Genesis 2 is talking about. The Most High declares the beginning from the end and the end from the beginning, man. What you talking about?
Right.
That's what it was.
Con.
It's not hard when you see it, man. I don't get it. Israel is represented as one person, but it's talking about a gang of people.
Con.
Same thing with Edom. Wasn't Esau called Edom?
Con.
Didn't he talk about Edom as a whole people group in Obadiah? What are you talking about?
Con.
What are we doing here? And all of a sudden, go back to Genesis, we get thrown for a loop. We collude again. We like, man, what is this Adam? We're like, obviously, it's part of the reason why he said he made male and female, and he called them Adam. I don't know how people miss it. They say, who came Mary? You like the people, Adam?
Yeah, that's what. See, y'all just said the same thing. We just said.
I was already going to go to that because I knew they was going.
Hey, you see, y'all just said the same thing we just said. Genesis 2 is the first righteous priesthood. Those are the ones that got the law, statutes, and commandments. Who was that? Israel. Come on, man. We know what's going on.
Come on now.
Genesis 1 is mankind, Con. And then Genesis 2 is the first righteous priesthood. That's right.
Yeah, he busted right on the nose. There you go.
Yeah, man. We've been come on now. We've been down this road.
Come on.
I ain't never said everybody don't deserve the right for love. Yeah, I love all my people. The whole
no, you can even go find you a mate.
We need love.
You can go find you a mate, but at the end of the day, man, you ain't staying with if once you find you a mate, even after say you 60, you find you somebody after you've been widowed or whatever your case is. That you're supposed to stop.
But
that's the whole point, man. You're supposed to stop right there. Like, oh, somebody wants to put up with me. Somebody's down to you know what I'm saying? Live with this. Okay.
On the real though, you down with this?
Why? And you just stop right there. Stop. You don't go no further. Don't start coming around people talking about extra wives. Don't start slipping out the back door thinking that now you really got it going on. You a player. You still got it. No. You got blessed. And you need to stop right there.
Go.
Nobody wants to see you. Nobody wants to hear about no love triangle when y'all 75, 85 years old. Nobody wants to hear about that shit. Fuck we listening to that stuff. What is really going on? I don't want to hear about that. That's just what it is. It's a timing on you, man. You gotta. Hey, man. We got shit to do. We can't just be sitting around here just chasing tail all day. every day. All right, other shit going on. We lacking in a lot of different departments. I'm sure that everybody can at least accomplish them a mate or a significant other. And if you can't, try this one. I'll tell you this one. I bet you this will help you out, and I guarantee you ain't been doing it. Stop talking. Don't win. Ain't no prize involved. Take the loss. And try to be as happy as you possibly can be. That's what you do. You got question marks telling you how to fix your issue on this, that H word you threw in the chat. HORNY, or however you spell it. I don't even think I spelled that word. Horn. Like, no, man. You wouldn't be that way if you just chilled out. I'm talking to all y'all singles out there.
Man, Astro, you was already told about Texas too. Listen more.
Yeah, you know, somebody told me he
They
blessed.
said that Mel is he called him Adam. Why is he doing this? Hey, why is he doing this to us?
I don't know.
So you can listen more than you speak.
Did you read it?
Yeah,
I thought you read it though.
Yeah, I can read it again.
He said, and God created man. He said, and God created man after his likeness. After the likeness of God created he him. Male and female created he them.
Come
on.
So man was generalized in the state. I mean, male and female was generalized in the statement man, as in human. He made humans. Okay, he made humans. That's how it's like you got to help people out sometimes. And they be like,
ain't got all the knowledge.
you add it to the word. You be like, you're completely missing the point. So what am I supposed to do to you? Just sit here and keep on for real repeating old English to you? I'm just gonna keep on repeating old English. Old English ain't getting through to you.
He said, but
So
he wasn't called Adam.
Like here we go.
Elder Gerard just broke it down for you up there. Look in the comments. He broke it down right there.
Come on, man. God created male and female, and he called them Adam, man. He called them man. We don't got to do this. So when you get to Genesis 2, and you start talking about this Adam and Eve incident, now he was taking a righteous leadership.
That's right.
Outside of that, and placing them in a spot that he wanted that same in particular leadership, congregation, where he wanted it to be. Just like he's going to do again, as he done time and time before in the scripts. This is a reoccurring scenario. That's what that's called. It's called a reoccurring scenario. This is what the Bible does. So you can learn what is going to be coming in your near future by isolating it and then identifying where you're at within the prophecies. You'll be like, oh, okay, cool. We're waking up. This and that. This and this. You're like, okay, so shit. What's next on the menu is we need to be looking forward to this. Because the last time the Israelites was in this same predicament, the Most High God was operating just like we're seeing, and then this happened. So, hey, y'all. That's our heads up. That's how you're supposed to operate the book. You're supposed to use it like that. So when you see Adam, Israel, Esau, Satan, see all these things, man. It ain't talking about just. It doesn't necessarily ever have to be talking about one person ever. You know, and the dead giveaway, which is the phrase of 2021, dead giveaway, the word of 2021, word of the year, traitor, phrase, dead giveaway. The dead giveaway is Israel. Israel that, Israel this, Israel that. You're like, yeah, how long did Israel live? That's, you know, speaking from an idiot's point of view. Or, you know, I ain't gonna say idiot, the unlearned point of view. Nobody never read the book. Man, this Israel God must be going through it. He's
Man,
everywhere.
she said we need to
No,
break it down for the dude. That dude needs to break it down for himself. Who said it like 10 times?
I broke it down. Human being.
Man,
I don't know what else to do.
He wants you to like basically like word for word it, I guess. I don't know. Like you can actually do that yourself. Google your words and everything.
you know how long that's gonna take?
It don't matter. He needs to do it. I did it.
No, I'm talking about for us to break it down. We're gonna have to make a sermon on that.
Oh, I was about to say because I went and read it myself and had to get it out. Like, okay, was bringing it out. Yeah,
Y'all right there. In his likeness means his priesthood. This priesthood of Adam was made in the righteousness of Yahweh, which is the representation of Yahweh in the earth. Out of Adam came Moses, came David, came Yahweh Shai.
He said, so Israel is Adam, who was kicked out of Eden. And then parentheses, Israel, it's me who's leading y'all somewhere.
No, it's just him leading us to get some answers.
Israel was
Adam
obviously was a multitude of people. Adam was a multitude of people. All right.
Even the girl broke that down for him. Look, actually, the girl even told this man
that was following the law, statutes, and commandments of God.
Many times, many people are represented as one. Everybody's telling you this, man.
It's like, come on, man. They were keeping the commandments. This was a leadership set up through the priesthood, man. This is something that you see in the scriptures all the time. I don't know how we missed it.
And you will see, and then you do see. My bad.
If you read this book all in one day, this book would be redundant. Did you know that? It ain't saying nothing but just the same old. Just every time you turn around, you're like, so I said the same thing. Children of Israel, you got to follow the commandments. There's a priesthood that just God set on earth. Wait, come on, man, what are you doing? These are not long, complex conversations. It's just that you're being. It's called being difficult. You're being difficult.
Yeah, but if y'all keep going, then that's
no, and it's a process,
like though. Man said, you want us to do a whole sermon on it, then ask for the sermon. You get it in a couple days. Other than that, I'm probably pretty much done on that because they trying to keep going further. They talking about Seth and Eve now. Man, y'all read it. Seth and Eve right there. It'll tell you exactly who they are.
Come on. Okay, the Eve is the ones that got fooled by the deceiver. Come on,
like you said, you would have to do a whole sermon on that, so it wouldn't even matter.
Man, it's possible that Seth was a nation of people also. That's the reason why I would explain these people's long years of life, hundreds of years. It doesn't necessarily have to lean on it, but we do know for a fact. But by the time that we get up to Noah, we know for a fact that when we get up to Noah, though, for a fact that there was only 8 souls on that boat.
So and everything else.
That's the exact.
Man, was only 8 souls, huh? Yeah, I'm literally just getting into Noah though. Like barely, like he getting the ark ready and everything. I had stopped that last night. I'm gonna keep going on that though and try to get whatever I could and bring that out. But I'm gonna study it though. I'm gonna make sure I study it.
She said.
He said, "Who was Eve?" Come on, man.
I just told you
Eve
they
was a
want to keep
congregation.
going and going. You would have to do a whole
Eve was
sermon.
a
Eve is
congregation.
a congregation that went astray.
That's right.
Damn,
Just like
I didn't even
we
know
the
that
wife
part. Bring it out.
Yep, just like we the wife of Christ right now. But the Most High said, man, we've been acting like a whore. Going after,
No, for real, he said that.
yeah.
Damn.
Said we acting like a whore. Said we go out, we running up under every hedge and opening up our quiver to every arrow.
Damn. Bring it out, man. Bring
Yeah,
that
and then
out.
the help, mate. We're the helpers. We are the helpers, the ones that teach our people the law, statutes, commandments. We helping them get out of a bad state. You know what I mean? Those people were at that time that was as Eve were those helpers that was Eve. And was then they caused Adam, which is our people, mankind, man and woman, to transgress too.
Right, and if you look at all these names are actually attributes that tells you actually what transpired at the time. What would be the ultimate description of that nation of people? That's why you would see these names in the scriptures like Seth and things of the sort that derive. But by the time we get down to Noah, we know that it was 8 souls. The story kind of shifts and everything when you get down to Noah. That's
Man,
when the story
he
starts.
just told you who Eve was. Like he literally just said exactly who Eve was.
He's not listening. He's asking questions. He wants us to repeat ourselves for some reason.
No, he wants you to
Right.
do a sermon. I'm just told you. Look up there. Him and the girl. They say Seth, and then one says Eve. They say let's keep going.
Okay,
Right, that's true. Like he said, he's an eponymous ancestor. You know what I mean? Same thing. Like what they were doing with the Europeans. All right, they would name their country after such and such. Whoop-de-whoop. Amerigo Vespucci. That's the same thing. They got that from us, and you see it in the scriptures being done again. Like somebody named their son, named they city after their son. Somebody else just named the city after their own name. So we can see in the scriptures all the time that these people, it's not a hard concept to conceive. Like I keep saying, this is not far-fetched. This is already within the scriptures that a nation of people or a city of people, a multitude of people who can be called by just one name.
Well, bring it out then.
God.
Bring what out?
What's he saying?
Israel. It's everywhere. Israel, Moab.
Oh
Kyrie.
no, my bad. I'm talking about the dude Astro. He want Ock to keep going. So I'm saying bring it out. You just keep going for him. He mad.
I was like,
he's saying I'm fucking shit up basically.
no, you're not. I was just looking like shit. I was thinking to myself, like shit. The list goes on. Who is not in that book?
It's gonna go deep.
Not described as like a gang of people, but using only just one name.
Come.
Bring it out.
That's what
Psalm
that is.
Tabernacles of Ishmael. He's talking about one person, but you know this is talking about nations.
The girl said that animals was nations. She said those animals as nations would be what was sacrificed after getting off the boat.
That's true too. Some animals were nations, but I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that there was nations on the boat because, come on, man! Like, how big is this boat? And are we gonna leave the confines of reality?
It says how big it was, though. It says it.
No, but I'm just saying though. That's what I'm saying now because now we're leaving the confounds of reality. If we're gonna start thinking about a nation of anybody on a boat, unless this was some type of transatlantic slave trade process.
Drop that link. Okay.
Yeah, I ain't mad that the Sabbath.
Hold on.
I'm down with going
No.
down.
Hey, hold on. He said, if Adam is Israel and Eve is Israel, who has been deceived? So we just told you already, man. That
The congregation.
Jeremiah 23. Get that.
Jeremiah. Come on now.
Nah,
man.
I don't believe every animal was on a literal boat. He just
says it right here, Jeremiah 23. You don't believe that every animal's on the boat?
No, she's saying like them in every last they bloodline, basically. I think
every animal's on the boat.
Yeah, and the rest of the animals were made from them things. He said, "Woe be unto the shepherds that destroy and scatter my flock. Woe unto the pastors that destroy and scatter my flock, says the Lord. Wherefore, this is the commandment of the Most High God of Israel, unto the shepherds that feed my people. You scatter and thrust out my flock, and look not upon
What happened?
them."
Hold on, wait,
Therefore,
real quick. What happened to Adam and Eve after they ate of that fruit? Once they thrust it out the land?
Come on now. You scatter and thrust out my flock, and look not upon them. Therefore now will I visit the wickedness of your imaginations, says Yahweh. You keep reading?
No, that was it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that, you know what I'm saying? That's the real talk, man. It's the same thing, like we saying. It comes down to the being led astray.
And that's not it. You see
Coming down to the congregation being deceived.
Oh, Nels want the link.
What? Oh, she want to hop in?
Yeah.
I just put it up there. Oh, I thought I did put it. My bad.
Oh, she trying to fight.
It's the meat market.
I'm trying to send it.
Khan, that's right. Elder Yara said the Adam and Eve was one priesthood. They were established to rule as one equal, but because of Eve's sin, her role became subject to Adam in the priesthood.
Well, no. Adam was the priesthood. Eve was the congregation. Just like Christ is the head of our priesthood, and he's a male. And the congregation marries Christ in the end also. He declares the end from the beginning. So when we see the end being done, we see exactly what happened and was transpiring, who was who, when you're dealing with Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve is Israel and Christ. We see that being done again. It's just that now
Jacob and Esau.
Yeah, he says that in there. He says with Aaron, Moses, and Miriam.
The priesthood, but the priesthood becomes the body of Christ. Christ is still now Adam. That's why he said he's the last Adam. It says the first Adam was made of clay, and the second Adam was a quickening spirit. Remember that?
Right. Yeah.
Well, that's what we saying. Like we know it now for a fact. Like no, Adam is now replaced with Christ, and the priesthood now is the body of him. So now we're Adam now.
That's right.
But our congregation, the ones that learn from us, ain't the same as the priests. The ones that teach, that calls themselves Elder Yara, you know, or the people don't call themselves General this. Man, you're a Levite. You are one of the main leaders of the priesthood. Some of them acknowledge it, but they don't acknowledge it at that same degree. But they know that, you know, they're a primary individual. It's just a lot of us, when we abolish the the New Testament, we can't figure out now. When you abolish and leave out the New Testament, you can't figure out Adam. Because the rest of the book doesn't explain that. When I'm talking about the rest, I'm talking about the Old Testament. It doesn't give you a clear enough in depth. Well, as soon as you get over there to the New, you get up to Revelations, then you see it like, boom, that's what it was. This was Adam was a priesthood of people, or a leadership of men that was leading the congregation.
Con.
All right. But just like you see now, the congregation, just like you see then with Christ, not only was it under attack then with deception, and after Christ, it gets attacked with deception. That's how you attack the bride of Adam and Christ, is you deceive them. You attack the body, and now the head falls with it. Till we can do some head transplants, don't matter how well your head is. You can have the healthiest brain in the world, but if your body is cancer ridden, that is going to determine the longevity of that head. What? That's going to determine the longevity of that head. Body is cancer ridden. I thought I sent the link. The link never got sent?
Nope.
Come on, man. What is the problem? I'm trying to send the link.
Genesis 1, 26 and 28.
See, this thing got this button. It got a button sitting over the button. Talking about asking me to chat.
Hey, nah, man, this is finna get deep, man, because the serpent, we gonna get into the serpent. We finna get into this dust that was gonna be filled up in his belly. What did the Most High say in Genesis 2 that other Adam was made out of? The dust. Said that they should eat of the dust. Come on, man. It's gonna get deep.
Okay, I finally sent it. Yeah, man. And you run that by one more time, man. I don't know why, man, but I was struggling.
Huh?
Can you say that again? I missed it.
Oh no, they wanted to get it into we getting into Genesis, and like the dude Astro is talking about the serpent. Oh no, Anon. No, who was it? Astro. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, we finna get into the serpent. Then this is gonna get really deep. It's that meat market.
Hey, y'all, can you hear me?
How's it going there, Sister Amberism?
Hey. Good. How are you doing? Can you guys hear me?
Fine. Shalom.
Peace.
Let me take my earphone out. Hold on a second.
I hear you.
All right. Maybe I can hear you guys a little bit better. Okay, so listen. Okay, so just a quick question. If Adam represents a priesthood, and you're saying Seth also represents a priesthood. So Seth has these children, and you know how the scripture goes through all these, this person begat this person, this person begat this person. Are these actual people, or are these priesthoods?
They would have to be priesthoods.
Okay, so then if they're priesthoods, how can you that's multiple people. How can you follow a specific bloodline?
Because these are all people that was all still related. There's like nothing says that there wasn't enough gene pool within the whole paradigm of Adam and Eve when they came through and came about. When he said he created man, we don't know how vast that gene pool was. We don't know what consisted of those people. But we know that whatever it was enough to where we see it still being done with the so-called black man too.
That
You can
wasn't
look
the
in
question
Africa,
she asked.
and those people, they kind of stay mating within
That was
themselves
not the
generally for the
question
most
she
part.
asked.
But they're
Answer her
not
question.
dealing with incest issues.
Answer Amber's question.
Yeah, because then when you get down to David, right? Now, is David an actual person or is he a priesthood?
We know that it wasn't David because we know that when we get to Noah, there was not only is there a shift in the cadence of the narrative of the story when we get down to going on with Noah, because before Noah it just goes
Nigga, she didn't
chronologically
ask you
down
about Noah. She asked you about
down the
David.
list with
Answer her
people.
question.
Hold on, I'm talking, nigga. It's not, you gotta don't get on here and fuck up the conversation.
I ain't fucking up the
All right,
conversation, nigga.
I'm
Answer her
answering the
question.
question. I'm answering the question thoroughly. These are the things you can't ask a question about one of the biggest questions in the world about what's going on in the Bible. Those are some of the biggest questions in the world
She
that comes
asked
from
you,
there.
Amber, can you repeat your question, please?
Yeah,
I know,
okay.
I know, because you can't even remember.
Yeah, so when you get through Seth, and Seth begat this person, and this person begat that one, and it keeps going down all these begetting, right? How are those priesthoods or are those actual
Right.
people?
Was Noah a priesthood, nigga?
They are priesthood. But by the time we get to
Noah was a
Noah,
priesthood.
it says now that
Yes,
all these
Noah,
all
He was
the
a
nations.
priesthood.
Noah was teaching the law, statutes, and
By the time
commandments.
we get to
Yes,
Noah,
he
it
was.
says,
Was
yeah,
Noah a
it says
priesthood
everybody
or was
was
he an actual person?
Can you chill just for a second?
I'm chilling. I'm
Can I
chilling,
can
bro.
finish?
But she asked her a simple
It was
question.
it said that everybody. It said by that time, because you got to think about how many years transpired. There's thousands of years that transpired between Adam and Noah.
The wall.
So in each time these people their duration on earth was lesser and lesser.
The wall.
Okay, so then here's my question.
So that right there. So when we get to Noah though, there's a shift in the story and it gets isolated now. It's not speaking in a general sense. Now it's speaking general sense as everybody now has become wicked. That was a
Okay,
shift
so
in the
answer
narrative.
the question, Battle Axe.
And then it
Was-
highlights
was-
Noah and says that Noah was perfect in his generation. So,
Was he a
in the
person
generation
or
that
was he a
was living in,
priesthood?
he kept all the law, statutes, and commandments.
Was
He
he a
kept the law,
person or was
statutes, and
he a
commandments
priesthood?
of the priesthood.
So he was a real person.
He was a real person, an individual.
All right, then you answer the question, then, my nigga. Goddamn.
Because I said it. That's all I was trying to do. I was trying to explain.
Where does it show that there's a shift in a priesthood to a single person?
There's a shift in the narrative when it goes from mentioning the names chronologically. This guy begat this guy, and he begat him, and they lived for this amount of years, and then he begat this and that at this age, and then he lived for this amount of years. That's the cadence of the narrative. It's just giving you a chronological
Y'all need money?
description. But then it says,
I guess
when it
not.
gets around to Noah, it talks about now the condition of the earth. Now that's a shift in the narrative. It's no longer telling you about this chronological record that it's keeping track of. Now it's telling you the description of everything in whole, and it says everybody now has become wicked. Now the whole earth and everyone. There was only one guy now, and it was Noah.
Right, and then earlier you had said that it was like that you were 100% sure that there was only 8 persons on this supposed boat, which I don't believe it was an actual boat. I believe that this whole ark represents the Ark of the Covenant, or the people that would be in that law. Hence, the people on the outside of the garden or on the boat would be people that are not in this whole Abrahamic paradigm.
Get these niggas, Amber.
Right, you're not wrong, but it's manifold. It did happen in a literal sense, but it happened in a literal sense, and it did have a esoteric meaning behind it. But that doesn't mean that it didn't happen.
the whole sacrifices that Noah would have done would be the same sacrifices that Moses would have done out in the quote unquote wilderness of the different animals. I don't think it's supposed to be literal animals. I think the animal, just like the sacrifice of the practice of Egypt with the bull, would have been an animal sacrifice, quote unquote animal sacrifice, or a sacrifice of getting rid of that doctrine of that nation. I believe that to be the same thing with Noah and the sacrifices of getting off that quote unquote boat, or that narrative of having those other nations and sacrificing those practices. Same with Cain and Abel. They had certain sacrifices since there was other quote unquote nations on the outside of that ark or garden. I think that sometimes we
Man,
make too
Cain
much.
and Abel ain't nothing but Osiris and Seth. Facts.
Well, yeah,
No, Cain
in
and Abel
different,
is Esau, Jacob.
I mean, in different
Facts.
cultures, they have different
Cain and
names,
Abel is Jacob and Esau. Man.
and when you go through different nations, they have different names, different meanings, and you play the game of telephone, and sometimes the stories change.
That's facts, Amber. That's facts.
And to be honest,
So what?
each
So
nation in each religion thinks that they're the chosen people and that they are here to teach everybody else about the Creator.
who thinks that?
Every if every religion does, you wouldn't be in a specific religion if you didn't think that you were in the truth.
The
Most
Egyptians
people,
thought they was gods. So
They don't think that
stop
they're
it,
the
bro.
chosen people. They think
well,
that
They
they're the
was
child of
chosen.
God.
listen, when
The
I
No,
was
they
a
don't
Egyptian
think. They don't
government
call
JW,
they was
themselves the
gods,
elect.
bro. Stop.
They don't
listen,
call
when I
themselves
was
the elect. They don't believe that they're the chosen. They believe that the
no,
chosen people are invalidated, and now there is a grafting in of the
No.
Gentile.
listen,
Ain't
That's
no
what
I
they
thought
believe.
that we
chosen
had the
people,
truth.
bro.
I thought that we were the truth. It's literally like when I was a JW, we called it the truth. And everybody outside of my religion was going to get destroyed at Armageddon. That's the narrative that is preached through all these different religions.
Power to the dark side.
And you know what they believe the truth is, though.
They believe that they call themselves Jehovah's Witnesses. They believe that they're the witnesses to go and
Of
witness to
Jehovah.
everybody.
Power to the dark
They don't
side.
call themselves Israel. They call themselves spiritual Israel. You aware of that?
They believe that they're the chosen people, though.
No. They believe that
That's
anybody that believes
No,
in
Jehovah Witness
listen.
people
their
I
are
was one.
doctrine,
Israel. Like,
I
stop.
was one. I know what they believe.
Yeah.
they believe that
Hold
anybody.
on. This nigga,
Hold on. They
he
believe that
lying.
anybody that believes in their doctrine is the chosen people.
Anybody believing your doctrine is the chosen people.
No, that's not what we're
No.
saying. We're saying that if you fit the curses that is outlined in Deuteronomy 28 in particularly,
Nigga,
you
you
are
don't
an
fit no
Israelite.
curses. You don't fit no curses.
What?
Come on, let's not do this.
If I was your daddy right now, and whatever I did in my life ain't got shit to do with you, stop it.
We are under
My
the curses,
sons right
man.
now don't have
Are you insane?
anything I done did
Look, you're under the
in
curses
my
right now.
life. My sons ain't
You are
suffering
the curse.
from.
Okay, I got another
Anything
question.
You're
I
a
done
proof of
did
the
in
curse.
my life, my sons ain't suffering from, bro.
Hey man, you over here kindling a fire on the Sabbath right now, man. What are you doing?
I got another question.
He's just all
Let her go.
he's
Let her
a
go.
testimony.
Let her go. Let her go.
No, I
Let her
don't
go.
know what's up with Kofi, man.
If you say that you're suffering from the curses
I'm gonna
of
just say
something
that.
that your forefathers did, right? Is that what you mean?
It's not only what
That's
our
what he said.
forefathers did; it's what we done too.
Okay, but
I never said the word forefathers yet.
I'm asking because you're saying that
I'm
if you
saying our
sin
forefathers have done
curses,
the
then you're
same
not.
things,
If you're saying that you don't fit
which
the
didn't give us a good start.
No,
But
well, if
hold
we're
on, Battle.
solely
Like, let her talk.
we done
Let her
too.
talk. Let her ask you the question, though, bro. Like, don't do that.
I did
Let
answer
her
her
ask you the
question.
question.
I heard her question.
No,
if
you
you're
she
saying
didn't even ask it yet.
you're
Yes, she
identifying
did.
your oh goodness
Let her
gracious,
get her shit off, bro.
this is so
Kofi, be
bizarre to me.
quiet. You are not the referee. Be quiet.
Go ahead.
Man.
Go ahead, Nils. Say what you. Go ahead, Nils.
Okay, you're identifying yourself by the curses, right?
All right, we're identifying the black man by the curses.
Are you not a
Right.
black
That the
man?
black people, we know that the black people fit the curses.
The curses
The
that
people
who
group.
that okay, so who was
Nils,
the
they
person
hitting the
that
wall.
who was the
They hitting
person
the
or
wall.
people? Come on, y'all. Who was the person or people that started these curses?
We did by disobeying the most. We
Okay,
did
so
by
then
disobeying.
it would have been you're making me go around in a circle here. It would have been your foreparents that started these curses, right? Like I said
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our
Okay.
disobedience
So
caused us to be cursed.
okay, so then how do we narrate through the scripture that says that the child should not bear the the faults of the father and vice versa?
Because he said that he's gonna punish them unto the third and fourth generation. Because a lot of the curses gives it to where, like when your parents get put into a
But
cursed
this is a
position
God that
and they
you
are
follow.
economically challenged, be quiet. And when they're economically challenged, listen, you're already just by default already starting off on a bad foot.
Nils, you done hit them tonight.
See, that's what I'm saying. You don't realize that I answered that question perfectly. You
No,
just
No,
because
nigga,
you
but
just
you're
probably
this
being
is
drunk.
God that
evil.
you follow though.
No,
Hey,
you're
Coach,
probably drunk. No,
you
I didn't
gotta
even
stop.
speak about God. I spoke about, listen, if your, listen
No,
again, one
nigga,
more time.
if I do
If
something
your
right
parent,
now,
listen,
my great
if
great
your mama
grandchildren
or your
gotta
daddy,
suffer
whoever is
for
raising
what I
you,
did.
if they raised you with poor planning to where when you now grow up, you're starting
Nils,
off
you done
on a
hit them.
bad footing as an adult into adulthood, you
Listen,
are already
Nils,
quote
this the
unquote
second time
cursed.
you done put these
You are
people in a
already
headlock.
bearing sins
You
of
put
your
Yara in a
forefathers.
headlock
You're bearing
already.
the
Okay, so I
mistakes,
have
or you're
I have
bearing
another question
negative
then.
experiences from the mistakes of your parents. That ain't something that is only
Nigga,
confound within the construct of the Bible.
but
That's
Okay,
life.
why don't
so
life
let
go
me
like that? Why we always be better than our parents? You stupid. Listen, I ain't gonna say it,
You said, why don't
but
we all do better than our parents?
why do we all do better than our parents?
Who does better
So
than
how's a
that doesn't?
person
I
can
never
I
heard
still
that that is
better
the
than my
rule of thumb
parents?
that everybody does better than their parents.
They do.
That's not the truth.
You didn't do the better than your parents, bro.
I'm just saying that's not the truth. That's not. I can't just sit around here and teach
I'm
that. I
asking
can't
you a
sit here
question. Did you do
online and
better than
teach
your
everybody.
parents,
Hey,
bro? Did you do
I
better than
can't
your
sit
parents,
online and teach
bro?
all people. No, let me finish saying what I'm saying. I
No,
can't sit
nigga, you're
online and
not
teach
gonna get. You
everybody
hitting the wall
and
right
say
now.
honestly. I'm gonna mute you
If
for a
anybody
second
on this
because
panel can
you act
say
real
that they
drunk.
didn't do better than they.
Now listen. Can't nobody sit online and just teach all people, all kids do better than their parents. You be a damn lie. You got some kids that, come on, they didn't amount to be shit.
Yeah, you got some
Parents are
kids
high.
that didn't even live.
let me explain to you how this works, right?
Go ahead, Nils.
Because you guys were saying that you identify with the curses instead of taking responsibility and seeing what your parents did that were mistakes and what their parents did that were mistakes and correcting them. Because people will sit there and being in this whole, Israelite paradigm, people will say, oh, she's not Israel, she's not cursed. Oh, she thinks she's white or she thinks she's this and da 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 da. Because I took responsibility of my world and created a heaven instead of a hell. And you can't sit there and always identify by making excuses for the wrongs that you do or did. That's what I don't understand. Like, we
Sound like
in
she
Hold
our
sucking
on,
like
blood.
Well, this is the
Nils.
thing.
Nils.
But look, it says
Your
that
dad. Hold on, Nils.
Israel
Your
be
dad could have
Lord.
been
Right?
he could have
That's
robbed
the thing.
banks, but then you could have been a
Let me,
manager of a bank.
let me
You did better than your goddamn
let me
daddy.
say this real quick.
These
Can I
niggas.
say this? We
it
know
goes
that
Go
with the
ahead,
Israel
whole
shall
say
be
it, bro.
reaping.
saved.
It goes with the whole reaping what you
Man,
sow.
y'all not listening.
Yeah, you guys don't listen.
Yeah, because y'all want us
Just
to
listen
listen
for a
to the
second.
Bible, but
Just
we ain't
no,
listening to
don't
that.
sit
Man,
here and expect me
dude,
to not be able to respond. That's what it is. You
Go
didn't think
ahead,
that I
go
had a
ahead,
response
bro.
to this,
It's your shit.
and you're mad that I
It's
do.
your shit.
Now Israel shall be saved. All right, and Christ even says that he didn't come for the whole. He came for the sick. The whole needs not a physician. It's those that actually is in need of help. Those that actually is still doing fine and all that shit. Hey man, Christ didn't even come for you. It's not about you. Yours, like
But
you
you think
already
that God
keep it
came
real.
for
Listen,
one
listen.
certain
You're doing
group,
fine. Listen, you're doing
bro?
fine. You probably don't bother anybody. You probably don't cause
You
no
think
problems to
that
black
God
people,
came
white
for
people,
one
Mexican, or
certain people,
nothing. You
bro?
probably pay all your bills. You keep your word.
You
You
take that
don't. Christ didn't
literally though,
come
bro?
to fix you. Listen, I'm trying to tell you guys something. Y'all don't
No,
understand
nigga,
this book, and
look,
people are
Bro,
deriving
it's just
misconceptions because they're
him.
trying to
It's
make
just
they're
him.
trying to
not
make all
us.
the concepts universal, and these are not these concepts are not universal. It says Israel shall be saved. For you to be saved, you have to be put in
So
peril. You
anybody
can't be
believe
living
like
high on the
y'all
hill.
is gonna be
You can't be
saved.
living high on the hill. Then say I
Anybody
don't
who believe
believe
like
that
y'all
that
gonna be
that that
saved,
that
Hey,
that
right?
you
Kofi,
guys
man.
are trying to
Hold on,
say.
Battle Axe. Hey, Kofi,
Man, I'm just gonna.
can you be quiet, man? He's talking. Go ahead, Battle Axe.
All right, hey, go ahead.
You can't be sitting around
I
here
know
trying to say I don't want to
you
accept your
you stand
information
up for your
because
uncle.
I'm living high on
Yeah,
the
I
hill, and
get it.
since I'm living high on the hill, I don't think that your guys' recipe on identifying Israel is valid. And you're like, no, you're just not the one that is in need to be saved. You will do fine in any country. You can go to Tokyo right now, and you do
So
fine. It's the
can I ask a
ones,
question?
listen, it's the ones that have been destroyed due to the lack
So
of knowledge. There's a lot of other people
can I ask a
that is
question
actually
real quick? Can I ask a
hold
question?
on.
Can I ask a
I mean, one
question?
more sentence. Okay, one more sentence. There's a lot of people
So I'm
that
alive.
has a lack of knowledge, but they aren't
Kids
destroyed. But
that's
then there are
not
some
by
Come
people,
Israelites.
on, Kofi.
not
Go ahead.
everybody that has a lack of knowledge. I'm talking about black people. Not every black person that doesn't know that Israel is destroyed. Okay, it's the ones that is destroyed and they don't know that they're Israel. They are in need of a savior.
Come on.
All right. So,
What we gonna do with them?
yeah.
So we identify those people as Israel through the curses. We see them. We say, oh, when you see that black dude doing bad out there in the ghetto, or look like he didn't, he ain't got no direction in his life, just some gangbanger lost in the sauce. You can look at the curses in Deuteronomy and say he's from the people group that fit Deuteronomy 28 and 68 on them slave ships. And they have been here for a while, so he fits number 64 too. And they have been
Okay,
calling him a
battle.
nigger and a coon and a thief.
Okay,
You like, so
battle.
he does
Let me
fit
ask you this question.
39. No, you hear what I'm saying? Look, this is how you do it. You like, and they do be calling these niggas coons
Battle, let me ask you
and
this
thugs
question.
and
In
losers.
the
You like,
Masoretic
yeah, he fits
text, it
37
says that
too.
you should sell yourselves. Show me one slave
Do
that
you hear what
sold
I was saying
themselves.
though?
In the Masoretic text, that's what it says. It
Amberism.
say you should sell
Yeah, we
yourselves.
heard you, Battle Axe. He heard you too.
Because that's how we do this. When you look at that brother in that poorest state that he's in, and then you say, what is his cause? How did he get there? What's going on with him, and why don't nobody help him?
My girl do work
And
on
why are there
y'all.
so many people like him? And
See, I
how
don't
long does it
I'm gonna
have
let
to
my
be?
girl do work on
I
y'all.
don't believe that
And
there's
then when you said, sister, you said we got to look at our parents' mistakes, that's exactly what we are doing. It's saying
Right.
to us that we have not been following according to this one. Even though our parents have had this book in their vicinity, they haven't been operating and utilizing it properly.
And a child goes through the curses with the parent. The parent just don't go through the curses. The child goes through the curses.
Nigga, a child never going through your curses, nigga.
What are you
Like,
talking
are you
about?
stupid?
Man, yeah, they
Are
do.
you
Okay.
so you
My
telling
baby
me your
brother
kids
just
right
went to the
now
hospital.
going through your curses, nigga? You telling
What
me
about
they
the
ain't
kids
doing
that
better than you?
don't have that much
You're not
to
trying to
eat?
teach them how to do better than you.
What about the
You a
kids that ain't got
stupid
much
ass
food to
nigga.
eat? What are you
Like,
talking about?
goddamn.
Nigga, there's kids that don't have a lot of food to eat.
For real.
And their
Yeah, kids go
parents
through
is
curses.
solely
Your kids don't
responsible
have
for
a lot
that
of
eating
food
like
to
that.
eat.
I was a kid going through
That's your
curses.
fault.
There's kids,
Nigga. That's your fault.
there's kids that been growing
How
up, there's kids
fault?
that grew up eating
How
sugar
I'm a
sandwiches
kid.
and shit.
I was eating
Nigga,
raw
that's
bacon
your
out the
fault. That's
microwave.
your fault. But I'm gonna tell you, at the end of the day,
No,
look,
it's actually it's the
let your
parents.
Amber on.
It be the
No,
parents.
I'm gonna
the
shut
kid
up.
is cursed,
Shut
or
up.
the kid is
Because
going through an unfortunate
Amber
situation
came on to do
because of the
something
parents'
real. So Amber,
mistakes.
get him. Get him, Amber. Get him. Get him.
I
Yeah,
mean,
come get
here,
it.
let's
Yeah,
just.
yeah, kick our ass.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, kick
Yeah, I'm
our
gonna shut up.
ass.
I'm not in here to kick anybody's anal cavity, but I just wanted to have a discussion because, when I was a JW, we were told to not really do much for yourself. That what's the point of going to work or getting a higher education, because guess what, Jesus is going to come and save you soon. So you're putting all your effort into doing these things instead of learning about Jesus, right? Now that I've left that organization, I have a completely different um brain pattern, mind thought on how this book works, right? And I don't believe that Jesus is coming to save, like jump out the sky or whatever. I believe that you save yourself.
Facts.
Yeah, we don't believe that the Messiah is coming to pop up out the
Right.
sky either.
Check it out.
Like
Y'all
what
niggas
the
don't
scripture
believe
does
that
say.
Yeah,
Jesus
we
coming from the
believe that
sky.
Christ. We believe that
Y'all
Christ.
don't believe
We believe
that?
that Christ shows up.
Y'all
Hold
don't
on.
believe y'all gonna have a
We believe
Jesus?
that Christ shows up, but when he does, can you, man, what
Listen,
is your
man.
problem?
God damn.
Just be cool, man. Focus on a cool ass person that you know and try to be him right now.
I
Now
know.
listen,
Come on,
we believe that Christ, when he
Valak,
comes
you know I'm
back,
cool with you. But nigga, if you gonna
I know
say
that,
that,
man. I was smiling when I said it. Hey, I was smiling when I said it. Now check it out.
Now don't get me wrong. There are some beautiful concepts, that are being taught. But I don't believe that there's a Jesus person that literally walked on water. I don't believe that he literally went on top of a mountain and got tempted by a
No,
quote
but
unquote
Amber,
Satan.
don't let them get away from what you just said.
No,
If
I
Jesus
mean I'm
coming
just.
back to save a certain kind of people, and he gonna do all this damage to other people,
I
get
think
him
that
right there.
I think that if people read the book about Jesus or Yahushua or whatever in first person, talking about themselves, I think that they would understand the concept of what he was teaching a little bit more clearly, instead of thinking that someone else is going to save you, and saying, "Get away from me! I did not know you." That Jesus is speaking this. I think that if you said it about yourself, about these people, "Get away from me! I did not know you." I think that the concept would sink in a little bit better.
Got your food.
Right. Well, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Well, from what we understand over here is that Christ, when he shows up, he's going to show up as a thief in the night. Nobody knows. A thief in the night doesn't make himself aware. You get what I'm saying? A thief in the
I
night is
thought
that's the
Satan showed
last
up
thing
as
that
a
he
thief in
that
the night.
huh?
Is it Satan or Jesus that shows up in a thief in the night?
No, it's Christ. Christ says he shows up as a
Hmm.
thief in the night. In the last days,
And here's my thing
there's
too.
only going to be a
Hold on, these niggas will
there's going to be
say
a
the J
sign.
bomb. Well, he just say Christ right now. He
Come
said
on, man.
Christ
Can you
right
let him
now.
finish his speech?
No, nigga, no.
I said
Stop
Christ,
it.
man, because I'm just saying Christ. They even called him
But you can
Christ.
say
They
J
said,
bomb. J bomb is y'all regular speech. Why you saying Christ right now, nigga?
I
Because
ain't
you
saying
saying
J
Christ.
bomb.
No, Christ is J bomb, nigga.
No.
There's two
They
different reputations that's tied to J Bomb
at
and
that
Yahweh
time,
Mashah.
Let me tell you
yeah,
guys a
in
little
them days they
story.
called him the Christ, even to his face.
Let me
They
tell
said
you.
But
she
is
said,
Christ a
I
J
know that
bomb?
you are. He asked me, he said, who do you think I am? She said, the son of the living God, also as known as the Christ.
I swear to God, I fuck with you, bro. I'm just trolling you right now, but I'm telling you, bro, you need to get your shit together because you cannot say Christ and then say J bomb at the same time. You cannot do that, bro.
That's just what they were calling him, man.
Let me
He
tell
never
you guys
he didn't deny them that he was the Christ. When they called him the Christ,
Go
he
ahead,
accepted.
Nils. Go ahead, Nils.
hmm I
When they
have a
called
girl.
him good, he didn't accept it. But they called him
No,
Christ,
go
he
ahead,
accepted it.
Nils.
All
No,
right, go ahead, my
we
bad.
gonna get off of that. We're gonna go with Nils
All
shit
right, okay.
Yeah,
and
I have a
let her ask her
girlfriend.
question.
I have a girlfriend that I grew up with since we were 9 years old. She went to nurse. She put herself through nursing school and all types of things. She was a single mom of two, and she put herself through nursing school. And then she always had like kind of an addictive personality, and it eventually uh, went over into her nursing career where she got caught taking some of her clients' pills, and then now no longer can be a nurse, right? And she was drinking
Dang.
and doing all types of things. Ended up having to have her children removed from her and all types of things, right? Then her mother put her in like AA, and now they were teaching her how to rely on Christ. But in her mind, she's thinking that a deity is coming back for her. But you know who really
Goddamn,
put
Nils, you
you
fucking them up.
you
Listen, let me
really
tell you,
wait,
my
hold
girl is a
on,
nurse.
Kofi, hold on. Let me finish this thought. I'm
Go ahead,
almost
go
done.
ahead, go ahead,
It
go
was
ahead, go ahead, go
her.
ahead.
Now she's, trying to find a new job, put herself through school again. She's, clean, got her children back and things like that. But you know who did the work was her. Even though she had this concept of this Christ person or Jesus person, it was her that put in the work. And so I think that that's where a lot of our people get mixed up of not being
Hey,
motivated
I
of
gotta admit
doing
to
these
that.
things because they're not putting in the work themselves, and
She
they
is
think that it's
killing you
okay to be
niggas
dumbed
right now.
down.
She
And
killing
a
you
lot of
niggas right
us,
now because I got a nurse right now.
I,
Hold on, Nils, let me
I
tell you
agree with
something.
her.
My girl
She ain't
gonna
killing
tell
me. I'm
me,
agreeing.
God gonna come heal my foot. She gonna do it.
I agree with the sister
But
100% on
Nils,
that part because I know
you
that
all the
the
way right
scriptures even tells you that
though.
we gotta come out of Babylon so we
Yeah,
don't be working
yeah.
with her sins.
Nigga, God ain't
So,
coming
so
down
when
them
she
shipping
said
you,
that,
nigga. It's gonna be a woman there they
well,
do
check it out,
shipping you,
Kofi.
nigga.
No, when the sister said that, I agree with her. I actually think that, and I was actually had that same type of thought in my mind about the market of the beast comments too. I think, like what she said, it causes people to become dependent on
Nils, I swear to God,
this
I'm gonna text you
miraculous
later on,
salvation
and I'm gonna tell you
that
you
Christ is
queen.
supposed to, saying just
You
scoop
the
you away
queen
and do all these other things for you.
of the dark side.
But it does say in the scriptures that faith without works is dead. So you over here believing in
So if faith was,
J-Bone to come save
hold
you out of the
on, you just
sky.
said something. Hold on, nigga, stop right there. You said faith without works is dead. So if Nils no nursing, she doing her faith, and her works ain't dead, nigga. Stop that.
What do you think? We're talking about walking with Christ.
and when
Do
you
we
guys
gotta walk with
realize that
Christ
the
and
sky,
What you talking about? We talking about that nurse lady that's becoming solely reliant on Christ saving her.
and when you guys
no.
realize the
If
sky is
if
Thinking
talking
that
I'm
about,
Christ is
dying
going to
right now
oh,
and Nails know how to save me, guess who my savior is? Nails. God damn it.
who just saved you? The doctor?
If I'm dying right now and Nails come save me, my savior is goddamn Nails. Not no goddamn damn. You gonna give me
No,
credit
man.
to
All
God,
praises, all glory goes to the
not
Most
to
High. Yeah, He
Nails?
used nails to save you.
You gonna say
Yeah,
Nails? God gave Nails the credit to
He
come
gave her the
save me.
wisdom in order to know how to save people out of that position.
right now I
That's her.
believe that
That's
the
her.
creator.
That's her expertise.
Now I
She knows
believe
how to
that the
save people when they're dying.
creator dwells in our mind, which is why we have been dumbed down so much, and there's a whole lot of money spent on MK Ultra of dumbing us down, which is why I don't believe that we should have this concept of bragging about being in a lower state. I think a lot of
No,
our
we
people
not at no
brag
lower
about
state.
being being no, because we brag about going to jail, we brag about killing, we brag about the
I know that's
dumb
what they
stuff,
do, Nils. For real.
and
I know that's
also
what they
about
do.
let me address one thing too about the whole women not learning,
They
and they
love
need
the
to sit
curses.
under a man and wash his toenails and all these different things instead of using the woman's brain, which develops earlier than a man, and the men are not
Hold
using
on,
the
Nils.
woman's what.
Hold on, Nils. Wisdom was
Let
always
her
in the
finish.
beginning, and the wisdom was a woman.
Yeah, and we always
We
have to keep
cannot.
you guys on track.
Yeah, fact. Listen, in the beginning,
Listen,
wisdom
listen,
was
listen,
a
listen.
woman.
Listen, though. Let her finish, though. I know, but let her
You
finish.
stupid.
And then
No, no,
if you're
no,
thinking that
no.
she
I just
shouldn't
Cause
wanted
you
to
have
fin-
trying to
I
get
just
her.
wanted to
You
hear
trying to
I wanted
catch
to
her
finish
up.
hearing her statement so we can answer her right. I wanted to finish hearing what she was saying so we
But
can give her a better
hold
answer.
on. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you: was wisdom
damn.
a
She's
woman?
gonna, but I wanted to keep on what
Come
she was
on,
saying real
Kofi,
quick.
man.
No, was wisdom a woman? Nigga, just
Kofi, man,
answer the
Battle Axe
question.
Noodles so she can
Yes.
finish. Battle Axe Noodles so she can finish,
All
man.
right, so he said that wisdom was a woman. We should listen to our women. Period.
So you just gonna
Yes, you're right. You're right.
Okay. So, and then if you guys are thinking about building a nation but don't want to get the education, how are you supposed to be above all other nations and say and have the other nations say, "Wow, these are wise people," if you don't know anything? That I don't understand that. Not having the woman learn to, I don't know, be a nurse or a doctor, brain, a neurosurgeon or whatever it may be, but you want to keep her dumbed down. If you want to keep
Well,
Who?
her
this we're
fat,
not trying to keep anybody dumbed down. This is what it is. We don't keep the people dumbed down, and it doesn't. It's not designed to dumb you down. When we teach you the commandments, this is a command. This is a rule and regulations that's going to be given and utilized by somebody that's going to be in a position of power. No longer a nurse, no longer working in anybody's building, but you're going to be in position of controlling something. That's what it's for. This is the people that actually has hope. That's why they keep implying hope and belief into this whole dynamic, is because you got to be able to see yourself utilizing these things on the way that they were actually meant, meant for, which is
but
in a real hierarchy of rulership.
yes,
That's
but
what
I've
we're
heard you
practicing.
guys, I understand, but I've heard you guys promote not going into quote unquote Esau's schools or not getting this type of education or, being in Babylon or Egypt or all these different things. Now, there's a way of separating yourself from Babylon or Egypt by not participating in their customs, but your education, people come here in order to get an education so they can bring it back to their countries so that they're not in maybe considered a third world country or impoverished. I probably said it wrong, but
Right,
we're
you're
the only
right. What is it? It's there's a confusion being brought about when we're not saying don't go to school or don't pursue your career. We're not saying that. We're saying that that is not your ultimate solution for the black man. If you need to get a job and you need to go to school to get that comfortable position that you're going to accept, fine and dandy, and work 6 days, and the Most High will bless you when you honor the Sabbath. We get that too, though. We stress that on One Nation Set Apart, that you gotta work. God don't
That's right.
He don't like a slothful person. So
Come
if you got to go to school to be able to do that job that you really want to do, to where you're not gonna be slothful, shit, man, for real though, more power. All
on.
praises to the Father for you to help you do that. But if you're trying to teach to everybody, say, hey, you guys, this is it. Get you a job, get your schooling, and that's the better of the black people. We just put our money together. You like, no, no, no. We got to work on the behavioral areas also. We got to work on the reliance on God and knowing that God will reprimand any type of disobedience, and we got to try to avoid that because everybody's in jeopardy when that happens. That's what we're just trying to
well,
do.
This is why I'm so strong about that. Like I told you earlier, is that we were discouraged when I was at JW. We were discouraged from any type of higher education, and once you realize the reason why is for enslavement, so that the people above you can stay above you. The rich keep getting richer, and the poor keep getting poorer. And they take your power. And
Well,
that's the same
those
thing.
things are
Now,
happening
let me tell you
because
this.
it's what.
I'm sorry, let me just say this real quick. This is the same thing that our slave masters did. Once you started getting a little bit of reading skills and started thinking outside the box just a little bit, they separate you from the rest and want to keep the rest enslaved so that they can have power over you. And I feel like we're mimicking that same rhetoric.
What, with the Bible, as in us practicing the hierarchy of the priesthood?
Nah, I'm talking about some of the things that I hear you guys say about the education and how you treat women.
Who?
We treat women well. We think that, you know, I mean, that's your better half. You know,
Well,
that's your second half. It's just that.
maybe
Well, the better half in certain
three out of
areas. What I'm saying, like when you need something physical, that's where the man is her better half.
Two out of 20.
Huh?
Two of you guys treating women good out of 20 isn't a good ratio.
Man, no, man, those are false
Well,
prophets.
we don't know all
It
of
says
them.
that there'll rise a lot of false prophets in the end days. Those ones that's going out there, y'all mean, teaching the false doctrine, man, and they got things that is suspect. Those are false prophets, rocking things like that star Renfrow. You gotta watch out for people like them.
The sexagram, you know, and another thing is we can't indict all of them. We can't indict every Israelite because we got some real cool brothers that's trying to, you know what I'm saying, please the Most High God with all their mind, heart, and soul, man. And they don't have those type of issues with women, man. So that it's not in everybody. First and foremost, not everybody's like that, man. Not everybody will get their kick off of subjugating they wife. A lot of people, they love their women, man. It's the ones that saying those things has always had women issues, man. Regular people though, we don't get down like that, man. And there ain't nothing in the scripts that tells you how to act like that. It don't teach you nothing like that. You see the relationship between Abraham and Sarah, it was very, very codependent.
So where do you think that these guys
say what he got to say?
Where do you think that these guys get this barbaric attitude from? If it's not from this,
Because she done stumped this nigga. But come on, y'all, Rod. Come on, say what you got to say, bro.
They get it from their father, the devil, man. They learn it from the damn devil. That's what they.
Come on, y'all, Rod. Not out a lot. No.
Yeah, these are evil spirits. These are evil spirits that we have been accepted. Man.
Come on, y'all, Rod. Come on,
man.
You know what I'm saying?
Come on, y'all, Rod. Come on, y'all.
When you got these brothers displaying these bad attributes, they learned these things. Shalom.
Yeah, I just came on to say, man, y'all was having a good show. Kick Kofi off. That's all I came to say. That's all I had to say. I was listening to y'all show, man. I was listening to kick Kofi off. But you know why they didn't kick you off, Kofi? Because they more righteous than I am. I would have kicked you off.
No.
I would have kicked you off already.
Say, you know what I'm saying? That's probably how I handle it.
Yeah, but let me yeah, but let me say this to Amber. How you doing, Amber?
Hey, good.
Oh, I've been around Jehovah's Witness for a very long time. I had a very close friend as a childhood friend that was Jehovah's Witness, and he was probably one of the most intelligent young brothers. He was older than me by a few years, but he was probably one of the most intelligent brothers I ever met in my life to this day. and to the point where he was a straight A student, had all type of scholarships, you know, to colleges and different things like that, universities. He had a sister, and his sister was very pretty. I used to have a crush on his sister growing up,
Someone
but she
needs
would
to
never,
mute out.
she was never around.
Battle X, mute out because he's echoing.
Oh yeah, I think yeah, that goes. And I was
No, okay,
always wondering why um she was never around. And then it wasn't until I realized, I think I may have been about maybe 12 or 13 years old, and I realized because they were Jehovah's Witness, because of their religion, and because she didn't want to follow in that, she wasn't allowed to be home or in the house, but she stayed away. She stayed away at college, you know, she just never came back home. And by the time her brother, which was my childhood friend, by the time he got to high school, straight A student, graduated, I remember him always used to telling me that he wanted to be a doctor. You know, that's what he wanted to do. And that was his script for like when I was a young kid, like in grammar school, and then he got to high school before I did. He was a few years older than me. And he was saying he wanted to be a doctor, you know. And but I'll never forget when he graduated high school, I'll never forget that, you know, I went down to his house, you know, to talk, because he taught me how to play chess and everything. Went down to his house. He was like, man, we get ready to move. We're about to move. I said, man, why y'all moving? What's going on? I thought he was going away to college. And he was like, nope, not going away to college. My mom and I are packing us up and moving us to New York so she can work at the Watchtower. And I was like,
wow,
work at the Watchtower? He was like, yeah, she taking me with her. And so they both was going to pack up and move to New York and work at the Watchtower. And I still didn't really understand it. You understand what I'm saying? But I got the point, but I did understand that he wasn't going to college. But that's what he talked about his whole life, that I know him as a friend.
Whoa.
And so then I understood why his sister was never around. You see what I'm saying? Because his sister did eventually wind up becoming a doctor, right? But that's because she never, you know, she just never came back home. When she went away to college. She basically, they was like she ran away.
Yeah.
But I came to find out she went to college. She didn't run away. She went to college, but they didn't want her to go to college.
Yep.
Because they told her it made no sense because the world was going to come to an end.
That's right.
So why waste your time doing that? And so I understood that growing up, you know, after a while, I understood that for a while. And then, you know, my wife she grew up in Jehovah's Witness. She grew up in that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So like I have an understanding about where you're coming from with that. Right. And so she and I often talk about like what that was like, and even in that type of understanding. So like my wife got every degree imaginable that you could have, like on every level, you know, from grade school diploma, high school diploma, you know, associate's degree, bachelor's degree, master's degree.
They're very much perfectionists.
Exactly. Sure. Exactly. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? But it's because of how, you know, they grew up and being saying, well, there's no meaning to life other than this book. So why pursue anything else? And she never bought into that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so for her, like her identity was like her education. You see what I'm saying?
Right, they should have been stressing
she blew through that. But it was like, I mean, they have their, you know, they have their,
we went to meetings like 4 days a week.
Yeah, and it's
and they were like,
but they're good people though. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll give you the shirt off their back from the ones that I know. They're good people, but when it comes to that, that's why I like in me studying it. You see what I'm saying? It's the reason why. It's a reason why they label that particular Christian religion as a cult versus other Christian religions
Mm-hmm.
that they don't label as a cult. It's a reason why. And it's because of this, there's really no meaning of life other than what you see in the book. You see what I'm saying? So it's just like there's no reason to vote. Why vote?
Yeah. I remember
You know.
growing up and going to school
That's
and
why.
thinking that everybody around me, all my schoolmates that I would have fun and laugh with, I was discouraged from hanging out with them. Anything after school, I had to come back home and only hang out with
Hmm.
JWs. But I remember sitting in classroom and thinking like all the people around me are going to die.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, they're going
They
to
Yeah.
die
are.
of
You were right.
Armageddon because Jehovah does
No, you
not
were
love them.
right. It's happening. It just happens in a different way that you thought. But peep this one though. They all they had to do is just stress the Sabbath. I don't understand
Oh my
how
gosh, he's
anybody
not
can
getting it.
get that the Israelites is trying to teach that. Lay around and wait for saying the sky to bust open. We saying
But
no. This place is being judged, and the next place that we go to, you got to make sure that you are covered with a garment so you don't get stoned because it's going to be ran by God's law abiding citizens. That's just what is going to happen. I know a lot of people don't have that type of faith, but that's just something that they got to work on. But there's a lot of us that do, and and it's going to be one hell of a mission to try to take us over because we're not going to be easy. That's just what's going to happen. We already see it being judged. The Most High said, Christ said, "I am the Alpha and the Omega." You see what was placed upon this place, an Omega. This Omega is making it to where this place right here has a dark future ahead of them. It's grim, and they're not even going to dare try to deny it no more. They said that California got 30 years to sustain life. After 30 years, this place is no longer sustainable for life.
Let me tell you something, Battle
They
Axe.
never spoke like this before.
Let me tell you something. I grew up with because they don't have at the Kingdom Hall, they don't have separate rooms for children to learn. All the children learn all around the world at the same time as the adults. Same day, everybody's the same. It's very, very, very organized. And the books that they have for children are very uh scary. It's all about gloom and doom and death and blood and chaos and murder and all these different things. So this whole idea of God is going to kill you and stone you and you're going to get this and that. I'm so over that. Do you know what trauma does to people? Over centuries of slavery, the trauma that has been done to our people is a result of what you see them doing now. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Nah, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I don't put it
They
all
would
to it.
take the strongest person or the smartest person and make a spectacle of them in order to fear the rest. Okay, so this whole when you guys get online and talk about, oh, the Most High is going to stone you and burn you up and do all these things, and then and in the same breath you say this is a loving God. I don't
We're not
understand.
saying, but we're not, sister. We're not saying that God is going to do it. We're saying that we're going to be ran by people that's going to be operating under the laws of God. And if you are a fornicator, you sleep with some man's wife, you're going to be put to death.
Yes,
That's 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 that's
there's
that's just what these people. They got to at least be told that, hey, heads up, warning. This place is
let
about
me
to be
ask you
destroyed.
something.
The kingdom of heaven is about to be it's about to be put into your position. Now it's your turn to rule the world. It said, believe this gospel. And for real, that last statement that he said was for you, your benefit, which was and repent. Like you gonna have to repent because that's for your safety. That's the part that you got to cover. It didn't
Are
say anything else about. It didn't say that You had
Are
to do
you
anything.
supposed to? Are
It
you
said this stuff is
supposed
about to be
to?
handed to you, except for the fact that you got to repent.
Are you supposed to love the creator because you love him, or are you forced to do it out of fear?
You got to do it out of obedience.
That's not my question.
The question wasn't arranged where I can give an answer to either one of the options.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you a different way. If there wasn't this whole uh, consequence and this whole fear tactic that is promoted, would you be going as hard as you do?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
So then you're doing it as
I would have been
then you're
going.
doing it forceful. You're doing it
I would have
forced,
been
not out
going
of
as hard
love.
as I was when I was thinking that God loved me unconditionally and that He was my friend, buddy, pal, and that He was, exemplifying me from stuff and He was waiting for me to get right with Him. When I thought of Him like that, I was doing the most
So
because
you're
I thought in the back of my mind that one of these days I'm gonna be good. God, He's gonna accept me, however, in whatever I've done. And
listen.
boy, oh boy, was I not in for a whole new thing. He showed me.
So at what point are you going to say, okay, the work is done, I'm perfect now? Because listen, with us being so far from perfection and trying to get back into our for lack of a better term, into our garden, right, back into our right mind, at what point are you going to say, okay, the work is done, I'm perfect now? Because
I,
people
I've
have
I've
people have
already came to
always
that.
failed. People have
I,
always failed. There's
I came to
never
the conclusion. I came to the conclusion that not only I was perfect, I came to the conclusion that Malak also was perfect. That's when I said, hey, I think that we're qualified now to go and tell somebody. Before we didn't have no room to talk, but now we do. So let's go out and work on everybody else because we can't just stop with us. I can't go into the kingdom by myself. And I can't be a kingdom just me and Akmallah. That's why we know the Bible's not about just working on you. It's about this kingdom that we have to build. And we got to do it with our duties. You got to get these things memorized because you got to teach them to other people. Everybody got to know this, and we got to get this down. Because we already tried this one, and with the system that United States has offered, and it hasn't got us very far. So we might as well try this one. Seems to be talking to us anyways. Like, might as well.
I mean, I'm not against law and order. There all obviously has to be, there's universal laws, right? For everybody, not just black people, not just white people. There's universal laws that the creator has given to us. But I think
Right.
sometimes that you guys go a little too far and beyond and put your own spin on things and put a whole bunch of, if you don't do this, I think that this and that is going to happen to you, and it turns into internet gangs.
Well, I agree with you on that halfway, but at the same time, I don't feel like that. That's what our intentions is, and I don't think that's a lot of people's intentions. And I know that exists though, but a lot of those things are happening because a lot of people are lacking, well, either experience or actual sometimes even knowledge within the scripts. They won't even. This is just regurgitating doctrines. What we are trying to just say is just what the book is saying. We know that this book is for the the next kingdom. It's for a priesthood. So when we see that these laws are for, we say, no, okay, these laws ain't for these people. The Levitical laws have nothing to do with a heathen at all. I'm talking about in any way, shape, or form. It just got nothing to do with them. That's not their law.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So we got to know this Levitical thing because a lot of us is Levites, including yourself. I know a lot of people, they probably don't believe that, but what else is the reason why you gravitating towards the most high power and everybody else isn't? Because you're a Levite.
Well, now that we have Yara on here, Yara, I know that you were writing something in the chat about the line of Adam and Seth and these different priesthoods. If you wanted to elaborate, that'd be awesome.
Well, what I would like to say about it is that when you're asking, like, are these real people or are these priesthoods? The answer, and I think I was trying to give you this the other day, the answer is both. Like, let's take Adam for instance. Adam is what we would call in Genesis chapter 2, from my understanding of the scripture, is the first in the priestly line, in the righteous line. And so that would be what I would call the eponymous ancestor of the Adamic priesthood. And I've heard this term being thrown around a lot. Well, it's just an eponymous ancestor. You know, Garfield likes to say that a lot. You know, a lot of people like to say that, well, it's only an eponymous ancestor. Well, that doesn't mean that that person didn't exist.
Come on now.
It just means that there's a connection or oral tradition or history connected to this person, place, or thing.
Come on now.
The thing about the scripture is that it's written not from the idea of it not being factual. It's written from an idea that these things that they're writing were true and exact. And so
right.
This is why when I talk to people and they say, well, aren't these people just like characters in a comic book where we see, you know, Spider-Man, he's a fictional character, but he lives in Manhattan. He lives in New York. Well, we know that the author of Spider-Man, Stan Lee, tells us that he wrote this character as a work of fiction. The Bible doesn't tell us that. Right? The prophets, the books of the prophets that are writing these things are giving these testimonies. They're not saying this is a fictional character I'm creating. They're saying that these are things that actually happen. We as people that these things actually happen too. So we can throw that whole comic book character thing out the window, right? Like when people say, "Oh well, what about Superman?" No, we know, Bob Kane created Batman, you know, in Gotham City, New York. Well, we know Gotham City, New York is a real place, but the author tells us that this is a fictional character that he's writing about, or that he's created. So it's a false equivalency to create a comic book or historical fiction to the Bible. It's not historical fiction. So when we talk about these people, these are real people, and people, their descendants or people that were familiar with these people are due honor and they're worthy because of the things that they taught and things came down through them. So when we say priesthood, we see throughout the Bible that there were priesthoods still being created after the Aaron priesthood.
Okay, so
there were priesthoods still being created. Yeah.
You said that these are real people. So then how is it that these people are known by other names and other cultures, but they seem to go back into India?
Well, it's not just go back into India, they go everywhere. Not just into India. If you look at and here's another thing, if you study like the ancient the ancient historians like Herodotus or Manetho or Philo, if you study these people, they never once say that these people didn't exist. Even especially the Greeks. People always say, well, the Bible is Greek. Well, it's not. It's written in Greek. That's only because these Jews were Hellenized. So they were writing in the lingua franca of that particular time. But one thing I challenge people always, and I'm going to challenge people even more now. Show me where these people, these historians were saying that Moses wasn't a real person. These people are arguing over the fact whether Moses was a heathen or whether he was a real or whether he was the law or whether he was the best lawgiver. They never once said he was created or made up by the Jews. They never make that statement. None of these people, Manetho, Herodotus, Philo, none of these people say that. None of these ancient historians say that. They never say it. They always speak to him in the terms of a real person. What they do argue over is whether or not the practices that he gave them were a heathen practice, or whether they were a practice that they follow, or was it a practice outside of their culture that they found strange. They never said that these people didn't exist, that Moses wasn't real.
So
they never say that.
Some people say that he was Tutmosis.
People could say that, but there, again, whether you say he's Tutmosis or Moses, he's still a real person.
Okay, so what does your conclusion come up?
Right.
My conclusion is this: is that Moses was real, and we clearly understand and we clearly see that he instituted some type of new law that was unlike any other that had been existed in time. If he had not done anything, on that capacity that was so not just life changing, but world changing, he wouldn't be talked about today. Moses was talked about in history well before the compilation of the books that created the Bible as we know it today. He was talked about well in history, well before the Bible. So you can't say, well, Moses is only a creation of what you read in that Bible. No, he was talked about by many historians thousands and thousands of years before the Bible was actually written. I mean, compiled, I should say, because even saying the Bible was written is fallacious. The Bible was compiled. It's only a compilation of the testimonies of the people who lived throughout various times who believed and followed Yahweh and believed and followed the Torah. That's it.
In your opinion, or from your research, what is Moses' real name?
In my research, Moses had many different names. Many different names. If you really want to study the history of Moses, they talk about how his father, how his brother Miriam and Aaron had a different name for Moses, because how some of the tales of Moses go back in some annals of history was that Aaron Moses' father and his mother were sort of in a separate situation. And it was because when Moses was born between the two that they brought their household back together because of the birth of Moses, that the mother was brought back into the house with the father. And so his older sister, Miriam and Aaron, had a different name for Moses. It was also said Moses' mother had a different name for him. The Egyptian princess, who I believe is Hatshepsut, had a different name for Moses. As we go through history, and finding these things and talking about who Moses was, he had Hebrew had this debate. I believe Moses is also synonymous with Sinamut. If you read stories of Josephus, if you read the workings and writings of Josephus, Josephus calls them Arsiphai. So they had, I believe there were many different names. They had also called them Musa in other languages. So I believe at even the time that he lived up until the time now, he was known by many different names. But there was one thing no one ever argues, that this was a lawgiver like none other. And we had laws that existed. We had the Code of Hammurabi. We had people say that they are laws of Muhammad, but they're not laws. These are confessions. They're not laws. They're confessions. So that's another argument you can throw in the trash.
That's right.
So what we talking about here is that there was a person. There was a person that existed that people that when he came on the scene, he changed the world. He changed his world and his surroundings because of what he taught a people. the law that he gave this people, there's no one, anyone can show me any ancient historian that says he did not exist or that he was created or made up. Nobody makes that statement. Now, it's not until you get later on till you get to like the 1900s, and you get to like people like Richard Carrier that Garfield likes to bring on a lot, that says Moses couldn't have possibly been a real person. That's not until way later that you get that. But people that are more closely related to the time of Moses, the further you go back, they believe he was as real as Dunkin' Donuts. So when we talk about what was his name, I don't hassle and argue over his name. He was known by many names, but the Bible tells us that his name was Moses, or he was referred to as Moses or as a Moses.
Okay, I have another question. Okay, when we study about Egypt, we know that there's a lot of mysticism and kind of like secret teachings and all these different things, right? Like magic and all these different things. Did Moses, the scripture says that he grew up in the house of the Pharaoh, meaning like he grew up in learning those different things. So did he learn the magic, quote unquote, magical things? Do you believe that he literally went up on a mountain, or are you thinking that that's education?
I absolutely believe that he went up into a mountain, and reason being because we see that in almost every culture. This is why they would build things like the ziggurats and temples. In some older languages, especially and even in the Bible, mountain is synonymous with temple.
You gotta mute. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Like we know ziggurats that we see in Mesopotamia. These things were referred to as mountains at times, and like these temples, they were referred to as mountains. So we see that people going up into high places, even in the book of Job, we see people that go up into the high places. They found that to be in close relation to the Most High God, right? And so I do believe there was a mountain, because if you read in the Exodus story, it gives us details into that. And then there are extra biblical sources that talks about that Yahweh was a God of metallurgy and different things like that. But that's extra biblical sources we can get into. But if you study the scripture says when they were brought up out of Egypt, they were led by a pillar of fire by night and a pillar of a cloud by day. If you look at that in the geological sense, that's a clear distinction and descriptor of a volcano. And we know that these were high mountains. So even when we talk about Moses and the burning bush, that's something that's not out of the scope of realm of reality for me, because we do see these things in the areas where we know there were more volcanic activity. When you talk about when you talk about the Exodus story and they talk about Hathor, right? Hathor was also connected with metal workings and gold and different things like that. And so I ask myself, why did they decide to create a golden calf? Why were the people asking Aaron to create a golden calf and not a golden bee or a beetle or a scarab? Why a golden calf? Because they were familiar with the deities of Kemet. So that is what they wanted to refer back to, right? And so we know that in these mining areas, these people, they had gold, they had lapis lazuli, which only comes from Mesopotamia. So we know they had some connection with Mesopotamia. And so when we see these various different things throughout the Bible, people love to argue that it's not a historical book. But I argue that notion because if you look at the most profound archaeological finds today, they found it based on the descriptions that they took from the Bible. Right. So when we look at these different things, it's difficult for me to say clearly that it's all esoteric in meaning. These people were writing about real life experiences. Now, if you ask me how they determined what caused those experiences, then we can get into that conversation, because we see the same thing in ancient Kemet when they talk about the netters, right? When they talk about how they ascribe deities to the things that they couldn't explain in nature.
Okay,
You see what I'm
so
saying?
yeah, so for me, okay, now that I have your understanding, for me, I don't think that Moses literally went up on a mountain. I think that those mountains
Mm-hmm.
and all those things represent a higher state of being. Hence, the people at the bottom were basically in quote unquote hell when the ground opened up and shut behind them. You see what I'm saying? I
Mm-hmm.
don't believe,
Yeah.
unless you're going up on a hill, on a mountaintop, to be
Mm-hmm.
met with a UFO or something like that. Like, why, if the creator dwells in the mind at your higher
Mm-hmm.
learning,
Mm-hmm.
why would I have to go up on a literal mountain in order
Well,
to
because
learn? Kind of like the whole
yeah,
saying of, like, when you're speaking with somebody and you say, "Come
mm-hmm.
down to earth, come
Mm-hmm.
down where we are," or
Mm-hmm.
in the new script, or in the New Testament, where it talks about
Mm-hmm.
Jesus going down to hell to talk to the spirits. I don't think he's
Mm-hmm.
literally skydiving from the sky and going down underneath the ground. I think he's talking to a
Mm-hmm.
lower state of being, people that have gone
Mm-hmm.
through it, that are in the depths, in the dirt, and the whole
Mm-hmm.
ground of, Adam coming from the ground. He knew nothing. He needed to have that breath of life, of substance, blown into him. That's where I'm thinking that this is
Yeah, but
not like a literal mountain.
well, yeah, and I understand it, but see, I think like in my studies, like when people talk about the serpent eating of the dust, Moses being, and Adam being created from the dust. I ask people often, the scripture says he's created from the dust of the ground. Why simply not the ground? There's a distinction being made there between dust and ground. It says ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That shall we return to. But if you study the etymology in Hebrew of the meaning of the word dust, what you actually find is you get the same connotation for dust as you do, I think it's in Nehemiah chapter 4. I think it's Nehemiah chapter 4 and 10 when it talks about the dust almost being synonymous with unrighteousness or your filthy rags or nothingness. We get the same connotation of dust being equated to like almost like filthy rags in Isaiah chapter 64.
Right.
So it's like when the scripture tells us like our righteousness is a filthy rags, right? Because there's no righteousness that man is of himself, only that which comes from the Most High. So man the only way that the Most High can represent himself in the earth is through his likeness, which is his likeness
There's
of
an echo or
man,
something
or his
going on.
righteousness in the earth. Yeah, I think somebody is either trying to record what we're saying. So that's what we get. But I don't think that everything that we read is literal. You see what I'm saying? I don't think it was meant to be made. I don't think it was meant to be made literal. You see what I'm saying? I don't think everything that we read was meant to be made literal, but I do believe there are some things that are in the book that is literal. Now, I heard you mention earlier about Jesus walking on water.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe Jesus walked on water.
Yeah.
I don't believe he physically walked on water, because the Bible tells us that as he was at that particular time, he was just a man,
Mm-hmm.
filled with the spirit of the Most High in his heart and in his mind. That was the truth, right? So he had the Torah in his heart and in his mind, which the scripture tells us the Most High will write his laws on the tables of our hearts. So I believe Christ operated fully in walking in the Torah. Now, was he defying the laws of physics by walking on water? I don't believe so, because the understanding of the story is really not about Christ walking on water. It's about Peter and his in his doubting. right? Being moved from his surroundings instead of staying focused on the Torah that was before him, the law, statutes, and commandments. He started worrying about everything else in the world that was going on around him.
Well, and this is to
Right,
elaborate
right. Can I add to that
on that.
too? And
Absolutely.
another thing
It's your
is,
show.
can y'all hear me?
To elaborate on
I can
Oh
that,
hear
yeah, I
you.
was gonna say, I was gonna add to that. Yeah, and Peter, it said that Paul wrote about it too, talking about how Peter was tossing like a ship in the wind, tossing to and fro to every doctrine. So Peter was he was a preacher. When they were saying that these brothers was fishing and they were casting and sewing up their nets and stuff, these brothers, they were talking about, these brothers was actually out there trying to wake the people up.
yes, I agree. Just as
So
the dragon coming out of the waters. I mean, there's a lot of separate meanings again with
And now, like,
Satan offering Jesus all the kingdoms of the earth when Jesus was on top of the quote unquote mountain. If Jesus already was at the top of his world or at his highest state of learning, I don't believe that it's a literal mountain. Now, to get to a question with that Sister Barb had in the chat, she had said, let me scroll up, about someone explaining the blood rituals in the Torah.
what about them?
Well, the Creator doesn't require blood.
He does require blood because
the Creator of heaven
atones
and
for
earth does
sins.
not require blood.
Yeah, he does, because blood atones for sins, and we don't have enough experience or knowledge to determine or to deem what God likes and don't like, other than what has been laid out.
If the Creator required blood, why in so many scriptures does it say to stay away from it, not to touch it, to pour it out on the ground, and even giving you even going as far as when a woman is bleeding to not even touch her, if he requires blood.
Because the life is in the blood, and the blood is required. All right, so you can't consume the blood, because when you consume the blood, that blood was supposed to have been put back into the earth. It was required, and you didn't. You consumed it now, so now it has to come out of you. That's the reason why the animal's blood ends up killing you. One way or another, this blood has to be now redeemed. That's why you're not supposed to consume it. Blood has a very, very important element. It's a very, very important element when it comes down to the creation of God.
Listen, blood, when a lion goes and chases, or even a cat, it waits for its prey to start running in order to build up an adrenaline, in order for them to feel that adrenaline. Demons require blood. The Creator of heaven and earth does not require blood. Blood has an electrical current in it. In order for you to,
that blood has a special attribute to it, just with the fact that you admitting that this blood can get into a certain condition, which is fabricated through fear.
No, what
you're
doing is Baal worship. That's what
I'm doing. What?
The Creator of heaven and earth. In order for me to be a righteous person and not do the things that are universal laws, I don't need to go and kill an animal or kill a human in order to ask for forgiveness. I just change my ways. It's as simple as that. Guess what? I have been forgiven about many things. I've never had to go and kill anybody or kill an animal. I've just changed my behavior.
But sin, when it's finished, it brings death. So when you sin,
that death is being
you're
outside
supposed to
the
die,
law.
because when you look at Adam, check it out. They sinned, all right, and look at the effect of what they did. Everybody is going through it one way or another in life. We die and all these things, like the Bible says. Well, that's because sin brings death. Going against the Creator, something that created you, and operating outside of that guidelines, is something that is completely out of nature.
Death only simply means being outside the law. I don't need to have blood in order to atone
But
for my
think
sin.
but think about what I'm saying though. That is so out of nature that you are throwing your creation, the existence of your creation in the creator's face. When you do anything against what he says.
Okay, so
That's
what
like
would
that's
be the
like that's like
reason?
having a car that's like making a car that that doesn't actually work.
No.
You know,
What would
yes, it
okay?
is. It's like
Listen.
designing an engine that doesn't work. That's a better way of putting it. It's like designing an engine that doesn't work. This engine doesn't work.
What would be the reason? Okay, so you
So
thinking
now
that Moses? Do you think
it becomes
Moses?
trash.
Do you think that Moses sprinkled literal blood on the
Huh?
Israelites? Huh?
You said, do I think that Moses sprinkled literal blood?
Yeah.
Yes, he's of course he did.
So if I went and threw a bucket of blood on you right now, sprinkled it, and said that this was the law, how would you feel?
No, it has to be a covenant. It was the
No,
covenant.
I'm
It was
making
the
a
seal
covenant
of the
with
covenant.
you. I'm making a covenant with you, and I just get a bucket of blood and splash it up against you. Is that righteous or no?
He didn't do it like that. You have to put an extra exaggerated spin on it to get your point.
No, I'm not exaggerating. You said that he sprinkled literal blood on the Israelites. How many
Let's just
Israelites?
say
How many Israelites did he go through and sprinkle blood on them?
he sprinkled blood towards the congregation.
So
Did
some
he
of the blood.
did he get
So
it on
some of the
every
blood
last one of
missed.
them? Did he
So
get it
some
on
of the
every
blood
last one
missed
of
some
them?
of the people.
It said as if he did, but
No,
did
no, no, no,
he?
no. Listen. So some of
I,
the blood
I didn't think that it. Whatever.
ricocheted and missed some of the people and only got on some people. Literal blood.
Yes, it was blood. Blood atones for sins.
Yeah, Rob, go
Blood
ahead.
seals the deal.
I mean, the scripture does clearly say that the Most High had no desire for the blood of bulls and goats. That's first.
No,
Uh,
but when he says that, he was
but
saying that
when
he is not the God. Like he didn't create that concept because that is
right,
what he wants.
I
He
agree.
just said that. He
He
said
did
that
not create that concept.
he just
Agreed.
created that concept. That concept was created, but it has its purpose. That purpose
Yeah.
was to atone for sins. But what he really rather requires is his obedience. If he
Right. That's what it was. That's what it
if
was
God
about.
was if God came to you and said, "Hey, you're an Israelite, Sister Ambrosia, you an Israelite, Elder Yara," and then I'm talking about you was perfect instantly, then he would be like, "That's what I was looking for in the first place." He said, "Of course, this guy didn't. He doesn't need to sacrifice an animal. He didn't. Look at him every day. This guy is perfect."
Yeah. Yeah.
But but
The
since but but
sprinkling.
since but since he knew that you were going to make a mistake, he was like, "Okay." He said, "Breaking my ordained ship is deemed for destruction." He said, "Okay, I'm going to make an atonement for that. Somebody's blood has to be spilled for this. It's going to either be his, or he can bring an animal. He can bring a victim, because that's what it really is. It's you're victimizing the animal, and you're putting him in place of you being the victim, and you putting him in place of you,
So
and then
the
you asking
animals.
God to
Yeah.
atone
So
for that.
yeah. So what she was asking is this: is like people don't like when you're reading the scripture, but people see that KJV, the English translation, it makes it's the reason why we have a lot of these questions, right? Because of how it sounds to us. So when the scripture is talking about sprinkling the blood over the people, it's not talking about like you take like you would take water hose and then you would just whisk it all over the people throughout the air and let the
Right.
little drip. What they would do is they would actually the priests under Moses, but it says Moses and it does say Moses, but how it went was that because this is what Aaron, Jethro advised Moses not to do. You can't do it all. Get some priests, put some men together, put them underneath you so they can help you do this work. And so what happens is when it was time for the atonement, the camps would come together by tribes. They would sit down and priests would go among the tribes. They would take the hyssop, wrap it in twine, and they would dip the hyssop in the blood, and then they would anoint the people in the tribes by camps. That's why it's always taught. Anytime they dealt with them in that manner, they would have to separate them, sit them down, and so that they can reach the people in that manner. But when the scripture, where we read it in the English, that says that he sprinkled the blood on them, we get the visual as if he was taking a bucket of blood, like in the Carrie movie, and throwing blood all over the people. Right. But I understand why people get that understanding, because that's how you can visualize it, by reading this English language. So we know, like, it's just like today, right? Even if you go into the heathen Catholic Church, when they anoint people, right? They, with the ash, they take it and they place it on their foreheads. They put it on the people's foreheads. Well, it was kind of some of the similar things is how they would do it. But they would have these different. That was one of the purpose of the priest, was to go into these camps and anoint them. And oftentimes they would have their leader, or for the lack of a better term, the chief of that tribe would come before the priest. The priest would anoint him, and he would go back and they would anoint their tribes. They would anoint their people with what was given, the way that they was told. And so that's why you had these different victuals. If you go into how the sacrifice was done, the blood from the animals will pour down, would run down into the victuals, that would be at the bottom of the brazen altar, would pour down upon that, and then they would take that blood, dip it in, and that's why, and they would say, that's why they would dip it in hyssop. It kind of looked like it kind of worked like a sponge, hyssop, when it's put together.
Right. But you're not. I don't get it. How is it that you're pouring blood on you, but then it says not to touch it, to empty it on the ground? That seems like a contradiction to me.
Well, it's not when it's talking about, you're talking about two different concepts now, right?
Right. That's when you eat it.
Yeah. You're talking about two different concepts. When you're talking about spilling blood, pouring blood on the ground. When it's talking about spilling blood, one of the concepts of spilling blood, that's murder, right? That's when you kill someone. You say you spill blood. So it's not like if you walk past a vexual blood and you kicked it over, are you going to die? There was no law for that, right? There's no law for that.
Right, but I see that the scripture is emphasizing, overly emphasizing not to go not to deal with it, but then in the same breath you're dealing with it.
No, when it was talking about not,
some of these things are rituals that we are not supposed to be delving into.
When it was talking about not dealing with it, it was talking in the sense of consumption.
Right. We were never told to consume blood. And so when these guys walk around here talking about, oh, your God is a vampire, well, we know that one of the things of this fictional character is that vampires consume blood. It was against every law in the scripture,
right,
to consume blood. So it's never talked about the consuming of blood. That's why they had even the Levites, when they were, some of the meat that was placed upon the altar, it would be cooked, and some of the meat could be eaten, but they were never told to eat raw meat. That meat was fully cooked, right?
Right.
And so
I don't know. It seems weird to me.
Right, it's like because the Most High, he took the covenant in Exodus 24. That's when he sprinkled that blood over them. He just read the whole covenant. So he read the terms of it, and after that, those people gave a bounding statement. They said, "We will do that all that you said, and be obedient." So Moses took that blood, and he said that this is the blood of the covenant, as in a signature sense.
No,
like they say,
I don't.
Signed in blood. I have they had their name signed in blood. You trying to have my name? You trying to have me write my name in blood? Like that's what it. That was an ancient concept.
No, I don't do any blood rituals at all. Nothing.
That's
I
but
don't.
that's what it was. That was a binding. That was a contract, though.
Yeah, but with
This was what they did back then.
what God? The God of the Hebrews or the God of the universe?
They do that, but a lot of people still do it.
Yeah, but
It's
that
called a
just
blood
because
oath.
people do it
So you
doesn't make
don't
it
agree
right.
with the Torah?
Huh?
You don't agree with the Torah?
I don't believe sprinkling blood.
No, I'm saying, do you agree with the Torah?
Which part of
They're,
it?
they're called blood oaths, blood
Yeah,
brothers.
I don't believe. Yeah, blood
So you
brothers.
don't
Come on
believe in
Like
now.
the laws of Moses?
Do I what?
Do you believe in the laws of Moses?
Well, I believe that there's universal laws that were there before Moses.
No, I'm saying, do you believe in the laws of Moses, though?
Some of them. I don't believe that the Sabbath is on every seventh day of the
why
week.
not? It's 7 days.
No, I
It's every
believe that
7 days.
was when I was a JW, we learned that was a Babylonian concept, that you're already in the sixth day. That the
7 days.
seventh day.
Why we got to make it so hard? You know how hard that is when we just try to operate outside of what is already given. Like, why we got to do that?
No, that was a Babylonian concept.
What,
You're
7 days?
following.
It fits.
If the rest of the world is doing something, like the people that you say are the fake Jews, if they're doing something and you're following them, you call them evil and all these different things, but you're wanting to do the same practices and do the same things that they do,
There's
what does
there's
that make you?
364 days in a year.
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
That's a denomination of 7.
Listen, yeah, but if you're in 1 year is what 1,000, or 1 day is 1,000 day or whatever, 1,000 years or whatever. If this is a Babylonian concept, and if your enemy is doing the same practices, then that should let you know that you're not supposed to do it. You can't call somebody a devil and want to do the same things that were done to you. I
No,
don't do
hold on.
that.
They're not lying about every single thing.
I didn't say that. But are you supposed to be doing the same thing? Are you supposed to be set apart?
No, no. Just because they know about the Sabbath doesn't mean they keep it.
No, but that was a
There's a lot
Babylonian.
of there's a lot of nationalities that know about the Sabbath. They don't keep it. You only got certain people keeping the Sabbath, like the Jehovah Witnesses. You know what I mean? Some Jewish people,
We
and
didn't keep the
then
Sabbath.
and then Israelites.
We didn't keep a 7 day Sabbath.
Who?
The JWs.
Oh,
Oh well, okay. Well, they out there.
yeah, it's even worse. That's what we say.
No, they knew
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
a
That's
Babylonian concept.
no, it's not.
Okay, well, you
That's
might
the
want to
truth.
check that. You might want
It
to check
says
that
it in.
out.
No, it's actually mathematically equated too, though. We can't, ignore that part. It's mathematical too.
No, I'm not going to do the same thing that my enemy that has had this book that has changed around and lied to the whole world. I'm not going to do the same thing that they do.
Well, they don't keep the Sabbath. They do Sunday worship, so you might as well stay on that, ride that same wave, and keep that energy.
The
And
Jews do
honor
not
the
have a
Sabbath.
Sunday Sabbath.
The Jews,
No, they
man,
don't.
the Jews, man, they going wrong with something else. They
Listen, here's
violate
the thing.
Leviticus 26:1 anyway, so they ain't even Israel. They not, everybody the same thing. The 7 day Adventists, they so-called honor the Sabbath too, but they run around screaming out J bomb all day.
Listen, everybody thinks that they have the right religion, right? But one thing that they all have in common is that their enemy has had this book and has tampered with it. And I see that you guys are out here promoting wars and race wars based off of information that has been tampered in a book.
How? Like what information? You got to base those
Well,
allegations.
even with Elder Yara just coming up here and saying that the KJV has been tampered with, or the translation is bad or whatnot, we know that different translations have been changed. Okay, with all the different translations that this book has had, who has the correct one? And who's behind translating them all?
I won't say who has the correct one, but I'll say who has the best one. Best one that I've read was the Matthews and William Tyndale Bible.
Okay, and who is the editor behind that? Who's the producer?
William Tyndale.
Who's that?
He was a black man from
But
the 1500s,
okay, so
early
how
1500s.
did he get that though?
He was out there in England. He lived in England,
But I'm
and he
saying, okay,
went
so
and he went to and he studied. He was self-taught. He taught
you're
himself.
oh
He taught himself Hebrew, Latin, and Greek. And then he translated it, and then he started smuggling the Bibles to the servant class people of Europe and England.
and he's using his translation based off of another translation, right?
You know, he used it off of Latin, Greek, and Hebrew.
Okay, off of another translation though, right?
Yeah, but the translation has to be legit enough to be able to still be held against us. That's one thing we got to keep in mind. It's a contract. So if they tamper it with too much and change the actual fabric of the covenant, it makes it to where the covenant becomes void.
Let me tell you something. This is what I know for a fact. All right, that the people that we deem to be our enemies have been having their hand in Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, right? I know that they go and take from our people. I know that they use them as slaves.
Mm.
I know that the people that started the JWs are also they were also Zionists.
What's that mean?
Well, the person that started the JWs was hated blacks. They were racist, and
Okay.
he was a Jew. Okay, he beat his wife because he thought that women and cheated on her and thought that women were nothing. You know, I have a whole lot of um um alerts, you know, thrown at me as to why a certain group of people that look like me are always at the bottom and these people are always at the top. Okay.
Con.
All right. So it's not that I don't believe in a creator because I definitely do.
Do you
Right.
believe in
I be-
the Christ?
some of the concepts that he spoke, or this deity or whatever, if you believe that he was a real person, I can't say that the what was put in this book was actually of that person because like I said, I believe um that some of those stories were taken out of Krishna and other stories as well. So I'll digress, but certain peaceful concepts, I believe in those, but I don't believe somebody's going to come and save me.
Okay.
I think people move together as one, as a group, and they save each other. You can save yourself individually, or you can save yourself as a nation.
So when you die, then what you do?
So what was that?
So when you die, then what you do?
I believe you're asleep at death. I don't believe you're going to some place of burning torment. I don't believe that you're going to float in some sky at the same place that your enemy is at.
Nor are we.
I believe I'm gonna live.
And I also don't believe that just because somebody looks like you that they're the same person. I have had people that don't look like me save my life twice and my oldest child. So I have to deal with things fairly.
Not to say there's not good people out there.
Right. But I feel like a lot of this whole religious paradigm is the same thing that the Muslims do when they think that blowing themselves up and going to get what 72 virgins um based off of their understanding that they think is the truth and they're the chosen people and this and that. People move according to what they believe is true, no matter how far fetched it is. The person on the outside can look at it and say, oh my gosh, that is ridiculous. But the person on the inside, it's too close for them to see anything outside of them. They think that they're right. Again, when
Hmm.
I was a JW, I thought that I was in the truth. I thought that I was the chosen, that we were the chosen people, and that everybody else outside of us was going to die, and we had everything right. Now that I know that that they lied to me, right? Some on
Yeah.
purpose and some not on purpose. Now my whole view on how to take this book has completely changed.
Yeah, it gets scary sometimes. I understand it.
Yeah, and so I'm not going to sit there and be like, "Oh yeah, you got to go kill this person," or "Yeah, you got to go kill this person," because guess what? All the people that look like me have been subjugated. I mean,
Parallax,
a
let
lot of people.
Yarrow
My
in.
next door neighbor who goes to
Huh?
the same school has
Yarrow
been
in. Let him
subjugated
in.
too.
I couldn't hear you say again.
Say what?
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, Yara's back in. Hey,
Huh.
go ahead.
No, I mean, like you know, like I don't disagree with everything you said, but I don't agree with everything you said either.
Hmm.
Like even with the blood thing, I just typed in the chat. Like there's nothing in blood itself that the Most High needs or wants to do anything with. It
Hmm.
was just symbolic of purity, which is why you were told to bring. You can. He didn't say bring me the blood of a 80-year-old frog.
Oh.
He said bring me the first fruits or a firstling lamb, right? A firstling lamb, which was 1 years or younger, that had no blemish. It was just symbolic of purity, and so
So,
that's the only meaning. But that's the only meaning behind it. There's no power in the blood of the lamb. You see what I'm saying?
so
We hear a lot of these colloquialisms. Uh huh.
when the other nations were to bring their firstborn, is it talking about a literal animal or is it talking about the righteousness of a person?
When you said when the other nation, see, and that's the thing. Israel, when they were obedient to the Most High and understood the Torah and followed the Torah and followed the Most High, when they were bringing their firstborn, they were bringing their firstborn in dedication to the Most High. You dedicate everything to the Most High because children were a blessing. So every blessing you gave, but you had other nations that were acting like the Canaanites, the worshippers of Molech, and we see a clear distinction that they were passing their children through the fire, which means they were placing their newborn children as human sacrifices on the altar of Molech.
Okay, so Yara, I got to stop you right there. When you
Uh-huh.
bring your child to walk through the fire, okay, so how can I break this down so that you guys understand how my brain works? When I say that I'm going through refinement and I'm walking through the fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting myself refined. I'm taking all the bad. I'm clearing all that stuff up, right? And I've 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 been through hell basically, and now I'm getting to no longer turn back. Now, when people bring themselves their firstborn to Moloch, wouldn't that be like how we are bringing our
That was
children
something
to?
completely different from what you're espousing. We know that they were physically creating brazen altars,
Mhm.
placing their heating them up. It had the ovens were in the ovens of these altars of Molech. They were had ovens in the belly of them, and they were actually placing the bodies of these young babies on the on the hot searing tin of this created altar.
Mhm.
Much so that we know that we have we have extra biblical sources that talks about that the mothers would be killed if they even cried out for their children as they watched them burn. And they said because of that, they would have to beat the drums so loud to a pitch as to drown out the sorrows of the mothers. Because if the mothers were found weeping for their children, then they would also be cast into the fire. So we're talking about two totally different concepts and two
Mhm.
totally different cultures.
Mhm.
And so, and
See,
so,
but then wouldn't that mean like, okay, so with our concept of refinement and walking through the fire, wouldn't that be because they
well,
really
I don't
felt
know
that
if
that's
we,
what the book or what the idea would really have been,
yeah, I don't
rather
think we
than
had a concept of walking through the fire.
right,
I don't see us with that.
Yeah.
right? But I do see us as being referred to as the refiner's fire, right? Going through the refiner's fire, which means that the crucible would be so hot that when you put gold in or silver, not even just gold but silver, if it was in the fire, you would put it in the refiner's fire, because what happened is that what they call the dross or the impurity would rise to the top, and then the refiner would scoop off that impurity or that dross and cast it to the side, and then you would only have the pure gold or the pure silver. And at that time, if people really researched, silver was actually more valuable than gold during that particular time. That's why you see a lot more references to silver in the scriptures than you do gold. But because silver was much more hard to find, and that's the
Well,
reason.
and see, and this is why I say, me being a truth seeker, I think that all these different concepts of these different religious paradigms of it's a lack of understanding, and people are doing it like when they literally get bit by serpents and snakes, right? And then they end up getting jacked,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Now that's yeah, like that's utteral, that like that's literal foolishness,
And
because they
that's
don't
why I say I
understand
don't
the
think that we
culture
need
of
to
the
plead the
time in
blood.
the scripture. Yeah, I agree with you, because there are some nuts out here that think they can stick their hand in the jar of rattlesnakes
Right.
and poisonous rattlesnakes, and they gonna and they gonna be good. See, the Most High says, look, he said, first of all, the Most High says, don't tempt me. Doing that is a temptation. Why would you tempt death in that way? Why would you tempt the Most High with your life to try to prove something? First of all, he says never to do that anyway, right? So that's the first thing people need to understand about the book. So when he says don't tempt me in that way, so if you stick your hand, if you go stand out in front of moving traffic and saying the Most High gonna let all these cars swerve around me, okay, you can take that foolishness to the streets if you want to. I'll put my money on they're gonna be burying you in a box. So but people do take it to a point where, and I'll say this, because they don't have the wisdom or the spirit of the Most High with them that teaches them the truth, right? Doesn't teach them the truth. Truth should not lead you to unhappiness or weariness. Truth should always lead you to a place of happiness. It should lead you to a place of joy, and not even happiness, because most people are only happy when something happens. But the scripture tells us to choose joy. It has to be a choice, right? And what's the best formula to find joy in your life is following those laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High, right? Even if you're persecuted, you can find joy in that, because you know that if you follow those laws, statutes, and commandments, you've really harmed no one. If you follow those laws, statutes, and commandments, you can't wrong your brother and your sister. You can do them no wrong, even though they mistreat you or abuse you, put you down, talk about you. If you're following those laws, statutes, commandments of the Most High, you're on the side of the righteous because of your righteous living. And so that's what people need to focus on, is how I treat my brother or my neighbor that I see every day. That's what the scripture teaches. How do you treat that person you see every day versus saying that I live these laws, statutes, and commandments and the Most High is pleased with me, but I can't give my brother a loaf of bread if he needs it, and I have it. You see what I'm saying? If I'm backbiting, or if I'm speaking evil things or evil manners against my brother who I see every day, but I haven't laid eyes on the Most High himself. You see what I'm saying? But I can yet say that I love him more than anything. Like you're a liar. You see what I'm saying? And this is what Christ taught in the book of Matthew and the book of John. He said the Pharisees walked around with scriptures written from head to toe, all on their vessels down to the hem of their garments. But on the inside, in their hearts, they were mean as 10 junkyard dogs. So people that walk around talking about they got to wear long skirts down to their ankles, that ain't got nothing to do with the condition of your heart.
I was told that I needed to have deets on all four corners of my bed, or else the Most High is gonna kill me.
I mean, like some of those things the Most High gave us was for a purpose and for a blessed reason. And we could go into those different things, because I have a slightly different understanding on those things. But we were given certain things at certain times because we needed it. We needed to be set apart from the rest of the heathens that
Yeah,
were
but they need
practicing
that still now, though.
things.
The
And
sisters,
I
they
agree. There are some things we still. I think that's. I agree with you. But
how
like
they
that,
dressing.
there's
Look
some
how
things
they
we still
dressing
do.
and stuff.
We do need to dress modestly and in modest apparel. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I do. I agree with that wholeheartedly. But you
Some of
guys,
them need that.
you know
They
what I'm saying?
need that type of
And some people
construct.
do need it. And I agree because there used to be a preacher. It used to be a holiness preacher here in Chicago. His name, if anybody know from Chicago, there used to be a called Pastor Mitchell. Pastor Mitchell would come on every Sunday night. He would come on TV, and he would any woman that wore pants, lipstick, got their hair perm, um, had on a too tight shirt, anything like you was going to hell at that moment, not the next day, not when you go home to change. You was going to you better do something because you may just drop dead in that moment. You was going to go to hell because
And
you
you
weren't
know the
being dressed
deal.
in modest
You're
apparel.
gone.
Anybody know?
Yeah.
Yeah, Pastor Mitchell used to preach that, and he preached that till the day he died, right? And people used to laugh at him. But you know what I said though? When you look at the people who was in his congregation, you know who them people used to be? Ex-pimps, ex-prostitutes, ex-drug addicts. Those people
Right.
needed that.
They needed that. Exactly. Some people
Those
need that.
people needed that. And they needed that so they wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? They
Right, yo.
needed that. And
Big
and
time.
I used to get on I used to be at Pastor Mitchell's neck with that. And then the most I was like, no, them people need that. Them people that's drawn to him in their congregation, they needed that. You see
Right,
what I'm
right.
saying?
Yeah, big
It's
time.
like, and so he was, and so when I was like, he be like, you talking about going in the highways and the byways and the hedges? He ain't tell you to go into no lounge and witness to nobody. He didn't tell you to go into the crack house and witness to nobody. He said,
For real.
separate, come out from among them, touch not, taste not, handle not. Pastor Mitchell every Sunday in Chicago would be dead on your head with that. He was a holiness preacher. He didn't play that. But when I understood the people in his congregation, when I started meeting some of them, man, that like they needed that.
Right. He was actually custom fit for them.
Yeah, he was custom fit for them. And I mean,
Right.
like, and you would look at them, man, they would be looking dry. The women didn't have on no makeup.
Wow.
I mean, they would be looking dry and ashy and tired.
Oh,
Hey, but
wow.
they be giving their praises though. But then when
And
I
they
realized, I was like, young people needed
right.
that because
And
you know
they
when I
ain't selling
started
the
doing,
butt.
I started listening to them give up and give they testimony, and they'll be like, man, I heard Pastor Mitchell on the radio as I was coming at the crack house. I heard Pastor Mitchell on the radio as I had just got through turning 3 Johns. And I got in
Man.
my car and I heard Pastor Mitchell saying, stop sleeping with all them men. Come out from among them. Be ye separated. Holiness of hell. They say I drove my car right to his church and I never went back to turning Johns. I don't care what nobody say. If she can get that testimony based on what he said, no matter how crazy I thought it might have sounded, hey, all praises to the Most High, because that's a life-changing, that's a life-changing message, which was for her. Now, if you ain't grow up doing that, if you ain't no prostitute, Pastor Mitchell's message might be too hard for you to swallow.
Right.
So
Exactly.
you don't need to be nowhere around them. You don't need to be nowhere around his people. Don't go to his church because you ain't gonna do nothing but mess it up. Leave it there. Go somewhere
Right.
else where they don't mind you putting on makeup and you can go down 2-3 buttons of cleavage on your blouse when you show up on your pseudo Sunday morning service. They
Now
don't
we
mind
couldn't.
that.
We had to. The women at the hall, we all had to wear dresses or skirts, and
Yeah,
they couldn't be above the knee.
yeah,
And
yeah,
and then I'll say, because no one around me where I grew up, no one looked like me, and I was pulled aside all the time that my butt was too big.
uh-huh,
You know what I'm
uh-huh,
saying? The other men, the husbands,
yup,
and it was hard for me to make friends with some of the women because they're like, we're not made like you.
yeah,
So it was a little bit different. And then
yeah,
I would always have a big old fro, And so
Yeah.
that brought attention too. So they
Yeah.
didn't understand that culture that I was proud of.
Exactly.
But to them, it was, oh, that's a little too erotic. That's a little too exotic.
And you
Right.
probably were more righteous in your heart than all of them. And see, this is what I'm saying. Like, and this is what I'm saying. Like, listen, every table ain't made for everybody to eat from.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's just not. And like I said, I understand the Jehovah's Witness culture. Like where I grew up in like half and half. Half of my people came from Church of God in Christ, Kojic Church, and then half of my people went to the Israelite congregation, right? And so, like, I had both experiences. You understand what I'm saying? I had both experiences, and so like we got a little bit of what Pastor Mitchell gave. We got a little bit of what the Jehovah's Witness taught. You will get all that in the Christian church. They have they'll give you a whole smorgasbord on any given Sunday. You don't know what you ate. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And you wonder why you have a hard time making it through the week because you're trying to figure out all the shit you done wrong. If you just kept the law, statutes, and commandments, you'd be good. You ain't got, you just keep it moving, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? But if you got to worry about I got on too much lipstick? Is my hair pressed tight? Can I? I don't got time to press my hair. You need a perm. You know what I'm saying? But thank God now, like our people finding the beauty in themselves, or they wearing their hair naturally, whatever. But everybody didn't have that texture of hair. So what do you do?
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like you have to have wisdom with everything. I'm gonna throw it back over to Battle Axe. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to take over the show.
No, you good.
But that's that's why I say, like, when it comes to religion, like, for me, my definition of religion is man's attempt to try to explain God.
Yeah.
And for me, that's the wrong thing to do.
Here's the thing, Yara. What do you make of? Because it's always these three Abrahamic religions that keep getting destroyed, right? Or some kind of an Armageddon, some kind of a flood or whatever. But the people on the outside of the boat of the ark, their lines are never interrupted, right?
Correct.
So, I mean, would those people be considered the beast of the field?
There are some scriptures, especially in Genesis, where it talks about the beast of the field. And even with Jonah, he talks about dealing with the beast of the field, those that went down in sackcloth and ashes as well. You see what I'm saying? And we know that was separate from the animals because it clearly says that. So, like, when we talk about how people were viewed, right? Even the Israelite camps were associated with some type of creature or animal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the tribe of Dan, like they were associated with the serpent as well as they was called the lion's whelp. You see what I'm saying? That's a little lion, just because they were short in stature. That's why they were called the lion's whelp, like a lion cub, because they were short in stature. And Judah was was called their identification as the lion, and so forth and so on with these different tribes, right? So, like, we were always associated with those things, but those things, in my understanding, are more cosmological. And why we will see these things, because when you look at the zodiacs and the 12 tribes and the things that is and how those things are read, you will see these different animals that are associated with these cosmologies, right? Those things, for me, I don't believe came until later on when those things were added, because when you brought up Babylon earlier, you were absolutely correct, but they don't give the whole truth about that, about how when they went into Babylonian captivity, it tells us that the Israelites didn't know what day to keep the Sabbath.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to be safe, they just ran on a 7-day schedule. They just said, we're going to keep it every 7 days. But then there was some said, hey, look, we're going to do it at the sign of the new moon. And so that's why when you get to the scriptures in the Gospels, when it says Christ was he was crucified and buried, and then he resurrected on the third day, and it was the Sabbath. They're talking about two different Sabbaths. They're talking about the Babylonian Sabbath that was kept, and they're talking about the Israelite, the original Israelite Sabbath that was kept. One was called a high Sabbath, and one was called just the normal every 7-day Sabbath. They kept both because they didn't know, because of their captivity. They were in captivity for 400 years. They didn't know. So they did keep a Babylonian calendar Sabbath, which was 7 days. That's just a fact of history. So, like and I don't argue with people that keep 7 days. I don't argue with people that say I only do it at the sight of the new moon. Well, the new moon, the phase of the new moon actually begins where you can't actually see it.
Exactly.
So
see, this is the thing too with that too, man. That new moon thing, that stuff ain't even consistent.
Exactly. So how can it be every Saturday?
You can begin the beginning of the year based off the new moon, but after that, you kind of going to be lost on your own on that one.
Exactly.
And you're going to always be sitting around there, kind of, shooting at a moving target. What I'm just doing, hey, when season, when the blossoms start hitting, because the Most High said that we supposed to be declaring the first of the year by the season. You declare them in their season. Well, I'm over here in the Western Hemisphere, in the Northwestern Hemisphere, where the seasons start happening when everything starts blossoming. When that starts popping off, I look at the new moon around that same time. Sometimes it's a week before, sometimes it was 2 weeks before I start seeing the blossom. But then that's when I'll know. I'm like, oh, okay, this is the beginning of the year. This is when everything starts springing forth. And then I just go off of that and I just leave that stuff alone. Why? I ain't about to be sitting around there getting bopped upside my head by the Most High because I'm over here adding extras. I'm trying to keep it as plain and simple, and that's what I advise everybody. I say, let's just try this one. Let's don't even try to be brainiacs about it. Let's try to be as simple as we possibly could be. Like Christ said, try coming about this as a child. Don't come about this as an adult. Just go for the easiest one. Keep the one bird in hand, bump the two birds in the bush. If you keep that approach, man, how you gonna? Like I said, you got to be blameless. At the end of the day, hey, you can't blame me if I just keep it at 7 days a week. The Most High God, if I stand before the God and He says, "Why didn't you keep my Sabbath?" I'll say, "I thought I did." He like, "Can you show me the scripture?" I'm like, "Well, it says 6 days, and on the seventh, so I just went about that according to the math." Like, if I was wrong, I gotta find somebody else to blame for that, but it's not me. But when He says, "Oh yeah, start doing my new Sabbath and make sure you do it according to the new moon," and if I say, "Well, that's what I did. That's why I was moving my Sabbaths around," He's gonna say, "Where did I tell you that?" And then that's where you're gonna be explaining for yourself, doing a whole lot of explaining for whole bunch of explaining to do. You now are no longer blameless. Take it the easy way around. 7 days in the calendar was already given to you. They already tricked you from. There's already some mysteries going on and some trickery within the 7 that they already gave us. Shit. If I had to reiterate this to a kid, I'm gonna have to show the kid the calendar and just show him our calendar and say, "You got to keep the Sabbath because that's the end. That's the end day of the calendar. You see how this word is on the end of the calendar." He would say, "Yes." I'm like, "That's the 7th day. We can agree on that, right?" Like, "Yes." Like, if you go out of that, you're gonna be on your own. I'm not gonna say that you ain't gonna be right, but I'm gonna tell you this: if you are wrong, it's gonna be your fault.
Hey, can we go back to the whole animals and the zodiac and do you mind if we go back there?
Yeah, what's up with the animals and the zodiac? Because that one right there is.
Well, I wanted to just ask anybody. you know how when they call, they would always call black people savages and animals and different things. And
Mm-hmm.
when you go to this whole Rh negative bloodline,
Mm-hmm.
they were a Germanic, blonde hair, blue eyed, red hair, blue eyed people.
Mm-hmm.
And they are the rarest blood type, the rarest people on the planet. They bleed easier, they feel
Correct.
more pain and all these different things.
Correct.
And for when you go back to the book of Genesis, and some people think that when it's saying that Eve will now experience these birth pains and all these things, and that the people on the quote unquote outside of the garden, they don't feel as much pain. And this is the reason why all these different tests were done on black people without painkillers, especially women with gynecology and all these different things.
Yes.
Why is it that we are saying that the people in that Adam and Eve are black, when these Germanic people have this concept of everybody else being beasts? The further you are away from the house, you're more of a beast. The lighter your skin is, the closer you are to the quote unquote garden or the house. Um, how are we not correlating this whole slave mentality to the beginnings of this Adam and this whole bloodline thing and keeping your blood pure and this whole one drop rule?
I just had a quick answer to that. Well, we see that there was um there was a reordering or a re supplanting of the people that God has ordained to be in that land, and you see it being start with Abraham. Abraham was outside of what we would call the garden also, and he went into what the Most High was telling him it was the land that he promised, that he's promising to him and to his generation, but that originally was the Garden of Eden. So Abraham was the beginning of him reinstituting that original the original Adamic bloodline back into the garden.
So are you saying the original Adamic bloodline was Rh negative blood?
Uh, if that's what we are,
That's
I'm
not
not
what
sure about the blood type.
that's not what most black people are.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure about the most blood type. That's when you got me. I couldn't give you that straight answer. But
So
I know that.
I think Yara might be understanding where I'm coming from with this,
Yeah.
because we discussed this a little bit before, but
Yeah.
it seems that these, like, and if you watch, this is gonna hurt some people's feelings. If you guys grew up on He-Man, right?
Yeah.
He-Man was an Rh negative master of the universe,
Facts.
German, your all's favorite show.
Facts.
That's where that goes back to. So
Facts.
if you can elaborate on that a little bit, Yara.
Facts. That's funny. Most people don't know that about He-Man. That's funny. Shout out to you, Amber. But that's funny. The Rh negative bloodline. From what I understand it, those people are more, like you said, dramatic. I think there's a place. It's somewhere near Sweden or Scandinavia, somewhere in there, in that area. That you have like a community of people that have it. Now they're all over the world, but you have like this one community that these people are Rh negative. The reason why I say those weren't the people of the garden is, first of all, because of the phenotypes that you name, right? If we say that the Garden of Eden was anywhere near the equator, like physically, right? Physical place was anywhere near the equator of Africa, right? Or in that region, there's no way that a people with that sensitive a phenotype could survive. Like because some of they're very fair skinned people. They do have blonde hair. They have the purest blue eyes. And I've seen people like that. Like I know you live in Minnesota. You live somewhere around there, right?
Yeah, Minnesota. Yeah.
Yeah, I worked in Minnesota for like 3 weeks on a legal case, and I've never seen in my life the blondest hair and the bluest eyes that I've seen on white people that I've ever seen in my life. When I was near Lake Minnetonka. Those are the when I see and I understood why the logo of the Minnesota Vikings. I really understood it when I saw those people.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was like, wow, these people. And when I went into the little ice cream shops downtown and whatever,
Yeah.
like that they were behind the counter sitting at the table, and I'm thinking to myself, are all these people like related? But these people, they had different names. Like these people, they had the blondest hair, and I'm not talking about no dusty blonde. I'm talking about blonde from the root, blonde hair.
Yeah,
And
eyebrows blonde and everything.
Eyebrows blonde, beards blonde, and light. I'm talking about sky blue, clear water blue eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've never seen that in my life until I went to Minnesota, and I was working on that case. And that's when I know, like, okay, I was like, these people are completely, there's a completely difference in the genetics people. So in my studies, that's a part of their phenotype, their phenotypical makeup of these people with these RH, this RH negative blood. Some of them do have red hair. Mm-hmm. Some of them do come with red hair, this strawberry colored hair at times. And I do know that people with A, B, and O blood type, well, not A and B blood types, the women usually have to take some type of shot. Yes. Before they can even have a baby by someone who's not Rh negative or is detrimental to the child or the mother or both. I'm not sure which one. I can't recall right now, but I think to the child, detrimental to the child's mother or to the whichever one. Some type of septicemia or sepsis sets in. Mm-hmm. That the both Rh1 negative blood types rejects the A and the B blood types, which we find in most African Americans, right? You either A or B, and then there are some that are O, but I think it's that O blood. I don't even know if you can. I don't even know if you can. I don't even O blood O negative you can use for Rh negative, Rh1 negative either.
O positive can be universal except for O negative.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it. That's right.
And and I think it's like 47 or 43% of Black people have the O positive, mm-hmm. which is considered to be the oldest on the planet.
Right. And that's why, and the reason why I was getting to that O blood type is because it is the oldest known blood type to mankind. So for me, if you're talking about original man, that's who I would look at. That's mostly found among African American people, from my understanding. Mm-hmm. And I do know that I do know that genetically, those that carry that Rh1 negative blood type have more Neanderthal DNA.
Wow.
I do know that there are a percentage of Blacks, not African people, is rarely found among indigenous African people, but people that have been, some type of, your parents may be Black, but your slave, right. The slave master, you got that Neanderthal DNA somewhere in you. You have a very small percentage of it, but it's there. But I do know those the Rh1 negative people, they have the highest percentage of the Neanderthal DNA. And I believe that's how they survive and that's who they are. I don't believe that those are the people that were in the garden. But I do know the older arguments by William Rutherford. So yes. I do know those older arguments. Like I said, I studied it, right? Yes. So I do know those older arguments and why they say that. I even know some of the arguments about why they split over the prophecy when Christ was to return.
Yeah.
So I understand why some people they was like, well, let's throw that out because that messed up a lot of people's lives. People don't like to really talk about that.
Gotta
Yes,
talk
sir.
about it to get to the
Yes,
truth.
sir.
But, I mean, everybody's feelings are hurt in this thing for not knowing what they are now discovering. But it is what it is. This thing's
Yeah.
bigger than you or me, and so. Okay. So, there was something else I was going to ask you about the shoot. It will come to me. Anybody else have any questions about that?
Nah, I wanted to get on the. I'm waiting till it gets back around to this blood thing.
Oh, well, okay. So then, is taking blood donation, not donations, but transfusions, is that against the Torah, or was that something that was done more about eating blood?
It's about eating blood, but I believe that yeah, man, blood transfusions probably ain't recommended unless it's just life and death. That's all
Hey,
that I
can you
can
guys
really
send the
say.
link? Can you guys send the link up for Barbara? She's still trying to get in.
Yeah, I don't
But I
have.
was gonna say I was gonna say something about this blood though, according to the scripts.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why we're not allowed to consume it and the importance of it though. All right. If we go excuse me. If we go to Genesis 9, real
Excuse me.
quick.
I'm gonna be right back. I got to jump off real quick and handle something with my son, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
Genesis 9.
Yeah. We go to Genesis 9. Watch this.
6, 7, 8. Genesis 9 and what?
9 and 4.
All right. You want me to read it?
Yeah, you can read it.
But flesh with life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. And at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man.
Okay, all right there. So right there is saying that every piece of blood that is drawn and spilled will he require, all right, of the original possessor of it. All right, he will require it. That means that he will seek for it, or he desires it to be only to the body that it came from. Your blood is not to be inside of somebody else's.
You know, DNA holds memory a lot of the time when there's like blood transfusions or, lung transplants or kidney transplants. The memory of that person or their ancestors goes inside that body. So this is the reason too why I'm like, what would be the purpose of a God needing blood, literal blood?
Because blood atones for your sins.
I know you keep saying that, but the physical blood does not atone for my sin. My action does.
No. The blood, because there's a punishment that's supposed to come.
So
you're supposed to be punished.
I'm supposed to punish an animal for something that I did.
Yeah, God allows you to place the punishment now that was supposed to be going upon you on that animal.
You know what that sin of that animal represents is the nation, the thing that other nation does that is outside the law. I don't need to. When I'm sacrificing that animal, I'm sacrificing that thing that is outside the law that was given to me on the altar, and I change my ways. I don't need to have their literal blood. The law would be the blood that would be
your blood is required for sins, though. Your life, sin, the wages of sin is death.
Right. So
So when
outside the law would be death. The law
yeah,
would
so when you no,
would
not
be the
outside the
remission of
law,
blood.
even in the law, period. Just the
No, you
breaking
guys,
of the law.
when I have you ever seen that Erica Badu video where she's taking a bath in blood?
No,
She has a video where she's like in a bath, she's naked, right? She has blood all over her and she's like putting it in her mouth. And it almost, I think, gosh, it's been years since I've seen it. And I think in that video, she even has semen, right?
Ew.
Okay, there you go. That your initial reaction shows you that you don't need to deal with blood. All these
no, it's
different things have life in them, and you're using them in order to manipulate elements. You don't
right.
need blood to change your actions.
Right, but when you sin though, now you have sin in your life, or now within your blood. All right, and now that makes it to where you're deemed to die because of the sin that is dwelling in you. Now is death. So you have to actually translate that sin to the victim, to the sacrifice, so that that animal's death will make up your death. Other than that, your sins will remain on you.
Oh my goodness, no.
No.
It's the truth.
No, you guys are dealing with a different type of a deity than the creator of heaven and earth.
People just call it luck, or today they call it like karma. But it's not. It's
So
none
to
of that.
break
It's
my
the
karma,
sin. It's the sin that dwells in your blood.
to break my karma, I need to sacrifice an animal. And every time that I have my period, I need to sacrifice a turtle dove. Am I sinning by having my period?
Well, these things right here. This was the time of the woman's dis-ease. It's not a sin, but it is a plague or a sickness of the
Oh
woman.
wow.
It's the time of her unclean. It's the time of her cleansing. So she is
So
unclean.
she's clean. That's the same thing as like if you do a sin, you refine yourself, you clean yourself. You don't need to have an animal. Well, I'm supposed to go and grab a turkey, or not, maybe not a turkey because you guys say it's, well, you guys say a turkey is clean. So let me go grab a turkey and grab it by its ankles and beat the brakes off of it, have its blood spilled because of my sin.
No, you don't do it like that. There's a certain
Oh
way you
wow.
do it.
Yeah, that
But
sounded brutal.
yeah, that was
Exactly.
brutal. But you made it. You over exaggerated it
Just cut the
to
neck.
prove the point. But like we noticed, the woman she cleanses. The woman is cleansed through the blood, even
No,
in
I'm
nature.
clean. I'm clean and unblemished, right, by my actions.
No, their system, their temple becomes clean. The woman's temple has a cleansing process, also
Yeah, you
purification
clear you
process.
clear your temple. You go inside your
But
mind
it
and you
but it's done. No,
meditate.
I'm
You
talking about the
meditate
woman's
because
body.
that's okay. If you meditate where the creator resides in the mind, right? You meditate and you figure out, okay, so I'm gonna marinate on this. This is what I've got to do to get myself right so that I can dwell or walk with God. I don't need to grab an animal and have its blood on the altar.
Yeah, but yet nature already is suggesting that that is required of God because of the woman's cleansing cycle.
Anyway, go back to whatever it was that you're.
You get what I'm saying? So that is required of the Creator. The Creator is requiring the cleansing of the body and soul, for this matter, with blood. He already showed you that he does it with the physical realm, with the body of the woman, the mother of us all, right? And she, yet, is professing the ways of God in her body. That's right. Hallelujah.
Guess what? So, but with all that being said, right? Um, we women, I'll speak for women here because you guys don't know. When you get to a certain age and you get your period, that is supposed to be an age where you are able to create life, not be deemed as being a sinner after you're done bleeding. that's a sign saying, okay, your body is able to create life, something that's supposed to be positive, but it's been deemed negative by people that sit there and think that you're dirty and that your separation was to keep them clean because they didn't have because they didn't have the things of sanitation. Why would I sit there and do the same thing with animals and be touching blood and have that be a sacrifice? It doesn't. Okay, we can move on from there. We're not going to see eye to
We know
eye.
that blood atones for sins. We know that blood is a cleansing process through the woman's a natural cleansing process of the temple. We know that. We know that whoever created and designed our bodies, was thinking a lot about the cleansing through blood.
Hey, is Barbara on yet? Is she in the back?
I think that's her right there.
We'll let her on.
Hold on. I got a question.
Yes.
First of all, I want to say shalom to the panel.
Man, what's happening? Shalom, man. What's going on?
I want to say shalom to the panel.
Shalom,
Alex, how you doing? Adrian Morgan, nice to meet you. I don't know if you're there, Barbara. Now the thing is, when you're on your cycle, it's not like the men made you unclean. The Most High, He didn't say that you sinned. He just said that you were just unclean. Like, why did you assume, you being a woman being on her cycle as being a sin instead of just being unclean?
Okay, so in the book, a lot of the times the woman or the wisdom is being used to explain a bigger story, right? Touching an unclean woman or a foreign woman, something outside of the law, right? So I understand that a lot of the time there's allegory, but some of the allegories these guys are not understanding. They make it into a reality and look down on women and have them outside of the house when they not even touching a cup that she's touched when she's and it's not like she's walking around with bloody hands and stuff like that. Like, that's what I'm saying. You guys are not understanding the allegory on some of these scriptures.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and the whole cleansing or the whole refinement is your actions, not killing a literal animal. So okay, so you're saying that I can go ahead and break all the laws of Moses, and each time that I go and kill an animal, then all of a sudden my sins are forgiven. Hey, I'm gonna go out on Friday night. I'm gonna go pop, lock, and drop it at the club and booty bounce. But guess what? I know in the back of my head that I'm gonna go and swoop up an animal and go and clean, sacrifice it, and I'm gonna go back Saturday night and go and do the same thing, because guess what? My sins are gonna be forgiven because I'm gonna swoop up another animal and do the exact same thing. No, it's your actions. That's the whole point of meditation, where the Creator meets you.
You're only supposed to sin once, man, and repent, and you don't do it again. You know what I'm saying? That was the old way. Our forefathers got down like that, and that's what ended up being the cancerous, plague to our people that ended us in this predicament. What we talking about is the real implication of these laws, not what actually how people were doing it and what people can do. These were implied to atone for sins. The woman, when it came down to her cleansing cycle, that was a lot geared towards the priesthood. Also, it was for the defile, so it doesn't defile the temple. All right, so the priest can't lay with his wife within a certain amount of period of her cleansing cycle, because now he goes in and he will have some type of remnant of the blood upon him, whether he know it or not. That's what that is.
Let's
Yeah.
welcome Barbara to the panel. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no.
What's going on, sister?
Shalom, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Can y'all hear me?
Loud
Yes.
and clear.
What you're talking about, like, I'm inclined to go with you on this, because the more you think about it, if you think about it from the aspect where you separate yourself from the book and you look at it from the outside, what type of God, honestly, is so weak or so petty that he requires all of these um, ceremonial type laws? And it really, like, it goes to the other questions that I had for you guys. But I understand being clean and bathing and things like that, and but the sacrifices and all that stuff, like, it's better to think that it's literal than to think that it's figuratively speaking than literal, because if it's literal, what type of deity are we indeed dealing with?
Well, go
Do
ahead.
you want to handle that, Pedalax? Because I mean, I got a comment. I got a few comments.
So from
Go
the
ahead.
outside, but
Go ahead.
put yourself on the outside and separate yourself from your love and belief in the book, and look at it from an aspect of, if you had someone who didn't know anything about religion and they were researching and they came across what the priests were commanded to do with the pouring of the blood and the smearing it on the horns and the sprinkling it on the people, and then have them compare that to other religions, which we would consider heathenistic religions, pagan religions, and then how does that compare? Because I mean, it kind of would seem similar from the outside looking in.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, so we're gonna start with. So you're saying from the outside looking in, how does it not look like the other nations and what they're doing?
Yes. Animal sacrifice and the pouring of blood on altars, yes.
Well, if you just simply read it, that's what our fathers did.
But are our fathers everyone else's fathers? Because everyone else's fathers did the same thing.
I mean, if you believe, the God of the Bible, I mean, what answer do you want us to tell you?
What else I want to know is, how is this set apart? How is it different? How does it seem like a God of creation, a God of love or compassion, or the positive things that a God can be, not necessarily all the things that let's call him Yahweh. All of the things that Yahweh commands us to do, but then turns around and then excuses it and makes it okay for Israel to do it. So, like, to me, for us to be set apart, what I've been looking at lately does not seem very different from what other religions are doing.
Well, what we're doing is ours is a lot different, because these right here are priesthood.
But
This
well,
is
you
these blood practices is to atone for the wrong that you do. That's what it is, because
but Israel never
whether
stopped
you
doing
realize it,
wrong. Israel been doing wrong, keep doing wrong, never stop doing wrong. So I mean, it's
that's
kind of
still
weird that we worship a God that accepts animal sacrifice as a way to atone for sin. It doesn't add up to me.
well,
Okay,
he did that up until a point in the time, until Christ.
yeah, but
And then he sacrificed a human. Yeah, I know.
wow.
This is the thing. We're not understanding the dynamic of the blood. These people were in communication with the Creator, and at that time, he was explaining to those people the actual implication behind the life source, which is the blood. That blood itself has a requirement set to it. It has a personality. That's why um, righteous Abel's blood cried out, because the blood is actually your life. It's you. It has a lot to do with how your body is animated.
Okay.
So he said that right there, that life is required when you sin. So but his mercifulness, though, he has accepted an animal. That was out of mercy. He accepted an animal's death, and the blood signifying that death, that victimship, that replacement of you. That's what it was for. That's what they implied it for. That's what it all was about. It wasn't about because he liked the killing of the blood, but it was that he didn't want to destroy you.
But he
He's,
has the choice to do it or not. He doesn't have to, like, if he's. I guess what the point I'm getting at and what I've been looking at, what my spirit's been moving me to think about is that I think it's highly possible that a different deity hijacked the title of the Most High, calls itself by YHWH, and came in here and gave our people a doctrine of war, division, blood sacrifices, etc., etc. So what you have is you want to say we're set apart. You want to say what the heathen does and what his wickedness is. But at the same time, our people are running around saying that they can't wait till they can turn around and do the same thing that's been done to us. They can't wait to take 100 virgins and bang them. They can't wait to have people licking their feet. So how are we set apart when our end game, our goal is looking to do the same thing that the supposed? How is that set apart? And that's the honest, right?
Okay. See, I'm gonna say it like this: if you want a different answer than what we're trying to give you, if you want me to be honest, if you're like an Old Testament believer, you can you can give alms for sacrifice. I mean, charity is alms is a way to cover sins. I mean, I don't know, and I guess turning people against evil and not doing the law to obey the law, that covers sins too. There are things that you can do that can cover sins instead of requiring the blood of goats and bulls. But that I'm not sure that's quite as spelled out in what you will call or what's being called the Old Testament versus the New Testament. And I know you two are Old Testament believers, so if you want to just keep it in between the Old Testament, which you guys subscribe to, turning people away from sin and iniquity that covers sins, and being charitable.
that's right.
I know how to stay out of sin. I'm not looking for atonement for my sin, and I know that the Most High has the power to forgive that. He doesn't need a blood sacrifice, and so my hope would be that the real quote unquote God is powerful enough to judge his people accordingly without sacrifice.
My question is, with all these other people that have had
Um,
wait, hold on. With all these other people that have had so many blessings and have had, peace in their world, um, they still make bad decisions. Why are they getting blessed without any of these quote unquote literal animal sacrifices?
Of our people or of the other nations?
Anyone. The only people that I see today that are doing literal blood sacrifices in order to atone for their sins are people that you call the fake Jews.
well, this is because they're pretending to be the real Jews. So
No, that's
they're
not
going.
my
They got to
question.
play the
That's
part.
not my question. I'm saying, why are all these other people getting blessings outside of their sins without having to do
Oh,
literal animal sacrifices?
because man, that was only subscribed to the children of Israel, because only the children of Israel is being punished for their sins at this time moment being.
So all these people are getting blessings without having to do literal animal sacrifices. And so you're saying because you're not throwing literal blood on the altar is the reason why you're not getting blessings?
Yeah,
No.
because we're going to go ahead, man, because I was going to give a
Check this
radical.
out. That's a good point, Amber, because it makes me think about another question, which is
Hold on,
why
you can't shoot questions and
why
and can't.
it's a two-part. It goes to Amber's question.
Okay.
Why would Yahweh, whoever he is, if he loved us so much, why would he continue to whoop our ass, for us to be less than, for us to be the tail and for other people to be blessed? Like, how long is that going to go on?
It's going to go on until we repent.
Oh,
We
so the
got
400 years doesn't mean nothing.
Well, they
we're
were
starting to repent
He said
already, man.
until
Because
you
we're
repent.
gonna be pushing 500 years pretty soon if niggas keep it up.
okay. Well, just like Battle Axe said, for the first part, it starts off with repentance. Um, I'm going to read 1 Kings 9:45.
But we know what the scripture says. We're talking about getting our head around maybe there's something else we're not seeing.
Well, I mean,
It says right here in Amos 3:1, it says, "Hear the word of the Lord, speaks unto you, O children of Israel, namely unto all the tribes whom I brought out of Egypt, and said, You only have I known of all the nations of the earth. Therefore will I punish you for all your iniquities." So we are the ones that he's dealing with as a father. He's
Maybe
giving us a whooping for
maybe
the
we got
sin.
gypped. Maybe the
That's why.
wrong one. Maybe the wrong God adopted Israel.
That's why those people, the wicked, he sets the wicked up over us because these same people already aren't going to treat us right. All right, they're not going to treat us right. They don't have our best interest in mind, and it comes almost natural from them. There's always an exception to the rule, but generally speaking. So the Most High, he's allowing these people to flourish because that actually serves as a punishment towards you.
But it's just funny how we're looking to flourish the same way they're flourishing. That's what Israelites want. They want to get it how the heathen been getting it. So we've been wicked all this time. That's why we've been punished all this time. And now when we're done being wicked this way in our idolatry and our hatred towards our brother and all these other ways, we're going to
Uh-huh.
turn around and we're going to be wicked as hell to the heathen.
No, we're
I
not.
mean, hold on. So, are you saying that God's judgment is wrong?
I'm not saying the Most High judgment's wrong. I'm saying the God of Israel is suspect. That's what I'm saying, if I'm being blunt.
Okay, so you don't believe in the scriptures, or you don't think that?
I do believe in the scriptures, but I'm trying to keep an open mind and I'm looking at it, in a different aspect now, because there's some things like we know it was translated so many times. We know that there was things added. We know that things have been contorted. So for you to just run with the scripture as it is and not to question anything means that you don't truly love the creator, else you would still continue to question things. You have to look at things. What is upright? What is righteous? Like, I mean, you can't just take you have to look, because there are discrepancies in the Torah alone by itself. You can go in there and you say, well, why does it say this right now, but it said that over there? The same way I can go into the New Testament and I can see, where things don't line up. So, I mean, when you see those things for years, I just passed over it. And now the Spirit is on me to look at things and to question it.
All right.
You say that's the spirit of God, man. Come on, man.
I didn't
No,
say it's the Spirit of God, and you're not going to tell me what spirit I got. So
no,
I said
that's
I said the Spirit.
well. Come on, no, man.
And I know right, and I know right
Yahweh the
from
Most
wrong, and
High.
I don't need no law to tell me right from wrong, because that shit is just in me. Okay, so we're
Figure it
not
out.
gonna talk about me and what my spirit
Okay,
is.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not about to talk about you. I'm
Well,
saying
what spirit are we
the
talking
Most
about?
High
The only
God.
spirit I mentioned was myself. I said my spirit has moved me to look into things. That's what I
Well,
said.
no, but check it out though. Check it out. This is all I'm just trying to say. I was just going to just simply say, real humbly, that we got to always remember that we ain't are just ourselves. There's something else that's dwelling inside us, and that's a lot of faith. I mean, we have a lack of faith, and we really want to doubt. We are those type of people. I'm talking about human beings. I ain't talking about just black people.
I'm doubting what is righteous and what's not in Tanakh.
This
Battle Axe.
is what's righteous.
Our people don't lack faith. That's one thing that they don't lack.
No, we
But I'll
don't.
tell you this:
Oh no, we
the
lack
reason
faith.
No,
the
we don't.
reason
If you
why
if you have faith, you would do it.
no, we have believed in Jesus. We believed in God from the beginning of time.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is why, and Barbara, you can correct me if I'm wrong. but I'm going to speak for myself. And what I think that you're getting at is because we have been tricked so many times over. No one's saying that they don't believe in a creator, okay? The thing is, what is written in the book and who has had their hands on it so many times over and over is what we are questioning.
Right.
So, I know you guys want to jump on her questions, and this, and her questions are, her questions. She's entitled to ask her questions. And I think that with trying to shut her up, and that's what churches and that's what cults do. And if you want to get to the bottom of things and get to the truth of things, then these hard questions or questions that don't make you feel comfortable, they need to be answered.
Okay. So
I didn't think that that's what we was doing. I thought that we were.
But you
yeah.
can't answer it with scripture because I know scripture. I mean, it's not hard for me to find the verses that can potentially go against the questions that I'm asking, or that can prove the questions that I'm asking. What I'm saying is you have to be able to look at some things and raise an eyebrow and say, something seems strange over here. Like when I mentioned, Akmalak asked me, did I have a question? My question was about when when God had, or whatever God it was, had the serpents to bite the Israelites, and Moses was commanded to make a brass serpent for them to look upon or gaze upon in order that they could be healed. That's suspect as hell to me, because that's idolatry. And why the hell would that God command that they did that? So you don't raise an eyebrow to that? That's not a questionable act to
No,
you?
Well,
no.
okay.
It was. Go ahead, man. No, and I
Okay.
don't.
That's not. Okay. I can see how you can see that, but it's like this. If that, I'm gonna say it like this: if that God, if you're saying it's a different God than the Most High because he used a tool that God told him to make.
Why would a God command against idolatry and then command you to make an idol and have your people gaze upon it?
I mean,
It's just weird. It's not weird.
okay, so when when you go do the Passover, doesn't everybody take part in the Passover lamb? Wouldn't they gaze upon that? That's not an idol or anything. He didn't tell you to pray to it. He just said if you look at it with your eyes.
To gaze upon it, you would be healed. That is, you can't try to make that right. That ain't nothing about that you can excuse.
So if he
You only
said, so if he says to look at it, and he's telling you the only way you're gonna be healed from what I just done to you is to look at it. You're just gonna be like, that's idolatry.
To look at a graven image. Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Well,
Whatever floats your boat. I'm on a mission. So I just
well, he
figured this
told
was
us
the
to
right
do
place
that.
to ask the questions. That's all.
He told him to do that for the belief.
For the belief in what? A
Those
serpent?
people, because those
A
people
bronze
at that
serpent?
moment, well, those people at that moment have lost all of the terms. They have broken the terms over and over of the covenant instantly and repetitively, all the way to the
Hard
point to
headed.
where
Yep.
it was. I'm telling you, they were reduced to the same position now, where they had to have some type of belief added to them to get them back to be considered as righteousness before God. That was the only thing. Other than that, those people were going. It was going to plague everybody. It was like 200. I think it was like 20,000 people died of that plague. That's what I'm saying. It was.
But
It was.
why would he
It was
have
at a
them to
time
have the
where
belief in an idol? That doesn't make any sense. Like, how does that prove
because
God's power by having the people gaze upon an idol? If anything, it brought them back to Moses and his serpent, and that was their idol because that's what healed them. Like that, it's just weird.
well, he told them
I know he told them.
if
He
they
told
believe.
Moses.
Well, he told them all of them that's going to look upon it. If they believe, they'll be healed. So it's like, what is wrong with the righteousness that is accepted of God outside of you operating within the covenant now?
But look how he set him up. Because then it was what? Who was it? Uh, in First Kings, I'm trying to think who it was that had them. They had to remove it because I think it was Hezekiah, maybe. Um, He had to destroy the serpent because Israel was burning incense to it and had named it and everything. Why would the Most High, quote unquote, set them up like that to have them in idolatry again with the serpent that killed them way back in the wilderness? It's just not made right. That's all
Wait,
I'm
say that
saying.
one more time, man.
What I said was, if the Lord told him to create this image for them to gaze upon, in the time of, I think it was Hezekiah, said that he had to break in pieces the serpent that Moses had made, because in those days the children of Israel burned incense to it.
Right, because now they're worshiping it.
But he set them up to do it.
He didn't set them up to do it.
He put the
They wasn't supposed
idol
to.
right in front of them to heal them. Come on, you
Yeah,
don't see?
but they wasn't supposed to worship it. They were supposed to
But
just
he
look
set
on it.
them up. It's like a setup.
I can see how you see it that way.
Okay, all
But
right.
he was testing, but at one thing, he was testing their obedience also. You know? That's the reason why he never let them see an image of him, like he stated in Deuteronomy chapter 4. He told them, like, man, I ain't let you guys see me. You saw no image of me because you'll mar yourself and make an image. And
It's just
one,
funny that he killed them for making an image on their own, but then he created an image for them, and then they got punished for that. Like, I mean, you can't say this image here is going to be responsible for healing you, but pay it no homage. Don't give it any credit for healing you. Why do that? Why not just heal them?
because the Most High will test you to see where your heart is at. That's what it is, man. It was in their heart to worship that.
It's
These
always
were the
been
same people.
in idolatry. You're right about that. Always.
Yeah, so even in
Yeah.
all this stuff, the Most High was constantly trying to give these people ways on how to get back into the covenant, man. Trying to get them back right. But at the end of the day, he knew who he was really dealing with. That's what it really comes down to, man. We got people that want to worship idols like it's like you know what I'm saying, like it's the thing to do. We think that is just looking at a graven image or something, man. But we idolize people all the time. And we place them on pedestals and give them extra leniencies and all kinds of things of that sort, man. And I'm talking about just people that we come in contact with. And
Right.
it goes all the way to who we watch on TV and who we accept on there and who we actually try to model ourselves after. Whether
Mm-hmm.
we accept that or not. That's what we doing. That right there, man, we idol worshipers. The Most High God always knew it. That's why He's offering us idol worships right now to test us all still. You can see, you turn it on your TV. You can have an idol in your hand now, bowing your head to him all day. Because especially if the Most High God said, "Pray to Him," you got to look up.
So does that cause confusion for the person?
Huh?
Okay, so
No, it proves who you really are. He wants to know who you
does
are.
that cause confusion? Something is put in front of
What's
you.
that?
If something, what Barbara is asking is, if something is put in front of you and you're told to do it, right, to worship it or to look upon it, but earlier you're told not to, does that cause confusion?
It's
No,
really like your daddy is a bipolar drunk.
he told
He's
you not
like,
to work.
don't touch my gun. Then he tell you go get his gun, and then he beat your fucking ass for it. Like, it's just weird.
Okay.
No, don't use it. Don't use this gun.
But
Don't
he
shoot nobody with it.
but he said don't touch the gun. You go get the gun. When he tells you to go get the gun, you get punished. I mean,
He
All right,
told you
hold
don't
on.
shoot the gun.
Let's
When he
let's
told you to
see.
go get the gun. You shooting it.
It is hell.
Hold on. Let's go look at the word in the Hebrew and see what the word is when he had that brazen serpent. All right.
Just get it. Bring it out.
well, goddamn serpent. Shit, a snake. You know that one that's everywhere. It's on the corner stores and the CVS and the Walgreens and the,
It's a snake on a CVS.
I don't know. Some of these pharmacies got it.
Or the medicine
It's the
symbol.
same. It's the same
Oh, I know
serpent
what you're
that's
talking
throughout
about. Them
all
little two
religions.
snakes
The
around the
serpent.
sword or something.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, that's weird
All
shit.
the way back. We done pulled all kind of shit from Egypt and Canaan and all that, and now we stuck here wondering what's going on.
Well, ain't that two snakes?
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Well, when you deal with medical things and healing, that's where why they have that on the CVS pharmacy.
Oh, for the healing.
Yes, that's
Wow,
why
that's
that's
deep.
symbolizing.
I like that.
When you look at like on the back of medicines or on ambulance, certain maybe it's ambulance or firefighters or something like that, you'll find double serpents on a pole, and that's symbolizing the healing. Yeah.
That's a great correlation.
Okay. I'm going to read. It's Numbers 21 and 8 if you guys want to follow.
Yep. I'm there.
So, Numbers 21 and verse 8. And the Lord said unto Moses, make thee a fiery serpent, and set it upon a pole. And it shall come to pass that everyone that is bitten, when he looketh upon it, shall live. Now, I'm going to go into when it says, when he looketh upon it. The first word is, I think it's Re'ah.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt you guys. Just real quick. Hey, Barb's, do you mind if I leave you up here alone?
That's fine, sis.
Okay. All right.
I enjoyed it. Thanks.
Okay. Yes. Sounds good. Thanks for having me on your panel. I've been on here for a while, so I need to go. My kids are a little too quiet.
Yes, sis.
So.
Okay, right on, man. Thanks for
all right, sister.
Man.
Yeah, thank
you.
You
It was a
guys
pleasure
have
talking
a good
with you.
All
right, Amber.
Bye-bye.
Bless Shabbat.
Thank
you.
Bye.
All right, so you look up Re'ah. Strong's H7200. And the definitions: to see, look at, inspect, perceive, consider, to see, to perceive, have vision, look, regard, look after, see after, learn about, observe, watch, to gaze at, to appear. To give attention, to discern, distinguish, look out, find out, look upon. So that's that word. When he looketh upon, right? So you just look at it. And then the 21 in verse 9. And Moses made a serpent of brass and put it upon a pole. And it came to pass that if a serpent had been any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. So let's see how to use the word beheld. Now the word beheld is nabat. Strong's H5027. And it says to look, behold, consider, regard, see, respect, look down, look about, look back, to look, regard, to look, to regard, pay attention, consider, regard, look upon. So, sister, there's no reference to like give homage, give reverence, give any respect to it. It just says just look at it.
To regard.
To look at it.
The thing is, when you're dealing with a people who is so hard-headed in their idolatry, you're not seeing that connection, how it just doesn't sit right, that he would use a graven image to heal the Israelites, knowing that they struggle with idolatry, knowing that they just came out of Egypt, knowing that,
he was commanded to make it.
And that's what I'm saying is suspect. What are you not seeing?
No, how is that suspect? It was suspect.
Because it's suspect of the God that's commanding these things, knowing that his children are supposedly susceptible to these types of pitfalls. It's like, oh, I know my children are crackheads. I'm going to lay a bunch of crack rocks out for them, and I'm going to see what they do. And then I'm going to whoop their ass, instead of just not giving them the crack rocks. What? I mean...
No, man, you got a choice, man. You can't blame that on the Most High because the
Oh,
children.
okay. So I'm
Hold
not
on, real
blaming
quick.
it on the Most High. I'm blaming
Let me
it on the
respond. The
Lord.
Most High used
Y'all
the
need not
brass and
call it the Most
serpent.
High. Call it
He
the God of
used
Israel.
the Most High used the brass serpent to heal Israel. Once they looked upon it, when they looked upon it, they were healed.
Uh-huh. We got that. That's what the scripture
They
says.
messed up. They messed up by worshiping it, and they got punished for it.
Okay.
They started worshiping the brass serpent, and they ended up getting punished.
Right. And
Okay.
if
Okay.
you look in Matthew, John 3:14, and he says, and as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up.
That shit's wicked
This,
as
and
hell,
this is
ain't
the
it?
reason behind it, though. Look, he tells you the reason why that both of those incidences had to transpire. He said, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that none that any that believe in him perish, but have eternal life. So that any that believes, so they had to have a belief, because why would they had a belief? Because these people now have operated so far into the realm of inequities that these people are actually, according to the covenant, past the point of of no return. So the Most High gave them
Both of
that
those are the same
last
stumbling block.
opportunity.
Those are both the
Huh?
same stumbling block. Both of those are the same stumbling block. The serpent is a stumbling block, and Christ is a stumbling block. They're the
But
same
not,
thing. They were both
but
lifted up to heal. Israel is given to idolatry, so they both worship Christ and they both worship the serpent. So what? I mean, that's what it is.
not before they became a lost cause, though. All these things, but both of them incidences transpire after the fact that there was no more remedy. The Most High sent the prophets,
Ain't
just
neither
like
one of them a remedy because look at
before
our
the time of
condition now.
Noah.
You can't,
Hold on,
don't.
hold on. Let me interject. Let me just read it because there's some background history to this. So, I'm just going to read Numbers 21 and verse 4. And they journeyed from Mount Or by the way of the Red Sea. So they're coming out, right? To compass the land of Edom, and the soul of the
Right.
people was much discouraged because of the way. They didn't like the way that they was going, and they were losing faith right here. And the people spake against God
Lord
and
God.
against Moses.
Mhm.
Wherefore have ye brought us out of the land of Egypt to die in the wilderness? So they're saying, why did you bring us out here just to die?
Right.
There is no bread, neither is there any water, and
Right.
our soul loatheth this light bread. So they so
I know the backstory to it.
okay, so the people are complaining, and then the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and much people of Israel died. So why did the Lord send fiery serpents among the people?
Come on now, what
Because
happened?
I know because they complained against him and Moses. I know the
Okay,
story.
okay. Verse 7.
They lacked
Therefore,
belief.
therefore the people came to Moses and said, we have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord and against thee. Pray unto the Lord that he take away the serpents from us. And Moses prayed for the people. And the Lord said unto Moses, make thee a fiery serpent. So Moses is only obeying God. The people that are against Moses are the people that are not obeying God. Make thee a fiery serpent and set it upon a pole, and it shall come to pass that everyone that is bitten, when he looketh upon it, shall live. So if this was a false thing, or some kind of setup, why would the serpents actually heal the people that looked upon them?
What? What does that mean? Like,
If the Lord didn't tell Moses to
mhm.
make this thing to heal the people that were complaining against the Lord in the first place,
Mhm.
if Moses made it anyway, and they looked upon it, and whatever entity that you're trying to say that is not the Most High, if this
Mhm.
entity told them to look at this thing and it will heal the people that are complaining and sinning, that pissed the Lord off and sent the serpents unto them, if they look at this thing that you're going to make, they are going to be healed. Now, if that was like some kind of false spirit or some weird things going on, I'm pretty sure that the serpent, when they looked upon it, wouldn't have healed them, because if they were healed, then that means that was a message from the Lord. If they were not healed, then Moses was dealing with something else. Correct?
No, because they got to be alive to fall for the okie doke later, right? I mean, how you gonna get tricked if you dead?
Trick them into what? What is the benefit of that?
I don't know. You dealing with a dual-minded deity? Not. I mean, I'm just saying. That's what I'm
Okay,
telling
hold
you
on.
to see.
Hold on. No. She didn't answer my question though. If
Yes, I did.
okay,
You're asking why would he heal them if his intention was to trick them, right? Because you can't, like, how you gonna hear the end of the joke if your ass is dead? That's what I'm saying. Why he saved them, healed them.
what are you saying?
So
What I'm saying, you not
she's saying
understanding
that
because you can't grasp anything but scripture. Like you can't look at anything from a different aspect. I mean, you have to be able to look at things from
she's
different
trying to say that the
directions.
Most High is playing with the children of Israel.
Not the Most High.
That's what you're saying.
I'm saying, what you want to call him, y'all? That's what you want to call him? I'm talking
Yeah.
about him. That's who's playing with him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you're
And yeah, I don't believe Yahweh is the
hold on.
creator
Okay,
of all
so
things.
who are you? Who's the Most High to you?
The creator of all things.
Is not the creator YHWH.
Is not the creator YHWH? I'm not going to say that he is. Not definitively.
Okay, who's the
No.
creator according to the Bible?
The highest. Whoever that may be, the highest, the most
Who
high.
claimed who?
Maybe he's not in the book. I gotta keep looking. I just had a few questions I wanted to ask.
Oh, okay.
What I'm saying is, what he do? He came up on that mount with Moses. He was like, such and such and such and such. They didn't know me. They didn't know me by this name. So he almost came in like telling on himself, like, shit, let me come up with something right quick.
No, he said they
Let them know
knew
who I
me
am.
by another name. That's all.
Exactly.
But they still knew him.
That
By
leaves
they still knew
the
him.
door open for a hijack. That leaves
No,
the door
it
open for
wasn't
a
a hijack because
hijack.
it was still him because he said they didn't know me by this name, but they knew me by this one.
Right. And
By what? What did they know him by?
Allah, El Shaddai.
Was it El Shaddai or El Elyon?
But now he got a proper name, right?
No, he has a covenant
proper
name
name?
with it. He has a covenant name.
Y'all heard that adoption story, right?
What's
No,
that?
it didn't
Like,
look it. It's
like
not
Israel, like Israel was given over to this deity, right?
no. Let me tell you this. It's not the Most High's fault that Israel bow down to idols. They got a choice. That brass and serpent was to be a healing when they looked upon it. Once they started worshiping it, that's when they got tripped on. It ain't the Most
If
High's
he hadn't
fault that
used
they,
it
hold
to
on,
heal them, they
hold
wouldn't have
on,
got
no,
tripped
hold on.
up on it,
It's
though.
not the Most High's fault that they worship it because He never said to do that. All He said was to look upon it. Once
right.
you know what I mean. So once they worship it, that's when they became wrong. That's why they got tripped on. And knowing that He's a jealous God and they ain't supposed to be bowing down to no idols. They knew the commandments. You can't get mad at the Most High for judging them for breaking
It's
the
kind of
commandments
like,
that He told them not to break.
Hold on, yeah, let me add to that too, sister, before you
go
go
ahead,
to
go
that.
ahead.
And he says it in the scriptures that he's going to have to do all these things and he done these things to test these people to see who they really is. If we go to Deuteronomy 8, he says all the commandments, 8:1, he says all the commandments which I command you this day, you shall keep them in order to do them, that you may live and multiply and go and possess the land which the Most High swore unto your fathers. And think on all the ways which the Lord your God led you this 40 years in the wilderness in order to humble you and to prove you, to know what was in your heart, whether you would keep his commandments or not. He humbled you and made you hunger, fed you with manna, which neither you nor your fathers knew of, to make you know that the man must not live by bread only, but by all that proceeds out of the mouth of the Most High must a man live. You know what I'm saying? And then I
What?
find you to understand, therefore, in your heart
Oh, no,
that as a man nurtures his son, even so the Lord Your God nurtures you. So that's what it means by he's nurturing you. It's the
You want to
correction.
know the punchline though to that story you just read? None of the niggas made it in, only the children. And what? Who was it? Who was that with
Caleb,
Moses?
Caleb and Joshua.
Joshua. Yep. None of them wicked ass Israelites made it.
Right. So
That don't sound good, does it?
we got to use that as an example, take that as a heed, and make sure that we don't fall for that same thing as the
Yeah. Good luck with that, because it's not looking good.
because
It's
one of
not
the
looking
things
good.
that when that brother was reading in 21 of Numbers, what those people was doing is they were showing their lack of belief. They lost faith.
Well,
They were completely faithless. They were naming all the reasons why they don't want to carry on and or believe in this concept anymore. They gave their reasons of disbelief.
well, you
So we
know,
can't fall for it. Like it says, it says this though. It says that Christ was meant to be either
Christ is
the
not
first
cutting it.
building block
Christ is not
or a
cutting it.
stumbling stone. He's a building block. He's the first cornerstone to those, to certain individuals that believe in him, but those that don't,
Ain't,
man,
ain't nothing changed since
become a
Christ came on
stumbling
the
block.
scene. Ain't nothing changed since Christ came on the scene. If anything, he added to Israel's idolatry times 100.
Well, he added. Well, what he did is he added to you getting back into the covenant
No, he didn't. He continues to be a stumbling block to this day.
to the
He is of
non-believer.
no help. And let me tell you,
How?
he's another test, just like the serpent. He's a test just like the serpent. That's all he is. Whoever's gonna fall for that okie doke, gonna have their ass laid out like the people that was bit by the serpent.
No, I'll tell you.
Okay, hold on.
I'll tell you the
You
test.
can't call him. Hold on. You can't call him an idol without saying, or you can't call him a. I don't
Because
understand how
he's
you.
an
Hold on.
idol because you say if I don't believe on
I
Christ,
can't.
I
I don't
can't be
see how you
saved. It's
calling
the
him a
same
graven
thing.
image,
He
but you
ain't got to
can't.
be graven. He don't have to be. He's on the cross. He's on what? He's on the cross everywhere you look.
But nobody
You can
sits there. Nobody
have an
sits.
idol in your heart. Because if I
Israelites
love
don't
LeBron
worship the
James,
cross,
it's
dead
still
man on the cross.
idolatry. It which Israelites don't? Because you saying you don't mean that
I
90%
ain't never
of
seen not
Israelites.
one Israelite worship a dead white man on the
Use a
cross.
lie. They
You
running
think about
around
it.
with that big nigga with that white fro sitting on that damn throne, running around talking about Yahweh Shai this and Yahweh Shai that. These
They don't
niggas in
worship him though.
idolatry. Yes,
Man, I
they
don't know.
do. If you can't keep his name out your mouth, you damn near put him before the Most High.
No, that's like saying if you can't stop talking about Moses
But I don't talk
or
about
Aaron
Moses or
or
Aaron. I
Ezekiel.
don't talk about
You
none of
gotta
them
bring
unless
up
I'm
these
reading the
characters. They're
scriptures.
all in the Bible. You
I don't
gotta
have
bring up
to.
not these
All I got to
characters,
do
these
is fear
Come on
the
people.
now.
Most High and keep His commandments.
Man,
That's
you
what I
gotta
got to
bring up
do.
these people. Yeah, and you gotta tell the book,
It's not
chapter,
necessary.
verse.
It's not
You
necessary
gotta
though.
answer the book, chapter, and verse, and you gotta tell a story about these people. So these people's names have to be mentioned.
But Yahweh Shai is irrelevant.
No, he's another. He is relevant. He's not irrelevant.
You saying
He's
he's the
relevant
most
because
relevant
he.
though, because
No, he's.
without
No,
him,
I
we
didn't say
all
he's the
dead
most
anyway.
relevant.
He obviously is, right? Because without him, we all dead, right?
Well, we know that the Most High had a favoritism for David, man.
Who can't
And
read?
the Most High had a favoritism for David.
Who can't
And
read?
no, we said no. We said we know that
Oh.
the Most High Yahweh had a favoritism for David, and so we already can acknowledge that. And David had a descendant that came from him, man. And one of his
Yes,
descendants,
Jesus was not a damn he was not of the tribe of Judah.
one
Barbara,
of
Y'all,
his
these things that
Barbara,
went
didn't we
back and
already hit
forth,
you with
back and
Isaiah
forth.
53
Don't you
last
hit
time
me
we
with
talked to you?
Isaiah 53. I'm gonna hit you upside your head with it, Akmalak. I don't want to hear that no more, and I done told you that.
All right.
Don't you
So what?
spit Isaiah 53 at me no more.
Okay. What about Psalms 22?
Listen, I'm not worried about Christ. There's nothing y'all can say to me personally about Yahweh Shai or whatever you want to call him. I don't need that to be righteous. It's not a
Okay, do you got to keep
necessity.
the
Okay.
law, statutes, and commandments?
I have to love my brother and love the Most High. That's what I have to do, and it's simple to do that.
Okay, what is love?
It's respect, not hurting each other, not doing things that cause strife, lifting each other up, supporting each other, giving someone something if they need it and you have it to give. Simple shit like that.
So a part of love is not the fourth commandment to keep the Sabbath holy. That's not a part of love.
Yes, that's the 10 Commandments. Yep.
Okay, so if you know that love is to keep,
But in nowhere is
hold on,
Christ in there.
hold on. If you know that love is to keep the commandments, who the one that gave the children of Israel the commandments? Didn't YHWH?
I know that's why it's suspect to me. That's why he's all
Okay,
like,
so
put me first,
how
put
are
me
you
first.
suspect about anything
Because
that YHWH does when you agree to his commandments? So you don't agree with him.
this you don't understand. These thoughts are new to me. This just started happening this week, honestly. So what I'm telling you is, like, I'm not coming in here saying I'm dismissing the Most High and I'm dismissing the commandments or Torah. What I'm saying is there seems to be some suspect stuff up in here, and that's what I'm coming in here to ask the questions about. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying I don't love the Most High. I'm not saying I despise Torah. What I'm saying
Right.
is there's
Right.
some things in here that are questionable to me.
Correct. Hey,
Okay.
man, that's fair game.
Yeah, and then we're just letting you know that it's not suspect. It's just disobedience. The children of Israel being disobedient. That's why the Most High said that he's gonna hold on. That's why the Most High said he's gonna cause us to walk into the law, statutes, and commandments when he puts his Holy Spirit upon us after he tried us through the fire, which is affliction.
Okay, so I'm looking at him like, damn, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, damn, just give us the spirit. What we running around here for? Falling and getting kicked in the ribs and shit, getting kneed in the
Because
neck, and like, why you can't just give it to us?
we've
Why
been
we just can't have a
operating
clear conscience?
Free will.
operating too long we've been operating too long outside of the covenant to where we don't know and we're not qualified per se to just sit here and act like we can stand before the creator who only accepts righteousness. We need help right now. We're not in that position no more. We ain't so culturally acclimated like them brothers was. You know what I'm saying? They stepping right out of Egypt, but they stepping out of Egypt to Hebrew societies, walking through Hebrew nations. That's not what we going through no more. We out here in the wilderness alone. I'm talking about when it comes down to how to go to God and who is He. We don't know. So we gotta have this something got to connect us back to God. The same way that Abraham was utilized. That's what it was. That was the only reason why it told us that Abraham's belief was counted for righteousness. Because the Most High God does require two standards of righteousness. One of them is, of course, keeping the commandments. But that other one is outside of that scope is believing. You have to believe something. And whatever it is that he's requiring or telling
I'm
you,
gonna let you know
how
one thing.
far-fetched does it seem?
That belief is not Christ, because that ain't nowhere near commanded in none of Torah.
So you can't believe
And
that.
Hold on.
if
can't
you look
believe
at
that a
our
man
people,
from Judah.
so check this out. Look at our people.
You can't believe a man from Judah.
The best thing our people could do is to realize that all that crying out to and all that praying to Jesus and all that thanking Jesus for every damn thing ain't got them nothing, because everything they cried for and everything they asked for they didn't get. That makes him a liar. If he says whatever you want in my name you shall have, all you got to do is believe on me and yada yada yada, and ain't none of that shit coming to fruition, then I mean, that make him a liar. And
No,
if
it
our people can
wasn't
get away
talking
from that,
about. Hold on, sister. It wasn't talking.
but
When
that's
he
what
was
our
saying
people
that.
think. That's what our people think.
No, but that's because they've been taught a lie. They've been scattered by the pastor, like Jeremiah 23 says. You
But
know
if
what I
you
mean?
keep them up under Christ, how they gonna wake up? You're
It's
not
not. It's
It,
not.
telling them
it's
No, they're
nothing
not
new.
under.
no, hold on. It's see
You,
your understanding of what they call modern day Christianity is, I give it a name called it's more like Edom Christianity, where whatever you do, everything is okay. You just believe. That's not what we believe. That's not what Christ told the people to believe anyway. They were taught a false belief, just off the base. Old Testament and New Testament. It was just they just learned, they just got a bad deal. Okay, now we are the few, because they're not a lot of brothers really want to sit here and really talk about the Bible for a long time. Like that's not really like that's a rare breed of people. So, and just like how Bad Blacks was saying, when they were coming out of Egypt, they were still the nation of Israel. They still, they were still in a conglomerate. We are people that we still think we're somebody else. So the first thing you got to do is rehabilitate and learn who you are and where you stand with the Most High. And if you are, returning to the law, statutes, and commandments, because that's really what it is, no matter which way you flip it, because law, statutes, and commandments were given to Moses, and now the law, statutes, and commandments are going to be in your heart. So it's still law, statutes, and commandments. So the thing is, now we got brothers that are actually coming together and actually trying to dialogue, trying to learn this thing out. Now, for those people and how they heard the message of the Bible and the God and Jesus, even though you don't believe, they got it. They were taught wrong, so they learned wrong.
Right.
And we're trying to explain to you there is law, statutes, and commandments, but there's also if you don't have it takes faith, number one, for you to even step out and be like, you know what, I'm going to come out and do this. No matter how it makes me look, no matter how it makes, I know that according to what I believe, I'm doing the right thing. And according to how it was written, you only got listen to the commandments or listen to the prophet that I send you. You ain't got no other choice. Everything else is going to be deemed as wicked and folly, and if those people keep up that wicked and folly way, they get destroyed. That's usually how it works.
Right. And he never lied on that whole thing about Christ. He said you got to ask for him that stuff in his name, man. You know what I'm saying? A lot of, like he said, a lot of the things that people are learning about Christ, they were taught about it wrong, so they learn about it wrong. So obviously, you're gonna see them going about it backwards. That's what you have in the world of darkness. That was prophesied in the scripture. He said that there's going to be the people, God's people, are going to be the most people that's been deceived out of all people. That's a given. We can't take that and put the blame and actually put
that's bearing false witness.
We can't put the Bible in indictment, man. We can't indict the Bible like that.
I don't know how y'all gonna change JC's skin color and then that makes it right. Like I don't see how that's gonna help our people. Like
let's start with that.
You're saying that, but the
let's start with that.
In the pudding. Like get out there and see and
now let's start with that. We didn't change his skin color. I mean, I don't know who changed his skin color. According to truth, his skin color has always been one way.
Right. But the point is changing it in the eyes
of
what they've always believed. So you don't nitpick. I'm saying everybody believed Christ was white like our whole life, and then all of a sudden, we're the chosen people, and now Christ is. I understand what we wasn't doing. What I'm saying is what it is. Everybody believed he was white. Therefore, now it's a new revelation that he's not white. He's melanated. So I mean, it's not. Don't nitpick it. I'm saying,
Okay, so what are you saying? You just think that since we just got a black can of paint threw it on him, and then now we got a whole new Jesus?
No, don't. That's being petty. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying
is what you said.
No, what I'm saying is just because our people are going to be under the realization that Christ is actually like us, doesn't change the fact of what importance he's given as a man who's dead and gone.
Okay, so what you're saying is him being a person that told his people that, hey, when I come back, we're going to have a kingdom.
Did he not give the commandment?
Can I finish your first question before you ask me another one?
I didn't even ask the question, but go ahead.
Okay, so what you're saying is a man that came to his people and told them they're back into the covenant with the Most High. Keep the law, statutes, and commandments.
For real.
And have faith.
In what?
In the Savior.
Nah, that's not a commandment of the Most High or Yah or whoever it is. That's
so the Most High doesn't send saviors to save his people when they get under captivity?
But he never said that's not in Torah.
They don't have faith in them. They're supposed to, work towards whatever they.
I don't have to have faith. I have faith that the Most High is my Savior. That's what he says. He's my Savior, right?
Just like Moses, when he came to Egypt, he told the Israelites to do what? The Passover.
You know what, something?
Right. It says right there. It says right here, when he's talking about what happened in Numbers, man, there is a belief process that is required, man, that we have to have. He says right here in Romans 11:29, he says, "For verily the gifts and calling of God are such that it cannot repent of him of them. For look, as you in time past have not believed God," talking about in Deuteronomy and Numbers, "yet have not obtained mercy through their and yet have now obtained mercy through their unbelief. Even so, now have they not believed the mercy which has happened unto you, that they also may obtain mercy. God has wrapped all nations in unbelief, that he might have mercy on all," man. That's what it is, man. This right here, by you believing, is him showing mercy. When he gave you this, the concept that you got to believe that Christ actually, you know what I'm saying? That's the one that he was prophesied in Isaiah 53, for your sins, not for you to worship. It's for, oh, okay, there was a guy that he got killed for actually being righteous. He was actually sewing the game up, and brothers set him up. All right, that sounds like that could happen. That's all that it is. I don't know why people are getting hung up. We got to let go of Christianity.
I've been let go of it.
Well,
I'm just saying.
when you let it go, you got to let go of how you view what Christ is actually supposed to have been representing too, because Christ did not represent an idol of worship. I'm going unto my God. How is he trying to aim or even trying to lead anybody to worship him? You might try to call him good, and he shut that down. Like, man, ain't no one good but God.
That's the same way as saying the serpent that Moses put up wasn't trying to have them bow down to it. Like, I understand what you're saying, but the fact of the matter is, people do. So that's it.
They're already natural born idol worshipers.
I know.
The ones that fall for that. The ones that actually run around with a cross and actually kissing it and thinking that it's actually protecting them, and they'll say like, yes, I have my cross. This is an idol worshiper to the bone. Don't matter what setting he'll be in, he will worship an idol.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of us, we never alluded to that whole stuff. That stuff wasn't never our cup of tea. That's why today we still stand here today, reading the scriptures, and some of us has went so far to where we have even, you know what I'm saying, denied Christ. But that's just overcorrection. That's how I diagnosed that. We overcorrected. Israel has come back. Of course, there was a guy named Yahushua. He existed. That's a fact.
He might have existed, but I'm just saying, like, it doesn't take me to believe in him that without him I have no hope. Like, I just don't need that, because the Most High is my hope. So,
well, it said that you got to believe that he's the Son of God.
Who said that? Who said that? Did the Most High say that? No, he didn't say that. Who's James to me? I'm saying I need the word of the living Creator to tell me that, not some man speaking on another man. Like, you can't add a commandment to it and tell me that I got to rock with that if God didn't command it.
Did the living Creator tell Israel to keep the commandments, or did he give it to somebody to tell that to?
And your point is? The Creator didn't speak to James or John or whoever you said. The Creator didn't speak to him saying, say this, did he? Because the Creator didn't speak in that book.
Yeah, but when you go to Isaiah 53,
but he didn't speak in that book. How you gonna put something in there and he's not there?
It does, but it highlights it in Isaiah 53.
No, y'all got to do better than inserted chapter in the.
We can go.
Y'all got one whole chapter in there and gonna base a whole doctrine off of it when the Most High is not in the New Testament.
No, we don't. What about Isaiah 96?
It's worded in a way that it leaves the door open for people to run with it and cleave to this dead man in the New Testament.
Maybe he did that on purpose.
Dead man. That's not.
Exactly, it's a test. He is a dead man.
Maybe
If he
that
was
is
a
a
man of
test.
flesh, his ass died. What do you
Maybe to
mean?
see if you was going to worship an idol or not.
What?
Maybe to see if you're going to worship an idol. They did make an idol for a moment. Like I'm not saying that the guy himself isn't
But you're saying that a man can't be an
the guy
idol?
himself is not a problem. I'm not saying that Christ himself is a problem. I'm saying that though yes, people have made idols based off of him.
Mm-hmm.
And if you believe in the idols that's supposed to be based off of him, then yeah, maybe you
Right.
look for it again.
But if
But
you're not given that, then you don't have to worry about it. Like the same thing with the serpent. If you're not handed that to put it in your face and say, "This is your savior saving you right now," and then be like, "But don't give any don't give any recognition to it." I
correct.
mean, come on.
You just look at it, but you don't
That's
worship
like me
it.
taking Tylenol and then saying, "Oh, I can't say that this Tylenol got rid of my headache yesterday." That would be wrong.
I tell you this,
No, it is
well,
what it
no, listen,
is.
it only worked once. It only worked once.
Like
It wasn't like the magic image. It worked one time. You hear that thing mentioned once about what it did. After that, it had no power.
And Christ only died once, right? So same thing.
he just
That's
all he was trying to be an example unto the children of Israel.
And
Example.
then y'all talking about he sacrificed
Hold on.
himself, but he was up there crying. He didn't want to die. So what is that? Don't make no sense.
those people did that all. Man, that happened. The Most High gave them that because they were in the position of non-belief. They had no belief, no understanding.
Who had no belief or understanding?
The children of Israel.
Where were they
lacked
at when he
belief.
died? What do you mean? I missed
They
what you
lacked
said.
belief. That's what Christ was always sitting there highlighting, that these people were lacking belief. Even the disciples lacked belief. They lacked faith. Oh, ye a little faith. Oh, ye a little faith. He kept telling them that. Come on now.
Faith in what? I don't understand what they
Believing
were
it,
lacking faith in. That
believing
in what?
in the word of the Most High God, man.
But the Most High God wasn't there with them. JC
The
was.
word.
But he wasn't there. So how is his word there? Because JC is the word.
They had the Bible. These people were trying to operate with God, but they wasn't actually keeping the commandments. Just like our people is right now. We got people that's operating with God and they still don't keep the commandments. They even be
Right.
giving out charity and doing all kinds of things in God's name, but they don't be keeping the commandments.
Mm.
That's what that shows your faith. That shows the level of your faith is really what is actually your action that's attributed to the Bible. You just doing whatever is talking about you a good person, you believe in Christ. That shit ain't nothing, man. And we know that he was the son of God. You gotta believe that he is the son of God.
We all the sons of
The
God.
reason why they say you gotta believe that he was the son of God, you gotta believe that this guy was the dude that didn't bear any iniquities, but he bore everybody else's sins. In other words, he ended up getting killed when everybody else deserved to die.
Yeah,
It says it right here in Proverbs 28:7. It says, "Whoso keeps the law is a child of understanding." What? But he that feeds riotous men shames his father.
Mm-hmm.
So if you keep the commandments, man, that's when you are an acceptable child. You're a child of understanding.
But that has nothing to do with the belief in Christ.
Christ, he kept the commandments too. He was a child of God.
So when it says no man go out of his place on the Sabbath, what does that mean? When Christ was out there moseying around, he didn't have a house to be in, or?
Oh yeah, he became well. He had a house. Yeah, he did have a house. But
No, it says no man's supposed to go out of his place.
You mean on the Passover or on the Shabbat?
Oh no, it said when he was out on the Sabbath picking corn, right?
No, yeah, it didn't say that you can't go out the place. It said
Oh, it don't say can't no man go out this place, so I could find the verse.
Yeah.
It says let no man leave out of his place on the Sabbath. That's why when they got people coming to the church house and stuff, you ain't supposed to be going nowhere. You're supposed to be at the house chilling. So that's not keeping quorum.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. No. Most High, he cleared that up in Isaiah 58. He shut that down.
What? Okay, hit me with it then.
All right, let's go to Isaiah 58 real quick, man.
Come on. Yeah, there's a time and a place for everything, sister.
Okay, so you can break the commandments when it suits you. All right.
No, you're not breaking them.
No.
Okay, we'll clear it up then.
All right.
I got it.
All right, I'm in 48. You got it?
Yeah. Now, therefore, cry now as loud as thou can. Leave not up. Lift the up. Oh no, hold on. Leave not of. Lift.
Leave not off.
Oh yeah. Leave not off. Lift up your voice like a trumpet, and show my people their offenses, in the house of Jacob their sins. What? For they seek me daily, and will know my ways, even as it were a people that did right and had not forsaken the statutes of their God. They argue with me concerning right judgment, and will plead at the law with their God. For fast we say they, and thou see it not. We put our lives to straightness, and thou regardeth it not. Behold, when you shall fast, your lust remaineth still, for you do not set violence to your debtors. Or you not. What does it say? It has.
Right. Yes, it said, for you do no less violence to your debtors.
God.
No, you fast to strive and debate, and to smite with your fist that speaks unto you. You fast not at some time that your voice might be heard above. Think you this fast pleases me, that a man should chasten himself for a day, to writhe his head about like a hook in a hairy cloth, and to lie upon the earth? Should that be called fasting, or a day that pleases the Most High? All right. He said, and the Sabbath is one of the days that pleases the Most High. He said, but this the fasting pleases not me. He said, this till the time be thou loosed him out of bondage. What? This fasting pleases not me till the time you be loosed him out of bondage. Who? Him that is in your danger, that you break the oath of wicked bargains, that you let the oppressed go free, and take from them all manner of burdens. It pleases not me till thou deal your bread to the hungry, and bring the poor fatherless home into your house.
Con.
When thou seest the naked, that thou cover him. And we ain't talking about a buck naked man. We're
Con.
talking about someone that don't know, have no clue who God is.
That's right.
That when thou seest you naked, that thou cover him. When you see the naked, that thou cover him, and hide not your face from your own flesh. All right. Then shall your light break forth as the morning, and your health flourish right shortly. Your
Facts.
righteousness shall go before you, and the glory of the Most High shall embrace you. Then if you call, the Most High shall answer. If you cries, he shall say, here I am. And that's why Christ was actually being in communication with God like that. That's why he was able to work with God like that. It's because he was actually doing all these things. He said, yeah, if thou lays away thy burdens, and holds your finger, and ceases from blasphemous talking. What do you mean by hold your finger? Don't blame people. Stop blaming people. And ceases from blasphemous talking. If thou hast compassion upon the hungry, and refreshes the troubled soul, then shall your light spring out of the darkness, that your darkness shall be as the noonday. The Most High shall always be your guide, and satisfy the desire of your heart, and fill your bones with merry. You shall be like a fresh water garden, and like the fountain of water that never leaves running. Then the place that always have been waste shall be builded up of you. There shalt thou lay a foundation for many kindreds.
Con.
Thou shalt be called the maker up of hedges, and the builder again of the what? Way of
Well,
the Shabbat. That's how you got to do the Shabbat now. You don't do the Shabbat.
Oh, we don't do the Shabbat. So
You
this
don't
is
do the
one
Shabbat. You
thing.
don't do
This
the
one
Shabbat by
thing.
laying around in your house.
This is one thing that the New Testament is real good at, is trying to make the supposed Most High of the commandments a liar, and to take away his word and make it like he don't know what he's talking about. So you're trying to tell me, so how is the man perfect? Because he made an excuse where now you don't have to keep the Sabbath like you were supposed to.
oh, this
So
is
it's okay to go
No,
out and do what?
no,
we
he
were
says,
actually
but
reading Isaiah
he said,
58.
he says at 58 and 6, he says, but this fasting pleases not me till the time be
We're not
till the
talking about
time
fasting. We're
be
talking
that
about
thou
keeping
lose
Shabbat.
him out of bondage.
Yeah,
That
because
is
Okay,
in
so
your
we don't keep
danger.
Shabbat while we're in bondage then.
No, you
no,
keep the Shabbat, but
this
this is
is
how
main
you keep it now. You keep the
right.
Shabbat by waking your people up,
Con.
feeding them that manna, that
But
bread
you
of
got
life.
you got Sunday through Friday to do that. So you telling me you can't get enough
Oh,
of that
this
in
one
Sunday through
those days.
Friday that you
I
can't
got
keep the Sabbath?
you got to work or study. A lot of people got to go to
Man,
school.
that man was moseying around picking ears of corn. Didn't nobody need him to be out? He should have had his ass in his place, because that's what the Most High said. You can't come in and say, like, you always looking for a way to make what the Most High said moot. That doesn't make any sense to me.
But he just
You
now
talking about you
said,
left him a way out. Y'all been searching for that way out.
but he just now laid down the whole recipe on how
Listen,
to do the
I
Sabbath
understand that he
and
loves
how to
righteousness
fast.
more than he loves, the sacrifices and all.
No,
But
he just now laid down the way that you do the Sabbath and how you fast is right here. When we just read from 6 all the way down to 12.
so are you not supposed to do those things on the other 6 days of the week?
If you could, but honestly, you're not supposed to do those things when you're supposed to be working and doing, taking care of your family. You got to be able to provide. 6 days, you got to work.
But everybody's not a priest or a prophet out here supposed to be spreading the word. Everybody's not.
That's why 6 days you got to work. I can understand somebody, a priest, not working 6 days and he's out there teaching every day. I can understand that.
I give y'all credit because y'all sure found a verse to excuse where that man was out on the Sabbath. Y'all did a good job. Y'all did a good job. Y'all did a good job.
Oh yeah, okay, that was good.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I thought they didn't have one either. I was sure they about to be doing some scripture.
Yeah, crazy.
Like, no.
Oh man. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
on that note, man, we're gonna have to slow down. I got people on the side tripping out.
Yeah. Yep. All right. I
Hey, yo, man.
appreciate the time, guys.
No, hey,
Yeah.
man, for real. Thanks for showing up. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a blessing. All praise
Yeah.
to the Most High, man. We
Indeed.
need more. We need more queens. You know what I mean? Showing this good example of that zeal for the Most High God, man. That's a real good model shit.
Yep.
Praise to
All
the Most High.
praises.
Bless your
Yep.
home, man. Heavenly Father, man. That's real.
Y'all be blessed as well.
Khan, allow Habba, man. All praise to the Most High, y'all.
Peace.
Peace, man. We're gonna leave it on that note, man. We're gonna let you guys go ahead and have the rest of y'all day. Shabbat Shalom.